When I was talking to my dad, I talked about how if we're gonna get done over by something, you go just out of the blue, okay, do a Constitution saving throw, and we all go, what? And he immediately went, his face was like, oh my god.
I love that. Yeah, my dad used to play D&D too, and I was like, I remember finding his books when I was a kid. I was like,
yep,
Dad, what are these?
I found his books too.
Dad, what are these? And he's like, oh, it's just some lame thing I used to do. But now me, as the adult, I'm like, what, Dad, do you still have those? He's like, no, I threw them out. Kia ora, JH Car. Welcome to the channel. We're just about to get rolling on our part 2 of the Hall of Bones Dragon Doom situation. Welcome to the chat.
Doom, please.
Okay, so when watching the VOD, we lost a little bit of audio and I didn't manage to record any of it. So who would like to do the recap for last week?
Brain fried. I do not volunteer.
I volunteer. I have written down.
Okay.
So, coming back into the session, we started the journey back up the heads. Upon coming across our old campsite, we were ambushed by an illusion stingray thingy. Yeah, we killed it. No surprises. Continued up the heads, with Kuznera getting progressively worse in her health the closer we got to the top. We enter a plateau with a cave mouth where Kuznera hears the word, "Go away, do not go further," which we promptly ignored. We reached the peak and where a monolithic structure of great importance sat. The place seemed abandoned and in ruins, however. We continue up some steps and come upon a grand skeleton of an ancient dragon with a summoning circle on its spine and 2 pillars made of the same stuff as the finger on the cliffs either side of the dragon. The circle seems to be a focal point. when suddenly we were ambushed by some dragons and some weird black chicken things. Had a fierce battle, but ultimately came out on top. Jugal was able to communicate with one of the dragons, speaking Fae. The dragon stated that did not fear death. Once everything is dead, we heard a booming voice saying, "Who has summoned me?" And that's where we were left on the biggest cliffhanger.
All right. Thank you for that. Please add 1 point of DM inspiration to your sheet, Yanis. Okay.
Oh, goosebumps. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So, as you guys feel the reverberations of this voice echo around the cliffs, and you see the small spray of rocks shaken free by this thunderous report start to slide down the edges of the cliff and bouncing off the corpses of the things you've slain in front of you. Who would like to make a perception check, first and foremost?
Can I do it and ask for help?
Yes, of course you can.
I will help
Thank
you.
you. So 11 for the first one.
Mm-hmm.
18 for the second.
All right. With an 18, Jugs, you see this. You see what at first that your eyes, you feel like your eyes are almost tricking you. But you see, as you're watching, the spine flex and the tail
God.
curves.
Oh.
And you see it twist and start to pull itself out. And as it does so, it rends the summoning stone asunder as the rocks sort of fly off and everything. And it curls and turns around, and you guys also see the spread spider-like tips of the wing bones also start to crack and move, and dust starts to fall from this thing as you watch it pull itself up in a sinuous manner as this dragon that you thought was dead turns around and looks you directly in the face.
Oh.
And it says, in that thunderous booming voice again, "I am the sleeper, and you have awoken me from my dream. You will feel my wrath." And I need you guys to roll initiative. Dan, can I get you to put on some battle music for me, dude?
Wait, initiative
Send
now?
me a link.
Initiative, yep, initiative again. Because remember, you guys just came out, like you were just out of combat, haven't had time to have a rest.
Well,
Nah. Oh,
Yep.
fuck.
I remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do we run? Oh, God.
16 for Aelarith.
16 for Aelorith, fantastic, thank you.
I got a 10.
Yep.
14.
Ooh, Kinura, spicy. Okay.
Ooh. Spicy.
Spicy.
All right.
Ugh. I don't even know what spell slots I have.
Lol.
I do.
The
What'd you get,
lowest
Dan?
roll.
Yep.
I rolled a nat 1, but I
Yep.
get a +9, so it's a 10.
It's still a 10. Fuck, dude.
How do you have 9? That's great.
Rogue things.
Just rogue tings.
Rogues
Just
are
rogue
great.
tings. All right.
We need more.
All right. How are you getting on with that battle music, Dan? Do you want me
Did
to
you
send?
send me a link?
I have not sent you a link.
Oh.
Ah, yes, the police.
Sorry,
No
what?
crimes, officer. No crimes. Yeah, sorry, chat. It's been one of those days where just everything I've been trying to do has just gone terribly pear-shaped very quickly. But it's all right. We'll get there. We'll get there. It's going to be fine.
I just don't want to play anything that might be like copyright or something.
That's fine. I got it.
You got it.
How's your day been, by the way, JH Carp? It's nice to have a new face in the stream. You excited for a weekend? Has your weekend started yet? I have questions.
Is that good?
Can you make it any louder?
Yeah, again.
Alright, here we go, guys. Alright, so first up in the order is actually, hold on, I just need to...
Oh no.
You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine.
This thing.
Ooh, yes. That is a spicy
Mhm.
boy. Ah, I've still got 10 HP.
Yep. All right. So yep. First up in the rotation is you, Alarith.
Can I try and persuade it to stand down?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a charisma check for me.
Would it not be a persuasion check?
It's entirely up to you which one you want to do because they both roll off differently anyway.
Definitely persuasion because I have
Yeah.
proficiency in that. That is a 15 plus a 7, 22.
All right.
That's okay, that's okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jacob. I'm not quite sure what you mean by how you 4 or 5. But I'm good. I'm good, man. I'm good. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to tell me what you say to this thing first, Yanis, before I tell you what the result of this is going to be.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of say to him or it, whatever it is, we cause you no harm. We merely were trying to stop the people that were summoning you before. They have been draining energy from the lands, and we just wanted to see what was causing it. Again, we cause you no harm. We are sorry.
As you say this, the skeletal head flicks around to watch you, Alarith, as you say this. And you see it with looking directly at it. There are 2 burning pits of light deep inside the skull, where its eyes should be. How is everyone doing is what I'm trying to text. That's all good, Jacob. Thank you, man. As it hears you out. It hears you out. But then as you are saying this, you watch the head turn slightly to rove its field of vision over the scattered clods of bodies that you guys have waded your way through. And it turns back around to look at you, Alarith, and it says, "You may not have caused harm to me, but you killed those of my bones. They are made from my dust. And you have awoken me from my dream, and for that, you must be punished." As it is going to unleash a torrent of black magic towards you, Alarith. As this thing is going to cast an Eldritch Blast. Does a 17 hit you?
It does.
Okay. You're going to take 11 points of force damage.
Sweet.
And I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Oh, my favorites.
Mhm.
Which one? Does a 16 pass?
Yes, it does. So you do not get pushed back by this Eldritch Blast force hitting you. But you do take 10 points of damage. As it is going to basically turn around on itself and start advancing towards the rest of you. Moving on, it is your turn now, Kinura.
Right. A spell like Cure Wounds, which is a touch one. Now I know some spells determine if it's self or not.
Yep.
With something like Cure Wounds, which is touch, would I be able to use that on myself?
Oh yeah,
Is that
for sure.
possible?
Yes, for sure,
Okay.
definitely.
So I would like to cast Cure Wounds on myself at. I'll do it at level 2. Or no. That's a tough one.
How many spell slots you got left?
One of each.
Mmm.
One of first and one of second. I'll just cast it at first level because that will give me a bit.
Okay.
So I've regained 7 points.
7 points of healing? Yep, sure.
Yeah. There we go. So I now have 10 hit points, and as oh dear,
Don't like this.
I don't like this either.
You do still have your spiritual weapon out, because remember, there's only been about like 10 minutes since the end of the last fight and start of this one. So
I'd actually like to. What language was Aelirith speaking to the dragon in?
common.
Common. Would I please? I'd like to speak to the dragon instead in Draconian,
Okay.
and I would like to say, oh, I kind of want to do something really poetic and riddly because you know how dragons are very advanced
Oh yeah.
and stuff like that. So I kind of want to Sorry, this is gonna take me a minute because I was freaking out before.
It's fine. Oh, thank you for the follow, Carp. Much appreciated. In answer to your question, Carp, I am good. It has been a stressful week with uni and work, and our hot water cylinder decided to shit the bed. So there's been a lot of like trying to get that fixed and organised. Luckily, our landlord's going to pay for it. We don't have to worry too much about it. But yeah, it's been one of those weeks, my dude. I'm just glad to be playing fucking D&D finally.
Okay, strat.
Okay, good.
I'd like to say, but what is a dream without moments of waking? Surely you'd see the dust they've been reduced to. Yes, they are children of your bones, but can you not see they were used for malicious means? Surely a dragon of such standing would be able to see that. Please, don't sully my opinion of our own people.
He's going to reply to you in Draconic as well, but there is a level of malice and hatred in this voice that you hear sizzling through your ears as it laughs and it says, "You dare compare your kind to me?" And as it says that, it's going to rear up on its hind legs and spread its wings. And you can't quite see really what it's spreading, but it's almost like a cloud goes over the face of the sun, and it's like these wings are spreading out and casting a shadow over you guys, even though there's nothing to cast the shadow. And it says, "My name is Olifeist, and you are nothing more than vermin." And it's going to sweep its wings at you guys. And you feel a gust of stinking wind go slamming into your faces. But you manage to not be pushed back as this gust hits you. What would you like to do here, Kinura? Because the talking was a free action. And you've used your action to do your healing. Would you like to do anything else?
What does my channel divinity count as? That is an action. Hang on. Yeah, that is an action. In that case, you said we didn't feel anything as it flapped its wings, did you?
Oh no, you did. There was like a gust of wind that came towards you.
But we weren't moved.
You weren't moved.
I think I will actually. I'd sort of like to take shelter underneath the cliffs in a way.
Okay.
That's
So-
all that I'm going to do
Yep,
because
so you're just
we're
gonna
still
use-
feeling this out.
Yep. So you're going to use your movement to try and not get smacked by this boy.
Yeah, because I'm relatively low health and
Yep.
I really do want to be a
Yep.
target.
No,
of
that's fine.
anything.
So moving on, it is now. I think it'll be Lorez's turn because Lorez, you have higher dexterity, and you and Jules both rolled a 10.
Both got a 10. Yeah.
So yeah, you go first here, Zane.
Do dragons have a wishbone? So we're gonna
I don't know,
find
are you
that
gonna
motherfucker,
find out?
break it, and then wish its mother left its leg shut. Bang! Destroyed. I should be the bard. I should be doing those fucking insults. Let's go. All right. I'm just trying to think of what shall be done.
Yeah, this is tough. I've been shoved back into this. earlier in our session, and it's like, damn, my brain ain't working.
Brain working, but fuck me.
I can't see any model of any enemy. So am I just, if I was to attack, do I just go towards the bones or
Yes.
like just anywhere and start hitting it, or?
Because so right now, just because of the way
Yeah.
the map is, it's you can't actually see it. Oh wait, no, actually you can because he did move. So.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so you can see him there. So.
He ain't pretty.
No, he's not. He's not.
He's got a face not even a mother could love.
I
That
don't think
bitch.
I don't think his mother loved him. Maybe that's why he is the way that he is.
Mm.
There's
Do you
some
think that
unpacked
maybe
trauma
he's-
there.
Do you think
Maybe
maybe he's
some
drawing power
mummy
from those
shit?
pillars? What if we destroyed those 2 pillars?
Didn't we try blowing it up
Tried.
and it just did not move?
But
Oh,
we
you mean the
destroyed
side pillars?
circle? Yeah, the 2 black side pillars.
Oh.
I don't know. It's just their thought.
If I look at these side pillars, does it look like it's able to be pushed over? Is it like balancing rocks, or is it like a solid bit of?
I'm gonna need you to make a perception check for
Stone.
that, bud. Just because of the angle where you're standing, it's kind of awkward to see where it is.
I
Or
can
like-
move and then do the perception check if you
Yeah,
want.
yeah, that's fine. You can do that.
Would that give me a better?
Yep. So remember that is
visualization
like a
of it?
20-foot high cliff. So and because you're in combat, you have to use combat movement.
You guys
I was
on
already
top
at
of
the
cliff.
top.
Oh,
I
oh no, you were
created
too. You
Google.
were too. That's right. Sorry. Yep. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Carry on. Carry on.
Yeah.
Yep. So you make your perception check. I'm gonna let you do that one for free.
I rolled an 8.
Lad.
The rocks look like they're made out of rocks. But even with an 8, you can see that it's sunk pretty solidly into the ground. Like it's not like a pile of rocks, like a cairn or anything. It's like it's been like sunk in. Even with an 8, you can
So
see
it's not something I can just push over or do anything like that. No.
No, sir.
Alright. Are there any markings on the rocks, or is it just? Does it look just like?
if you want to,
standard
if you
rock?
want to investigate that, it's gonna cost you an action.
I'll do that.
Okay. Yep. So make an investigation check.
I rolled a nat 20.
Fuck.
But let me find
Okay.
my modifier.
Yep, that's all good.
Oh, it's a 0. Sweet, it's a nat 20.
Nat 20. Fuck yes, dude. All right. Round of applause for the first nat
good
20.
roll for anything that Zane
Yay!
uses size for.
Good shit. Yeah,
Let's go.
thank fuck it's coming in the clutch here for real. Okay. So with a nat 20, you do see that it is in fact covered in it looks almost like writing, but every time you try and get a good eye on it, it like shifts and moves so you can't quite see it. It's like there's something underneath the surface of the rock that's moving. And like the top surface is like clear glass, and you can see it moving underneath, and it almost looks like words. It's like flashes of light and suggestions of letters and stuff like that.
Like, when you describe those letters, is it like, for example, like a paint or something underneath it, or is it just like a aura, or is it like a light? Is it something that can be scratched off?
The best way to explain it would be snowflakes inside a snow globe, but instead of snowflakes, it's like words and letters.
So not something that I would be
No.
able to scratch off the rock or do anything like that. If that's true, the surface of the rock looks kind of like a glass, right? Can I try stabbing a knife into it?
That will be another
Like
action,
chipping
so
at
I
it?
think you've got like bonus actions left.
Can I not use an offhand attack against it or something?
I mean, yeah, you can if you want.
Fuck it. Offhand. Alright. You want me to roll to hit?
Yes, please.
Do a 21 be hitting.
21 do be hitting.
Do you want me to roll damage? Does it
Yeah,
have
roll
hit
your damage.
points? Yeah.
Roll your damage.
Okay. So 1d4. I rolled a 4 on the d4, so plus 6, that'd be 10. That's max damage with offhand. Unless
Just
I can
one-
sneak
just-
attack a
yeah,
rock.
just- no. Just 1 second, then I'll get you to check your DMs.
Yep.
All right, so how much damage was that in total, buddy?
It was a 10.
10 damage? Okay. Right, the first thing that happens is that you approach this thing and, like, you know, you've placed your hand on the surface of the rock to sort of investigate it and have a look, and you had a more intense sort of look, and then you see almost for a flash of a second underneath the surface, it looks like there's like an imperfection in the surface of the rock. So you, being Zane, the first thing you do is pull out your knife and you go in and you look really, really closely at this, what looks like a crack in the surface of the rock, and you reach your arm back and you slam your knife into it. And as it does so, a cracking report goes smack. It's like a bolt of lightning has just hit this thing. And Zane...
Yes?
disappear. The rest of you guys see Zane go in to strike this rock with his knife. And there's a flash of bright, bright blue light. And that sound of a thunderclap. And you guys see Zane get sucked into this thing. Much the same way Glizzy did when you threw him at the finger. Can I get whoever's closest to Zane to please make a perception check?
Yep.
Jiggle.
11.
Alright, even with
Can I have
11 you can...
assistance?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't need it. You pass the DC.
Sweet.
You see where Zane was once standing is a... oddly, you know, it shouldn't be there, but it's a large puddle of water.
Zane pissed himself.
I mean, yeah,
Did I
maybe.
turn into a puddle?
No, Zane has become a puddle.
Alright, so, moving on. It is now your turn, Jugs.
Okay. Can I call down to Wayne?
Yep.
Oh, where is Wayne in initiative, by the way?
He's actually just after you. He bought him.
After me? Okay. Can I ask him, hey, Wayne, how many boomsticks you got left, mate? I call down to him.
He hears you and he looks up and he goes, oh, maybe one or two. You see him frantically rifling through his bag as you call down to him.
That's it. I say to him, chuck one up here.
He will on his turn. He can't do it at the moment. It's not very.
Okay.
But yeah, he can throw one up on his next turn.
Is Glizzy close enough to him to put one in his mouth?
Oh yeah, if you want to do it that way, for sure.
Please.
Because Glizzy's right after you as well. Yeah, yep, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. I'm also going to just cure wound. Oh no, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into frog mode for the 10
Okay.
HP.
Okay,
Yep. So, oh shit, sorry.
be right back. One
So
second.
I is now frog. 30
Oh,
HP. Right, I actually don't know.
I'm gonna try and hypnotize this thing to give us some time.
Okay. I don't want to blow up. Do I try blowing up the other one, the pillar on the other side? Because I don't want to blow this one up in case it kills Zane. I don't know what's going to happen.
My initial thought was, let's do the same thing and go where Zane was, but that could just kill us all. But also this dragon will kill us all.
Yeah.
Am I dead?
I don't know. We don't know.
You're in purgatory.
You're in the Walmart parking lot.
All right, I'm back. How much 10 HP do you
The
have?
back rooms.
11?
I have 30 temp HP.
Oh,
Did I do
fuck
that
yeah.
wrong? Because I changed form, I get 30 HP.
Oh, nice. Okay, no, that's great. That's fine.
But it's, yeah, I've just added it as temp because when I lose that, I'll go back to the other.
That's okay. That's okay. So what's your plan from here, buddy? You're now a frog?
Yep, now frog. I'm going to telepathically talk to Glizzy.
Yep.
And I'm going to say, alright. Oh, fuck, because I want to go as well. Okay, so I'm going to... Oh, fuck. Well, that was my turn. I'm going to tell Glizzy to come up here on his turn.
Okay. All right, so Glizzy's going to take the boomstick that Wayne is currently holding in his mouth and is going to leap up to follow you up there. What
Sweet.
would you like
Oh,
your
would
little
you-
froggy boy to do?
Would you give him vision, please? Because I don't know how to spell. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to. Well, I guess he's going to have to wait till next turn. Yeah, I think that's
That's okay.
pretty much it.
Just tell me
I
what you
can't
want him
really
to
do much.
tell me what you want him to do, because right now Glizzy's just used his movement, so he hasn't done anything
Yeah.
else.
Glizzy and I are going to. Can we light the boomstick?
Well, you're a frog and he's a frog, so.
Oh yeah. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hang out.
Okay.
And the heckhound is gonna rush the fucking dragon.
Unfortunately, your familiar can't take attack actions. However, your familiar can use movement to get up to you and maybe the boomstick. Because it's a heckhound and it's got a
That's
dribble.
pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I see this. Yeah. That was gonna be my next.
Big brain
guess
plays.
anyway.
Yeah, 100%.
Big brain plays from the DM.
Thank you. Yeah. We do that.
Okay,
Wait,
so you've lit
who's
the
DM now?
boomstick.
Lit the.
You've lit the boomstick. As Wayne sees the flame puppy heading up towards you, he says, "Be careful! I don't know how volatile that one is. It's one of the B grade ones."
Okay, can I hold off on lighting the boomstick just
No,
for
you've
now?
already said you've lit it, man. Like,
Okay, fine. All right.
what are you gonna do? Pressure's on, bud. Pressure's on. Zane's a puddle. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So wait, and he can't move anymore.
No, he's not even. Like, do you mean the familiar?
Am I
or-
actually a puddle?
You're not a puddle. Don't worry.
Oh, I was gonna say, imagine me rolling fucking movement as a puddle.
You're on a slope. This is fun.
Yeah, you've been slowed quite significantly.
I'm going to because
And
I'm
the
frog.
dragon
I'm going to.
vaporizes you. Wait, what?
I'm going to use my frog tongue to like flick out and hit the fuse, and to put it out. Yeah. There we go. That's it. That's
Okay,
that's
no, I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity check for me there, bud, to see if you can work it out.
I got. Hold on. Dex is. It's 2. This is not going to be good. All right. $13.
It's not out, Jam. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
It's-
It's not
oh,
out.
God.
It's not out.
I just end up tongue kissing Glizzy.
However, yeah, you've kissed. You give him a little kiss. Okay, moving on. It is now, I believe, it's Wayne's turn. So he is going to witness this shenanigans, hitting up on the top side. Yeah, well, fuck. And he sort of turns around and looks at this like huge lumbering figure of this bone dragon, and Aelorith and Kinura, you see him sort of stand up a little bit straighter and square his shoulders. He's got tears running down his face and his nose is really red, and he's pulling something inside of himself together. As he's going to turn around and look at you, Kinura, and Aelorith, and say, "I can weave us a portal to get out of here, but it's going to take me a couple of minutes. Can you cover me?"
We'll do our best.
Right. Okay. Right, okay, and you see him move a little bit further back, and you see him, he's going to kneel down on the ground and dig through his bag, and he's going to pull out what looks like a block of chalk and start drawing on stone next to you guys. Right, moving on. It is now your turn, Aelorith. What would you like to do, buddy?
Alright, I'm casting Hypnotic Pattern on this dragon.
Okay.
Oh, actually, hold up, let me get this thing up. Sorry. Why is it not letting me do that? I have one gold sword of that and one sword of that. Right there on his face. On his face hole. So that's a wisdom saving. Actually, sorry, before I do that, can I cast Hex on him as my bonus action?
You can try.
Hex is just, it's there.
Is it?
Yeah, you place a curse on a creature that you can see within range until the spell ends.
No, I'm saying,
no
is it?
ability
Because
check.
he's going to use a
No.
legendary action to dispel that, so it's not.
Okay. Okay, so it's not going to hit. Okay, either way, Hypnotic Pattern.
And what save is that?
That's a wisdom save.
Save? Okay, no worries. Okay. So it does succeed on the save. What would you like to do here, Bob? You still have your bonus actions?
I'm gonna try reason with it again. Try talking to it.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask it, is there anything we can do to stop you, to put you back to sleep? How can we help you?
It doesn't respond to you for a second, Aelorith, and when it does, it turns around and focuses those two dim lanterns in its skull at you and says, "Well, you've woken me up now, so I guess you'll do for breakfast." And it is going to stand back on its back legs and do that thing with its wings again. Okay. Can I get you guys to please, so that is Aelorith, Wayne, and Kinyura. Can I get you guys to please make a dexterity saving throw?
Sure. I get a 16.
I got a 22.
Alright, Aelorith, you pass. Kinyura, I'm afraid you don't. But... you're going to take 8 points of bludgeoning, and you are going to be knocked over. Wayne, I have to switch with him. He passes as well.
Do I need to roll anything as a puppet?
No, Zane, you are fine. Don't worry. Okay, so it does this thing where it beats its wings, and then you see it sort of lift itself into the air a little bit. It shouldn't really be able to do this, given that there's no stuff actually in its wings to keep it afloat, but, you know, it's the Feywild, baby. Anything can happen. Moving on, it is now your turn, Kinyura.
All right. So I was knocked over. Was I? Sorry.
Yes, you were. Yeah.
So I believe pretty much all I can. Damn.
Don't forget, you still got your spiritual weapon there.
I do indeed, but I don't think we've made any moves to attack it. And other than it knocking us over, it hasn't actually attacked us. It's been very open to speech.
It attacks me after I went.
Oh right, yeah. Crap. Oh my god. I'm on 2 health. I still have some of Mum Dagda's health potion, don't I?
Alright, yeah, you do. You do. You're one of the few people that hasn't used those up yet.
Yes, I believe this is dire enough circumstances, and I will use some of Mum Dagda's hot sauce, which please remind me what the...
It was a D6? 1d6 of healing.
Was it D6? I thought it was a D8, no?
Okay, so I got 4
Oh no, 1d6.
That's D6.
points of health.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not as close to the brink of death, thankfully. And using that was an action, wasn't it?
Bonus action.
Bonus action, right. I would like to instead attempt to use Channel Divinity Turn Undead.
Ooh, okay.
Which is a saving throw of 13 on Wisdom.
Okay.
Which, considering he's a dragon, this may not go too well, but...
It just passed a 15 wisdom saving throw as well, so either it rolled higher, it's got great wisdom.
Yeah, we haven't got anything.
Unfortunately, it does pass the save.
Damn it!
But
Okay,
not by
it's
much.
okay.
Not by much.
Okay. Righto. That's interesting. So I've used bone. Okay, so I'm going to try speaking to it again.
Okay.
I'm going to try to gather my strength again. And I'm going to speak and I'm going to say, we mayn't be kin in bone, but we are in souls. Can you not see? Your own essence controlled by another. Are you not ashamed? Look at yourself, but a husk of what you are truly meant to be. While basking in your glory has been an experience like no other, I am aware you are ignorant to that which does not occur in your dreams. Take a moment. Let the smell waft over your snout and you will see we speak only truth. The smell of the twisted. You know what that means.
Hey,
Dang.
Very cool. Very fucking cool.
very fucking cool. All right, it's not going to respond to you for the moment, but I'll tell you what it says in a second. Juggle, it is your turn.
Okay. So I'm going to touch Glizzy with
Okay.
jump.
You are a frog, remember?
Oh god. Alright, I'm gonna unfrog myself.
Gonna unfrog, okay.
Yeah,
You're gonna
no,
unclog the frog.
I'm gonna unclog the frog, and then
Okay.
I'm going to put my hand on Glizzy.
Okay.
And I'm going to say jump. And
Gonna
then
cast
Glizzy's going to Yep. And then I'm going to say go hit that other one. To Glizzy.
Okay.
So Glizzy can jump now up to 120 feet. So that's like 60-ish over here.
Mhm.
And the thing's still lit, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So he's going to drop it on the log thing.
Okay.
And can he move again?
That's movement, man. 120 feet with jump. That's
I salute him from the other side.
okay.
And oh shit, I can't click on me again.
Okay.
Hold on, just 1 second. Let me just. All right, there we go. Boop, and then over there. Okay. Then I'm going to command the heckhound to go bite the log. On this side.
Okay. I need you to ping on the map what you mean by the log.
Okay, this thing over here.
That's the pillar.
The pillar. Okay, yeah, he gone and bite the pillar.
Bite the pillar.
Yep. And then and then I can have a movement cell on me, right?
I mean, I just want just to clarify, you are telling your familiar to bite this pillar.
Yes, 100%.
Your familiar disappears in the same way.
Good. He remembers you, Zane. If you guys are in another place, he's going to help protect you. I don't know what's happened. I'm making guesses, right? So.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yep. He's with you, brother.
Yeah. Zane's just like throwing up love hearts from the abyss.
I feel something warm in my heart.
Yeah.
You feel your ass cheeks spread. Oh wait, what?
Yeah. That's it, bro.
And then does my character have a movement still, or is that me over?
Given all the stuff that you've just done, I'll give you half movement, but I'm not going to give you full movement here.
Okay, I try to make my way down to where Zane is to help cover.
Do you mean Wayne and Kinura and Ayla instead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, sorry. Wayne.
Yep, no, you can
Yeah.
You can do that. I'll let you get down, but that's the end of your turn there. Moving
Yep,
on, it is
happy with that.
Wayne's turn. And as you guys have been furiously trying to either reason with this thing or like try and stop it from trying to actively kill you, Wayne has actually been working on the circle. You see, he's got the full outline of the circle done, and now he's working on the runes on the inside. And you see drips of sweat and tears are falling off his face, and you see a trickle of blood come out of his nose as this man is frantically weaving together something to get you guys out of here. So moving on, it is now Aelirith's turn. What would you like to do?
I don't have much left in me. Fuck. I am going to throw some vicious mockery at this boy.
Okay.
Where's my thing? Do I have it down here? It's a wisdom saving throw again.
Mhm. Does a 22 pass?
That does. Unfortunate.
Smugness on that, god damn.
Still take 3 points of damage.
3 points?
Yep. As I scream at it, I've seen better scars on an apple in a market.
Oof.
I'm gonna take a stepperoni back in preparation to jump the fuck into that portal when it's ready.
Yeah. All right. Okay, moving on. It is now the dragon's turn, and it is going to turn around and look at you, Aelorith, and say in this deep guttural voice again, "You are no more than flies around an old corpse, and as such, I will swat you." And as you see it reach its claw up, about to bring it bearing down hard on you, you feel it whistling through the air, and the pressure of this thing comes streaking towards you. But as it comes flying towards you, you feel a flex in the air behind you, Aelorith, as something rushes out from just behind you to stand directly in front of you, and you see this bony fist just bounce right off it. And as you are sitting there shaking, having just witnessed your death essentially bounce off something, you feel a hand on your shoulder. And as you turn around, you see Diana and Samara unfolding themselves from a wrinkle in the air. And Diana turns around and looks at you, Aelorith, and takes her hand off your shoulder. And she says, "Sorry that took so long, darling. I got a little bit laid away."
Oh my god. Please help us.
"Oh yes, that's what we're here for. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my broom with me, otherwise we would have been here sooner." Oh, good. Wayne, you're on the... Good. Well, that's... I'll compliment you later. Right, all of you, with me right now. And she's going to hold her arms out. I need you to take my hands, otherwise we're not going to get out of this.
Right,
Okay.
immediately.
Where's the other one? Where's it?
He's a puddle.
Oh, okay. We don't have time to deal with this. Samara, is the gate still open? And Samara's just, you see Samara sort of shake her head and she goes, "It's closing. We don't have much time. We have to get them out now." And as she says that, you guys see the bright sparkling lights of this wrinkle in the air start to dim and then flash and then dim and then flash. And the amount of time between these dimming and flashing is getting shorter and shorter, like something's counting down. Wayne throws aside his block of chalk and he goes leaping into this wrinkle of air without even a thought of leaving his bag behind, which he has. And Diana pulls the rest of you through before this thing slides shut and is stitched closed by the weft and weave of magic. And on the other side,
Oh, right we are, my love. Right we are.
Right we are. Hold on.
Yeah.
Why have you disappeared? Where's my fucking party? Hello? There you are. Okay. You guys come tumbling out of this scar in the air and you tumble headfirst into the water of the Skellig docks. You are assailed suddenly with the stench of fish guts and brackish seawater and the smells of human bodies and living. But it is a breath of unbelievably clean air compared to what you guys just witnessed. And with that, I'm going to leave you guys for a second, and I'm going back to Zane.
Am I switching up the music?
Yes, you are. I need you to give me. I'll send you a link in a second. I just need to find.
I just went back to the other playlist.
One second.
Looking for the best music for your videos?
This one, please, Zane.
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, that is beautiful.
What is? I do not own any token with vision.
I'm watching the stream.
Yeah.
Is that
Should I not
cheating?
be?
Are
Oh
we
no, you
allowed
can if
to?
you want. I know you're not going to metagame me, so you're fine.
Did you hear that smooth fade and back into?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
beautiful.
production just went up.
All right.
I am in the puddle.
No, Zane, you find yourself floating.
Floating.
Yeah. You find yourself floating, and as you open your eyes and look around, everything feels slightly blurry, and it's very cold. Can I get you to make a perception check for me?
Sure thing. One sec. My favorite type of check. Whoop, missed the board. That's an 8 again. I see
Alright.
with my feet.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's okay. Even with an 8, it's almost like you're not using your eyes to see. Like you look down at where your hand should be, and you see the suggestion of fingers, a recommendation, an amorphous, clear body that almost looks like it's made of light or like water. And as you are doing this, you watch a jellyfish lazily swim past in front of your face. And you look down at your body again, and you realize that you look pretty much like the jellyfish, except you're glowing, and the jellyfish is glowing. And with the light provided by your body and the glowing jellyfish around you, you realize that you are in some weird underwater space.
Okay. Do I see anything else around me?
Maybe, but you might have to move.
As in normal movement, or do I swim? Is this like, am I actually underground? Am I holding my breath? Am I floating,
Make
or am I
a
safe?
Constitution check for me.
How do I do this? One sec. 17.
Okay. With a 17, as you go to sort of start swimming, you realize that your amorphous jellyfish body isn't really moving through the water very well, but you also find that you realize that, you know, you're about to take a breath, and then you find that you don't have to.
As in, like, I'm just not breathing. And
Yeah, you don't,
feel the need
but
to?
you don't feel the need to breathe. Whatever your body was, you're not in your body anymore.
And if I open my mouth, do I feel like water go into my mouth, or
No.
no? As if I'm in the air
Yes.
currently. Am I standing on the bottom of the seabed on the
No,
floor,
you're
or
kind of like
I'm still
floating midway.
floating? But swimming, I can't really move.
No, you're not by swimming, but you find that by thinking about the direction in which you wish to move,
Yeah.
you move in that direction.
All right. Well, I'm assuming I see that skeletal structure.
Oh, yes.
That's there.
Oh, yes, you
Can
do.
I go closer and inspect it?
All right. As you swim over what looks like the mouldering carcass of some ancient unknown elder being, I need you to make an investigation check for me.
I don't know why I keep on looking. It's a 0. 19. Oh, I actually rolled pretty well.
Fuck yeah.
Same
All right, with
thing.
19, you can see that this thing is probably, 3 or 4 times larger than the dragon you guys were just fighting. But it looks like it's been dead for so long that the ocean has started to try to take it back.
But it's a dragon skeleton. I can distinguish that it's a dragon skeleton.
No, I was about to say it,
No.
but upon closer inspection,
Yeah.
you see that it looks more like the skeleton of a snake. It's got the short, blunted head. It doesn't have this huge, long snout like the dragon did before.
Do I see any scales?
No.
No.
But as you look
Base.
down, there appears to be some sort of abyss underneath you. You can't see the bottom from where you are right now.
I want to go back up, and have a look around. Is there any other way that I can see that leads anywhere, or is this like a cavern? Is the only way down? Apparently.
Yep. So you can sort of move up and back and sort of have a look around, and you see little motes of light floating around you. Another jellyfish goes by. But you can't see really anything other than the expanse of mouldering bones leading into the distance and this crevasse leading down.
All right. Well, I guess I'm going down then.
All right, you're
Is
gonna
it,
swim down?
Darker and darker every time I go, or
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And just quickly, I'm just going to go to the bathroom and then we're going to swap back to the others. I'll be back in just a moment.
You know that room that the Geordie was talking about, where the dad got put in a room with no windows, no doors, and seal?
Yeah.
This is my room,
Yeah.
but fancy.
But you're a jellyfish.
But
At
I'm
least
a
you got a good life.
jellyfish.
You're
Yeah.
not dead yet.
I'm not dead, but am I alive?
Hmm.
Or have I been turned into the smallest thing, right? And I'm actually looking at an itty bitty worm that's inside the water puddle that I'm in.
That'd be cool. An
In a
itty
puddle.
bitty worm. Do worms have skeletons?
Well, I don't know if I'm
Do
that micro
Yeah. Where do they go?
atom where I've fallen into a puddle, and the puddle looks like this.
Apologies for
then-
that chat. I'm back.
I think the puddle's a representation of you disappearing into the watery void. Mayhaps.
Gallic ducks, weren't we? Come on. This page goes so slow.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
So Skelly being a port town, there'd be plenty of wrecked ships, right?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. I just got a heads up from my dad about something, and I'm gonna be looking
Is your
into it.
dad watching? Hi, Dad!
No, I don't think he's watching. But when we were talking about the stuff, he said, if you find this item or if you want to look for this item, take it.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Actually, 2 items.
Can't believe everyone just fucking left me. We stick as a team. Yeah, nice one.
To be fair, you did try to stab a rock. So, I feel like this is
Well, I
on you.
thought maybe if I could scratch off the writing or something, it'll somehow stop the flow of magic or whatever to the dragon. Maybe it shrinks or something. I don't know. Maybe it was being brought to life by the magic in the stone. So if I was able to damage the writing.
I mean, it's a good estimation. All right, so going back to the rest of you, you guys pull yourselves dripping and wheezing out of the water of the Skellig docks, and as Diana's on the edge of the dock helping you guys out, and as she does, she sort of picks at you up and sort of brushes you off a little bit and says, "Now, what on earth made you think it was a good idea to wake him up?"
You knew
We
about
didn't.
this? Sorry.
We didn't try to. We got up there, we were attacked by some dragons. We killed them, and then he woke up. We did nothing else.
And in response to your question, Master Drugal, yes, we did know about it. Why do you think we tried to He's been asleep for hundreds of years. Thought we were safe, but looks like someone or something's woken him up. Right. Wayne, I need you to come with me. The rest of you go to Samara. You desperately look like you need some patching up. And we'll meet back here in, give it an hour. And I'll walk you through some of the rest of the things. Come with me, Wayne. And she's going to sort of take his hand and lead him off.
Can I hug Wayne as well just before he leaves?
He accepts your hug, one-armed.
Excellent. I say you did really well. Good job, mate.
He nods and he goes up with Diana. And Samara turns around and looks at the rest of you and says, well, I'm amazed you're still alive. I've got a lot to fill you in on. Come with me, we'll go get some food and I'll patch you up. And she starts to walk off down the docks. Do you guys follow her?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, absolutely, splendid. So you guys make your way to the quarters.
There's 2 Aeliriths here.
Oh, there.
We're doing the chat.
Fine. I'm just moving. I'm just moving you guys over now.
There's 2 bull.
So many Aeliriths. The world ain't big enough. And Samara's going to lead you guys into the tavern, and she's going to sit all of you down. Can you? Why does your token never have vision?
I honestly have no clue.
I'm just going to turn off the token vision to make it a bit easy for everybody. All right. So you guys make your way in. Samara sits you down, and she goes over to the barkeep and brings back. Yes.
Sorry, I've just got a call from my mum. Can you give me 2 seconds?
Yes, of course I can. No problem. Alrighty. I guess we're going to do a quick pause while Geordie has a phone call. We'll be back in a moment. See you soon. Okie dokie, here we are. So, the three of you are plunked down in your chairs, and Samara is going to bring over some very big pitchers of beer and place them in front of you and sit down opposite the table. And she sort of motions for you guys to drink.
I grab a pitcher, don't worry about the cup, and I just start sculling the pitcher.
Yeah, she watches you do that, and she's like, all right. Well, I'm glad you guys made it out of there okay. I'm sorry we didn't tell you. We didn't think it was even going to come up. We thought these were two completely unrelated events. Sometimes it's hard to tell with signatures and that sort of thing about what kind of phenomena is related to another, and we honestly didn't think that the sleeper would awaken again. It's been so long since he's woken up, and there's been all sorts of other terrible things happening, and he hasn't woken up for that either. So I don't know if this is a matter of all I can do is hope that he just goes back to sleep. You didn't hit him, did you? You didn't fight him? You just tried to defend yourselves and talk him down? Is that what happened?
I may have hurt him.
As you say that, you see Samara grip her mug so hard that her knuckles turn white, and she says, well, that's not very good.
I finish drinking the pitcher, slam it down on the table, look at it dead in the eyes, like obviously angry, and I say, next time, no more secrets.
Yes. Yes. Believe me, it wasn't my choice not to tell you. I would have if I thought it was relevant or going to be helpful. I didn't want to frighten you. I didn't want to put anything in your way that may have necessarily gotten you hurt, but it looks like by omitting that information, that happened anyway. To put a long story short, he is one of a set of twins. The other has been dead for centuries. He's been asleep for centuries. I mean, I suppose he's also been dead for centuries as well, but he's... Some of those creatures, the older ones, they don't like to follow the same rules of life and death as we do, or the rest of the Feywild. It's not known what happened to the other one. Although there are legends and that sort of thing that say it lives at the bottom of the lake. But I suppose... I'm sorry we had to leave your phone. I didn't have time. I'm not strong enough to keep that portal open for longer than a couple of seconds. What happened to him?
He stabbed the pillar and then turned into a puddle. I don't know what... He just kind of disappeared. I sent my puppy with him for protection, but I can't feel him anymore.
Right. I think what's happened is there's some sort of reciprocal feedback loop with the finger and those and the sleeper. I don't know if he's responsible for the finger or just powering it or something, but given that he's awake now, we might be in for quite a bit of trouble. It's a good thing that Skellig has been evacuated already, because if you hurt him, he will be coming to end you and your bloodline and potentially erase any scrap of you from the face of the earth. So I suppose that we should get to battle stations, but in the meantime, Diana gave me one of these for each of you, and she's going to reach into her bag and pull out, it looks like a little golden pill, but longer. It's kind of like in modern terms, it would look almost like a bullet, like a large 9mm bullet, but it's gold. And she hands each one of them out to you, and she says, "You need to eat that. Those are master restorations. It's going to get you back full of pep, full of vim and vigor. But there are some side effects.
Like what?
Well, the standard headaches, fever, rashes, runny nose, diarrhea, color changing, disconnection from the material plane. Very briefly, of course, you always come back. But it's very rare. Very, very rare. They've been tried and tested by myself and the other members of the magical school and the Brigantia Arcane Division, but because they're so potent, you can only really take one. Taking more than 2 is generally ill-advised, as they tend to weaken all sorts of tethers in multiple ways. But yes, I would recommend you eat those now, and we need to go back and meet Diana so she can help prepare the townsfolk for this next storm that is coming, which I imagine that it will.
Are there any ballistas or anti-dragon measures in this town?
Not that I know of, but the master of the guard has been informed. I think. I think that's maybe what Diana went off to do. But I know there's a trebuchet somewhere, but we're going to have to sort that out as quickly as possible. I don't know how much time we have. Probably not very long. He's only just woken up. He was probably still quite weak. That's why, quite frankly, you're not dead. If he'd been at full strength when he woke up, he would have just eviscerated you. Turned you into a smear on the stones. And you can see her hand shake as she puts her glass down a little bit, and she says, I'm just so glad we made it there in time. I wasn't sure if we were going to. We couldn't find you. The only reason we were able to find you was because of the necklace that Wayne wears. All of us have them. It's like the Merlin's coin. It verifies our identity, and that's the only way we could find you. Diana was scrying for hours to try and figure out where you'd gotten to. I don't know what was happening, some sort of interference with the dragon magic on the hills, on the cliffs or something, I don't know. I'm just really glad you were right. I'm glad I got there in time. And you see her sort of shaking, and a tear sort of rolls down her face. I'm sorry I wasn't there to stop you from getting hurt in the first place. I should have been with you. I should have been with my boys. Last time I wasn't with my boys, we lost one, and I don't think I could cope if we lost Wynn as well.
Put my hand on her shoulder and pull a flower out of my hair and put it in, like, behind her ear. I say, like that. I say, it's okay, it won't happen again, but no more secrets.
No,
we can
you're
do
right.
this. We're here for a reason. We can do this.
Yes, we are. On the plus side, hopefully this will lead to a resolution of the situation in Skellig anyway. One way or another, we either all die, or we beat the baddie and fix everything.
Well, we sure as hell ain't dying, so we gotta get our battle faces on.
No. Yes. Alright. Take your restoration. We're gonna need to sit for a moment so I can mitigate any of the side effects, and then we'll go back and meet Diana on the docks. So, you guys are each given the equivalent of a long rest and a pill. Can I get each of you to please roll a nature check?
Oh, that's this one. I got a 6.
I had an 8.
I got a 10.
The druid rolled a 10.
But remember, we have a rogue with no vision and a druid with no nature magic. So.
Yeah, but his knives have eyes. That's what matters.
Knives have eyes.
That's good.
Big brain. Okay, so each of you take the pill. And as you do so, you feel a sense of incredible restfulness and peace as you watch your bruises start to cycle through their healing in a matter of seconds. You watch them go from that livid red to deep purple, and then go through the greens and the blues as they lighten. The cuts on your arms and hands and faces start to seal up, leaving no mark behind them. You feel the reservoirs of magic that are in you refilling. You feel rested, you feel refreshed, and all of a sudden, Juggle, you turn bright yellow. And Samara turns around and looks at you, and she goes, there's always one. Hold on. And then she's going to make a movement with her finger. And you turn purple. And she says, normally that works, but I don't think that's a negative one. It should wear off by itself. How are the rest of you feeling?
I put my finger up to her lips, and I'm like, don't worry, I like it.
All right, you're a strange man. Most men wouldn't be very happy about being turned purple, but here you are. How are the rest of you feeling? Any wibbly wobbly stuff? And Kinura, you feel like your scales have gone flexible.
Oh.
Hoi?
Oh.
Like, rather than being like the sort of stiff, like beaded texture that you're used to, the scales on your hands start to feel a bit rubbery.
In that case, I will simply grab her hand and let it graze across my scales and sort of look at her like.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. It's at the school we call it a recalibration. It's a very these things
Is
are.
it just a shed without shedding?
Oh no, you're going to shed.
Oh.
Oh,
I
Oh.
forgot that most of the people who have tried this are human and don't have scales. So my apologies. You are going to shed. But you.
In that case, is there a possibility I could say get a private room? Because
yes, of course.
an incomplete shed is a shed that causes many problems. As if you've seen lizards shed, you will know that they have plugs and things in their noses.
Please, by all means, go. And if you have any more weird
Right.
facts, just let me know straight away. But yes, there's a private room just upstairs. Third on the left.
I shall take my leave.
Yeah, and can you, as you say that, you see the upper layer of your scale sort of start to lift away from your skin, like you're wearing a very, very skin tight like hoodie, and it's kind of just peeling away.
If I Hey, Lurth, could you do me a favor? Sheds are most effective when assisted. I'm sure you've seen a snake try and shed. It takes a long while. And if, well, my whole body is ready for a shed, it will come off like a sock. However, it's rather difficult when performing it on oneself. If you could say assist me, sisters, please.
oh, certainly, my darling.
Our girls in STEM.
Girls in shed.
Our girls in STEM. Our girls in STEM.
We're gonna go get our scales done. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Wow.
She comes out.
We gotta go.
She comes out. She's freshly shedded, and she holds out her arm. She goes, "Aetherith, touch! I'm so smooth."
All the tips of her scales are painted pink.
All right, so
Oh,
Have I felt any effects as Neuron's talking to me?
no, but you go to stand up, and you feel all of a sudden like you're wearing high-heeled shoes, and you look down, and your feet don't look right in your boots. Like your boots are sort of folded into sort of a weird shape, and you pull them off, and you have a set of cloven hooves instead of regular feet.
Don't fucking say a thing, Jugal.
And Samara turns around and looks at you, and she says, "I don't know. I've never seen that one before, but you're exceeding expectations anyway, so I imagine it won't take long to wear off." And as she says that she turns around to look at you, Jugal, and the color purple is slowly fading on your skin. You went from a very bright, vivid sort of aubergine, and now you're edging more towards lavender.
Not the best, but better.
Not the best.
I need to hide the disappointment, Jugal.
Yes, it shouldn't take too long, but maybe it's best to leave your shoes off for the moment so you can see how fast they reform, I think. I'll be here if you need any further assistance.
Okay.
All right, so
I'm just gonna.
yep,
go
with
help
that,
Nora.
we're gonna go back to Zane.
Yep. Could I have like 2 seconds? Sorry, work's just come back to bother me.
Yep, that's fine.
is there any way to stop the reverting process?
You can ask Samara. Is there any way I can stay purple?
I asked Samara, is there any way I can possibly stay purple?
She sort of looks at you and she shakes her head and laughs a little bit, and she says, "Not as far as I know, unless I cast a proper polymorph on you, but I don't want to do that."
Just open my arms, say, do it.
No, no, I won't be. But I'm sure you can find someone to turn you purple if you really wanted.
Pull out.
Wink,
official.
wink.
Wait, how far away is Perry? It's been over 2 days. Has he arrived yet?
Are you asking that to Samara?
Yeah, sure.
She says, I don't know. I don't know if he took a teleport or if he decided to ride. Knowing him, he's probably coming in a carriage. He doesn't like to get his boots dirty.
Comparative.
He won't be far away. Anyway, which is good because we need all the help we can get, and he is a fantastic evocation wizard.
You reckon we'd be able to let Merlin know and get him here as soon as we can?
It might be worth a go. Have you got a bird or anything to send him, or?
We probably need something quicker than a bird.
I don't know if a sending will reach that far, but we can try. It might be best to talk to Diana about that. She might have a faster line.
Okay.
We also send off to Lord Erlot as well.
Yes,
I
you
feel
can.
like
Yeah.
his presence here would be good.
Yep, so you want to, as you guys are saying this about contacting various people, the bartender walks up and picks up your picture, Jugs, and he says, "Oh, you lot look for Master Erlot from the garrison?"
Yeah, him. Have
Oh,
you seen him?
Not today, but what's going on? Why are you, what's happening?
Who is it that's asking me?
I'm the bartender from the garrison.
Okay.
Sort of like the soldier quarters, essentially.
I'm moving closer to him and I say, I know you're a bartender. Today you might have to be more.
He hears you say this, Juggle, and he sort of stands back and he puts his hand on his hip and he's got your picture in the other hand. And he goes, "Darling, I've been a bartender and many other things besides. Wouldn't worry too much about it. I can pull my weight when needed. Should I let the rest of the town know that something's coming?"
All those who cannot fight should leave. All those who can and are able-bodied need to prepare themselves. This is beyond us.
What have you done? Working up that dragon on the heads?
I don't say anything and I just kind of keep looking at him. I raise my eyebrows.
You've got to be fucking joking.
Like I
Oh,
said.
you've... All right, well... Really? He puts the jug down and he sort of like rubs his face and he goes, "All right, well... I don't even know what to say to you right now, mate. I'll be back to grab glasses in a second, but in the meantime, I'll go let the bus boys know, and then they'll start telling their little friends and all that sort of thing. Most people around here have got some military, but anyway, that's why they stayed after the big evacuation, so... Oh well, I suppose forewarned is forearmed.
That's good. Actually, would you organise anyone who is able to fight to meet us in the docks in how long have we got left? Maybe half an hour? Until we were supposed to meet back?
Oh, it'd be hard to pull everyone together for them, but I can get the word out, or try to. Meeting on the docks.
Yep. And we'll figure out a plan from there.
Alright, well... Oi! You boy! And as he says that, you see a young tousled head stick out from the door into the galley, and he says, "What? I'm busy! You need to go tell your little friends. Something big's coming out the lake." He goes, "Oh, out the lake? Oh, alright then, well, what do I tell them?" You go, "Get everyone together that you can, who can wield a pitchfork or a sword or a bloody anything, or a rock if you have to, and tell them to meet them down on the docks. Something big's coming, son." He goes, "Oh, all right, Dad. I'll finish this up when I get back." And all right. And you see this skinny little kid just go like sprinting out of the door. And with that, we're gonna go back to you, Zane. Are you good to play?
Yep, I'm good.
Fantastic. All right. So you are in this huge space.
Yeah. Crazy music transition.
Fucking excellent music transition. Man.
This music has been great. When you faded it out when it was supposed to be quiet, I was like, "Oh, wow, oh, cinematic."
I'm thinking
Very
I might actually
cinematic.
like just do the music manually. Fuck it.
I mean, yeah. Fuck it. Why not?
DJ Zane.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
DJ Zane, let's go.
Hell yeah. I used to DJ. Alright, let's go.
It's just EDM. All right. So Zane, you like. Sorry. You are sort of like floating in the sort of open mouth of this pit. What would you like to do?
So I think I'm going down the hole, the crevice that I find below me.
Mhm.
And like when I go lower into the darkness, like, do I need like a torch? Do I need a light source? Or
You
can I
are a
see?
light source. Remember, your body's glowing.
Oh, I'm a jellyfish. You're right.
All right, so I'm just going to zoom in real
Hmm.
close because I don't know if I have the right map. Let me just double check. Ah, yes, I do. Oh, I know what's going on. No, it's fine. We'll just stick with this one and zoom your way in. Okay, so. Was it Bloodgasm says Chimkin? Hello, Chimkin. Delicious.
Thank you.
Chimkin. Alright, so Zane, as you start to move down into this abyss, as you're moving, you're starting to feel streams of bubbles bouncing off your skin the closer that you get to the center of whatever the space is. And the spot where you feel like you come up against some resistance is pitch black. Like the only light or anything that you can see around you is the stuff that's coming off your own body. And you collide into what feels like the surface of a very large bubble. It sort of like bends in and then bounces you back out gently. Can I get you to make a perception check for me, please?
Yeah. I rolled a 12 minus 1, that's 11.
It's still a 12. You're not in your physical body right now, so you don't have to worry
Oh.
about any of your
Modifiers.
So as you sort of approach it and you start to press your fingers along the edges of this thing, you can't see anything, but you feel like you're pushing into the surface of something that's gently resisting you. Like there's some sort of like flex in the water that's stopping you from going any further. Can I get you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please?
Does that have modifiers?
No, so just
I've got
flat
18.
20s.
I just rolled an 18.
Okay. All right, with an 18, as you're sort of feeling along the surface of this thing that's in front of you, you start to feel like there's a current pulling you along to the side. The reason it feels different is because this water feels colder. And before you know it, you are being slid along the surface of this thing, pulled in the direction of the current. And you hear, in the very depth of your mind, like a bubble rising to the surface slowly. Hello?
Hello?
And then again. These words are softly spoken, not much more than a whisper. Is anybody there?
Yes, I'm here. Who's this? Where are you?
I am below.
Is that against the current or with the current? Currently.
All the waters flow to me.
All right. I'm just going to ease up and let the current take me and see if I can see anything.
All right. Can I get you to make a perception check for me then?
Please be good. A 4.
Okay. With a 4, you notice the bioluminescence of your own body start to dim slightly as you are suddenly getting pulled faster and faster, and you start to feel yourself spin as you enter what feels like the edge of a kind of vortex. You've moved away from the surface on your side now, and you are now getting pulled down, and you can see, like, you can't see anything, but it feels like you're moving in circles. Like you're starting to feel a little bit dizzy, a little bit sick, and you start to get spun in a tighter and tighter corkscrew, like you're being sucked down a plug. Until suddenly you feel an overwhelming, unbearable pressure and a pop. And you find yourself floating in complete and utter blackness. Your own bioluminescence is gone. You can't feel the edges of your body. Or what is now your body. And as you sort of adjust to this incredible, senseless, like, devoid of any sort of, like, physical interaction, the edges of your mind start to spread. And you hear that same voice again, burbling up from the deep.
Closer?
Feels like it's all around you now.
Oh. Can I reach around and feel anything? Or is it just
You can try.
all... Yeah.
So I'll get you to roll a... Let's just make it a dexterity check.
With no modifiers?
No modifiers, no.
8. That's the
Okay.
lowest roll I've ever gotten with this.
Yeah, I know. Remember, you're not in your body right now, so
Yeah.
this is why. But with an 8, you can't feel anything, but it's almost like the constraints that held you in a physical form are starting to dissolve and break away. But
Can I use my mind?
Yes, that's what I was about to say. You feel the edges of your mind start to flex and grow stronger and bigger, almost like there's the very part of you that makes you Zane
Yeah.
is spreading to fill this space. And the voice that you hear burbling up, it doesn't sound like it's from within your head now. It feels like it's all around you, in you, through you. As it says, "Oh, they've brought me another one."
Who's there?
What are you?
I was a jellyfish 5 minutes ago. What are you?
I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't remember.
Show yourself.
Show myself. It's kind of hard to show myself to something that's inside me.
Sorry, what?
You are in my belly.
But you don't know what you are.
I am myself. I am also the others. I am one and all.
How do I get out of you?
I was just trying to work that out. You're different from the other ones they've sent me.
Who sent you?
The people that have been feeding me.
Are these friendly people or unfriendly people?
Such motivations aren't familiar to me.
What are you wanting to do with all the things they've been feeding you?
Eat them. But not you.
Yeah, you can't eat me. I'll give you a bad case of indigestion.
Maybe the mother would like to see you then.
Do you have a name, though?
I did once.
What was it?
It was given to me. A very unwanted gift.
By who?
The other people who used to feed me.
And what was that name?
The Wake.
Is this a riddle? I'm not good with riddles.
You're the one asking all the questions.
The mother you're speaking of, is it your mother?
She's a mother.
To who?
Her children. Jogel's facial expressions are giving me life right now.
Which children? Do
All
these
of her
children have
children.
names?
You're very chatty. For a snack.
And you can't seem to answer a question without giving me another question.
I thought you tasted funny. I was right. I'm going to take you to see the mother. And you feel yourself start to be pulled along by this current again, Zane.
Motherfucker called me chatty.
You're very uppity for a snack. How dare you?
Do I
Yeah, she also
feel my
punches
knives or daggers or anything pointy on me?
No, sir, I'm afraid you do not.
Fuck.
But would you like to continue with this, or do you? Because I'm about to go back to the others. Do you want to continue with this? Because there's a little bit of a
Yes.
break. Yes, you do. What about the rest of you
Yes.
guys?
I like this.
I'm happy to
Okay.
tag
I
along.
just do.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure you guys aren't getting bored.
No.
All right.
But I can feel Zane's frustration, absolutely.
Mhm.
He went from being a no magic man to suddenly being in like an alternate like pocket dimension.
Yeah, this man's just right in the middle of magic. He can't even like perceive it.
Yeah, he's- What? What is going on? All right, I'm just gonna go grab
Even as
another
a
drink.
jellyfish, he's blind.
Mhm.
God.
My lord.
I don't know. I've got no ideas on this shit, honestly.
Do you think this is the finger personified?
Well, the mother, are we all her children? Like the mother of Fey magic? I don't know.
What was Roger's?
Oh! Wait! George?
Yanis, do you remember what we got told
All right.
Yes.
So
about George?
Yes.
Ah, there's a smile.
Was it a big ass fucking snake as well?
Me and Yanis.
Wait.
Hang on.
Dude.
Hang on.
Hold up. Where is it? Oh, you got me fucked up. Hold up.
You got me fucked
See
up,
ya.
baby.
Everlife snake, or what's it called? The fucking
The forever snake. The
Forever
forever,
snake?
eel.
eel. I mean, George?
And was it not established that the forever eel is on an entirely different plane of existence?
It was. It really was.
Which some of it is manifested in a way that we can perceive it. However, that is not the entirety of its body. Because we can't perceive the
Is
rest of
its
its body
name
because it
the
doesn't
Wake?
exist. It's George. But for Roger to be looking after George says many, many, many a thing.
I am lost.
Oh, you hadn't joined the campaign for this.
No.
No.
Yeah.
All right.
Is
do you guys want to
Licky
give? Do you
gonna
guys
make-
want to? No, I want you guys to give him the exposition about the forever eel.
Okay.
Right.
So, do you know about Roger?
Somewhat, but very
Somewhat.
limited. It's
Because we stumbled across you
yeah,
going
when you
down
were in
trying
the
to stop the
sewers.
cultists,
Mhm.
and in the resulting fight, Roger got sucked into the
bowl.
cauldron. Yeah. So Roger is a very peculiar little man. Probably not.
It's a very kind way of putting it.
Yeah. Beyond our understanding, he is not human. I don't think, at least. There's definitely Fae running through him. He's in his house. He has a fish tank of sorts, which we were introduced to, and there was an eel-like thing in there, and his name was George. One of our first quests was to get some swamp gunk to feed George, and in
Frog
doing so-
eggs.
yeah, frog cum. In doing so, we
Memes,
kind of
by the way.
created a bond with George, and
Mhm.
over the time going back, we've kind of communicated with and found out a little bit more about it. It wasn't me specifically who found out this, but I think it was you, Juggle, who found out what George was. It was you and Nura, I think,
Mhm.
Yeah,
talking to, was it Mam Dagda or was it George himself?
I believe it was Mem Dagda.
Yeah. So George, we thought was an eel, but he is far more intelligent, and as Jordan was saying, on another plane of existence. As
A lot
well
of
as
our-
current one.
a lot of our questions were like, is this all of you? What we can see into the tank? Is this all of you? And it was like, I don't understand the question you're asking. What you can perceive as me is not all that I am, and I'm not understanding your question. Because basically he exists on a whole other plane of existence. What we can see of him is what manifests into our plane. However, the absolute size of him is not perceivable by any mortal, pretty much, because he's a whole different plane of existence.
Okay.
Actually, Roger, sorry, I'm just re-going through my notes on the actual doc. Roger is one of the original Fae.
Yeah,
Maybe
well, I'm
Roger's
a
the
fucking
father?
jellyfish, so
Do you think it's possible that Roger could be the father to whatever this mother is?
I don't know.
Not
Bro,
the father,
ew,
but
coochie, ew.
Look, I
not
didn't
to
want to
be
go.
tried.
I
That's
didn't
some
want to
slime.
go into tentacle porn territory, but you're forcing me there.
Look, mate, we've explored
you
pretty
know
much
who we
every
are,
other
Luca.
I know.
caveat of everything else.
I'll give you guys one thing: you are thorough. All right, so Zane, you are feeling yourself be pulled along by this current,
mm-hmm.
and you feel like a sense of velocity, like you are moving through space like quite quickly. It's difficult to sort of tell because you don't have a body and you can't feel like pressure or anything moving through you, but you feel like you think you might be moving really, really fast. Can I get you to make a perception check, please?
Oh, I love those.
I can't see.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm
you don't have any
thinking
negatives now, though, either.
Yeah, no
right?
I know, I
negatives.
rolled a 2.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. So you move. Like passage of time in this space is fucky wucky. But it feels like you're moving for a long time. And then suddenly you hear the voice again. Well, I apologize for any discomfort you might experience.
From you trying to eat me?
You fell into my mouth.
I don't know, it kind of felt a suck, so it kind of felt like I was sucked into your mouth.
I'm going to ask them for less talkative food. Maybe they'll just kill you first and then feed you to me. I don't mind eating dead things.
You're not very nice, are you?
I'm a creature of my own motivation. Nice doesn't even come into the equation. Out you get.
Hey.
And you feel like you've been grabbed by the back of the head and been shoved through a wall as you are exited violently from whatever this thing is. And you go bursting, barreling through the water. There's like, you can feel the pressure rippling your astral form right now as this thing is just vomiting you in such a way that you feel like there are parts of your body being peeled off. As you slam into what feels like a solid wall and slide down. And as you open your eyes and start to come to and shake your head to clear it, you are in a huge, brightly lit cavern. I don't have the map for this, so bear with me. This is going to be theatre of the mind for you right now.
Yes.
It is so brightly lit from all directions that it's kind of impossible to tell the scope of this room. But the surface that you just slammed into has this iridescent mother of pearl sheen to it. It's kind of like this pinkish gold white color. All the surfaces are reflecting this light all around you.
Is it like an actual like structure? Is it like a very fancy like tavern-ish temple that I...
No. So
No.
what it's like is the inside of a seashell.
Oh, okay.
But massive, gigantic. Just
Okay.
astronomically huge. But there is
Do
a
I s-
surface,
Mhm.
and you are lying on it, with your back against another surface, which suggests to you that you might have a form with which to be lying down.
Can I see where I got spat from? Do I see what spat me? Do I see anything? Or is it just I'm now in a shell?
You don't see anything. No.
So I'm assuming I can get up, right?
Would you like to get
From
up?
lying down. Yes, please.
Okay. You get to your
And-
feet,
Mhm.
and you look down, And it's your body. It's your hands, it's your arms. You've got the same scars on you from when you won that knife fight when you were a kid. The same bruise on your pinky finger that never quite seems to go away. The calluses on the palms of your hands are all still there. And you sort of touch your chest and you're trying to work out what you're wearing. And you are wearing what feels like... It's just like a shirt. You look down and you look at your legs and you're wearing your breeches. You look down at your feet and you're wearing your boots. But that's just it. You've got nothing else on you. It's just you're dressed in the most basic shirt, pants, shoes.
Is this like the most basic shirt, pants, shoes that I remember myself kind of wearing? Or is this like clothes that I would never have seen in my life?
This is clothes that you've never seen in your life. And as you sort of like stretch the seams of the shirt and try to sort of like roll your sleeves up and that sort of thing, you realize that like part of it is kind of a little bit janky. It's almost like one of the sleeves is too long and the other one's like too short, and there are mismatched buttons all over the front of the shirt. It's almost like someone who has been told what a shirt is but has never actually seen one has put a shirt on you.
But I can't see anything or anyone around me.
Make a perception check.
God, I love those. Can
I know.
Can I just scream hello? Is anyone there? I rolled a 1. Don't even bother with perception.
No. So you can scream hello. Is anyone there? Would you like to?
All right, I'll do that instead because my eyes don't work
No.
even in this special spiritual place.
Your voice bounces around off all the surfaces in this room for what feels like ages. And then you hear your echoes die away. And then you see out of the corner of your eye something move. Just for a fraction of a second. It's almost like someone's been peeking from around a corner.
Is there a corner there? I'm going to walk up to that and see if it's a corner.
All right. As you do so, you're running your hand along one side of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you do so, you sort of like reach the spot where you think you saw something move and poke your head around. And it's not really a corner. It's more just like a stalagmite. Which ones are the ones that come up from the floor? Stalagmite? Stalactite? Does anyone know?
Parts from the ceiling.
The stalagmite.
I have no clue what that is.
It's like you know how in caves
Cave
those, like,
spike.
cave spike?
Cave teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like one of those, but it's made of the same sort of mother of pearl material that the rest of this room is. And you sort of peek your head around. And we're going to go back to the others.
Hey.
I'm just going to repeat 1 second.
Yeah.
It's tiny.
That George theory. I like that.
I thought about it for a second and I was like, hang on, oh baby.
I don't remember how he sounded.
How George sounded. If he
Yeah.
had a perceivable voice or like,
Oh, no, because it was a,
I thought it
it
was
was
just a
like
direct like communication transfer.
projected voice into our brains. Yeah.
Yeah, with no like set and perceivable
Mm.
sort
Or
of.
more the way he talks.
It was just questions like, "Hey, like, where are you?" And it was like, "What?
I do not know.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. The fuck?
This
Stop pulling the
motherfucker
shit."
tried eating me and then got annoyed at me that I
Ah,
thought it was
but-
bad that he was trying to eat me.
But did he
How
eat
dare you
you, or
talk
did he
back.
eat your life essence? Who knows?
Well, apparently I'm somehow
You're back in your
Rig-
body.
physically formed. So I don't know. But I think someone being thrown up by some weird bucky thing that can't answer a goddamn question.
Alrighty.
What's your name? Oh, I don't know. It's like, what the
I
fuck?
used- I had a
But
name.
people call me something. All right, what is that something? Fucking riddle me that.
Riddle me that, you fucking fishy bitch. Alright, so, no, hold on. That's going to turn off token vision.
Oh, this isn't good.
You okay? What's up?
Lots of rain. There's actually, I'm pretty sure. Is there a fucking minor tornado going around right now?
I have no idea. Is there?
Not where I
Yes,
am.
tornado bears down on states.
Oh,
Urgent tornado
God.
warning issued for Victoria and New South Wales. So we're getting a lot of the rain that's coming from that.
oh, that's
shit.
not cash money at all. Okay, are you okay? Do you need us to pause or and carry on next week? Or like, what's
We're
going
not
on?
getting any extreme sort of weather. Just
Okay.
mostly lots of rain. We got rain
got-
all
yeah.
day, and then tomorrow morning it will stop, and we'll get nothing for a couple of days. So this is just the
Jeez, I
Off
fucked
cut
myself
of it.
up with a cheese sausage.
What?
with a what?
Tastes so good, but doesn't agree with me.
Oh.
The weather?
Oh, you poor thing.
No, a cheese sausage.
Oh,
It's-
I was like, what?
I love the taste.
Is it gas station cheese sausage?
No, just a normal Kransky, but
That would
fuck.
be my big
It
fat
tastes
ass.
good.
That'll be my big fat ass.
Love that guy. He's the fucking best.
I love him.
Alrighty. Zane, would you mind cranking up some actually I'll send you the link for the tunes.
Yep. Oh, I like this.
Does it sound battley? Oh fuck. Zane, you can quite easily put a different song on if you would like. Something real chill. I would think.
24/7 lo-fi beats. Like to battle that too.
Lo-fi beats to study too. I mean, yeah. Okay, so getting back to the rest of you guys. So you guys are feeling rested and refreshed. Kinura, you have completed your full shed. Your scales are gleaming, and they wink in the sun. Yes.
Also, as part of that story with Aelirith helping
yes.
me shed,
Yes.
scarring, true skin. Is
Um,
that
It's entirely up to you whether or not you want to keep your scars, but I feel like if you've gone through long rest and restorations before without losing them, you might still have them.
You shed on a normal long rest, Nura. Like, how often do you shed?
I think it is after just periods of major recovery, such as
Like once
now.
a month?
No, it'll be like the
but-
once a month. It's not like you're getting it. Well, I mean, no. I think Kinura, the last time you had a shed like this was when you were recovering from the wounds that gave you those scars.
I feel like if I'm going to be damaged so far that I had scars even beneath my scales, then that's going to be permanently damaged skin. Even if I were to grow from it, then there's going to be scales that are a bit haphazardly
The
formed.
janky in a different color and
Yeah. I'd like to think that canonically Aelirith would see it, yet would say not much and just continue on the task at hand and save
yeah.
questions
I feel
for
like
later.
Aelirith is that kind of person. Like, she knows that when you're ready to talk about it, you'll talk about it. So
Yeah.
I've seen some shit.
No wonder we're friends. Like, oh my god, you're still like got my nails painted.
All right. Yeah. So Kinura, you've completed a full shed. You're a copper dragon, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Indeed.
you look like a beacon of flashing lights as you're walking under the sun out on the
I'm
dark.
shining, bitches.
Juggle, for some reason, your purple hasn't entirely faded. Like, there are parts of your hair that are still purple, but your skin's gone back to its regular color. And
My
Aelirith,
hair is purple too. Come on, man.
Aelirith, as far as your cloven feet go, they wore off after about 15 minutes, and you can put your regular shoes back on.
Take the knife.
Got some solid ass toenails though, boy. Oh, baby.
Clip,
Chop them
clop,
off, they'll
clip,
stab
clop.
someone.
All right, so you guys, Samara sort of waits for you guys by the door of the tavern for you to get all your stuff together, and then she sort of leads you back to the dock. And as you guys are moving through the town, you are seeing a lot of movement. Like a lot of movement. The word has spread that something is about to happen. You're seeing people sort of like gathering up like swords and cutlasses, and there's a couple of people who are putting together like what look almost like sandbags and that sort of thing, but they're on like a rope. And just like you're seeing people putting together the defenses of Skellig right now. As you guys approach Diana, Wayne, and Samara. Oh, sorry, Diana and Wayne, as they're sort of directing a further clutch of the Brigantia Arcane Division with rigging something up that you guys can't quite see. It's on the ship, but it's sort of like it hasn't quite come together enough yet for you guys to see what it is. Gordon is sort of like standing there on the edge watching these wizards work, smoking his pipe, looking pensively over at them. What would you like to do?
How many of the townsfolk do we have gathered here for this fight now?
Make a perception check for me.
Yeah. 21.
21.
Oh, 21. Okay, so you're saying that like there's a lot of the Brigantian guardsmen and that sort of thing. They're sort of rigging up, getting people like shields and bucklers and swords and that sort of thing. But you're working out that there's like probably at least around 100 to 150 people, like if not on the docks, then nearby.
Yeah.
What the rest of you like to do?
I think I'm just going to be petting myself, really. Look at these shiny ass scales, bro.
Because I'm
Damn,
gonna be
I'm looking
shiny. I'm a
good,
brand new
yeah.
Dragonborn babe.
I feel like Donkey when he turns into that really pretty horse. Like, I'm beautiful. Oh my god. I'm a stallion.
All right, yeah. Diana sees you guys start to approach, and she sort of waves you down. She goes, "Oh, good. You got given those restorations in. Lovely. Right. So, as you may have gathered, we've visited the townsfolk. I've brought in some more of the Brigantia crew who were nearby, and we're basically going to try and take this thing down when it comes."
Any word of Perry or Master Erlot?
Master Erlot. My goodness, he must still be going. What? Diana, you spoke with him yesterday. Fucking marbles. No, Master Erlot is aware of the situation. And he is putting together something for us. At the moment, he'll be bringing it over with some more of the garrison guards when they bring their next truckload of folk over. We've got people established in the... we've got some folk out on an exploratory foray onto the surface of the lake. And we've got the weather watchers keeping a weather eye out for any further storms and that sort of thing. And my boy Wayne here, just going to clap him on the shoulder. He's been doing some excellent work telling me about his prototype boomsticks, which I heard went off, if you'll forgive the pun, with a bang.
Bang. Yeah, they certainly did.
Wayne blushes intensely under the brim of his hat. He says, "Oh, it wasn't much, really. It was Joffrey and I put them together. It wasn't just me."
I say to her, "Oh, that boy there, he's got more than anyone gives him credit for."
Oh, yes, he's got great potential. That's why he's in my school. Couldn't have this one blowing up things in the countryside, could we? Best to keep where you can keep an eye on them and train them up properly. Isn't that so, Samara? Anyway, all we can do now is batten down the hatches and wait. And I believe... Oh, I need to show you the trebuchet. Come on board. Hello, Captain Gordon. How are things? Are we getting everything together? Gordon sort of turns around, he puffs on his pipe, and he goes, "Are you sure putting a trebuchet in a ship's a good idea? We'll get sunk." Diana sort of stops and she goes, "That's a very good point." Oh, well, nothing to be done. We're just going to have to move it onto the front of the dock, I suppose. Children, she's going to clap her hands and she's going to direct the group of witches and wizards like building this trebuchet. Stop! We're going to have to take it off the ship. We have to put it on the dock itself. I forgot that ship is in fact a ship and not part of the dock, even though it's been moored there for apparently 6 years. So we'll just break it down and we'll pull it back over here. And she's going to turn around and look at the rest of you. I'm going to need some help doing this because it's going to take a while and there are a lot of runes I need to make sure are correct before we do anything else with it. Yes, so all we can do now is wait. If you'd like, you can go and help arm the townspeople and have a chat to some of the garrison guards, let them know what's coming. I guarantee you it's not just going to be the big bad boy himself. There's going to be all sorts of other stuff happening at the same time, because of course there is. There's always just other things happening. So I don't quite know what's coming for us. All I know it's going to be big, it's going to be bad, it's going to be brutal, and it's going to be bloody, and hopefully we come out the other side with all of our fingers.
EBEG. Who's in charge here?
Gordon sort of looks at you and says, well, that'd be me, mate, obviously. I'm managing this, as you can see, obviously. What can I do for you?
What's your plan, mate?
Hopefully shoot it out the sky if we can.
That's it?
Well, yeah.
I turn towards Aelarith and Kisnura, and I say, I think we need a little bit more. There's someone with a bit more innovation, loud enough so that he can hear me as well.
Gordon's just gonna look at you and he says, I'm sorry? How many times have I woken up an ancient dragon? Fat Zero. Big old goose egg. So I'll thank you to not be snarky while I'm trying to protect my goddamn city! Thank you.
You kind of just nod my head and walk over back to
He is
Aelarith
right, though.
and Nura.
We need more than just a kill it plan.
Diana looks at you, Aelarith. Well, what do you suggest then? That's about all we've got. We have to mitigate the immediate threat and then deal with the fallout afterwards. At least we can hopefully be able to see this one coming.
I turn to
We do
Wayne.
have scouts
Sorry.
positioned, don't we?
Sorry, you gonna say again?
We do have scouts positions, don't we? We'll be able to see it coming.
Yes, we have scouts positioned. There's someone at the watchtower on the sandbar, and we've got a couple of folk with very keen eyes watching these guys.
Okay, that's good.
Wish Zane was here.
Yeah. Maybe he is.
He's a
maybe
true
he isn't.
commander, that man.
My innovation would be like more daggers.
Need more
sharp
knives.
things. Yeah.
Instead of buckshot, dagger shot.
Yeah.
Like a huge crossbow thingy that shoots sharp stuff.
That shoots Zane at
It
it.
shoots
I
Zane
like
at it. Yeah,
stabby.
Zane's the weapon. All right, so Diana sort of turns around and looks at you, the rest of you, and says, I don't know how this is going to go. This was the last thing I thought I'd be doing. Don't worry, I've alerted Mill into the situation. If you can send reinforcements, you will. But it's a matter of time. I don't know if they'll get here in time. In the meantime, though, you are all magic users, correct? You're familiar with using... Oh, good, because I need someone to give me a hand getting these runes and that sort of thing. I don't need your knowledge, I just need your power.
Okay. What do we need to do?
All right, well, come along with me. And she's going to move over to where the group of young witches and wizards is sort of slowly starting to assemble, like the trebuchet. So it's got the standard, like the big Arbalest army. You watch two of them as they cast something on this piece of wood, and it starts to like wobble and lift up into the air a little bit. And as it does so, the other two are sort of like trying to do the same piece of magic with the framework that goes underneath. But Diana's going to turn around to the student and says, we need to empower the ammunition, which is over here. And she's going to lead you to like a big upturned cart that's just full of these, like, they look almost like cannonballs, but they're like rugby balls, essentially. They're sort of like that sort of lozenge shape.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like an arrowhead.
No, more like a very sort of like pointy rugby ball.
Okay.
Can I cast Magic Imbue on the pile? Magic Stone?
Diana sort of hears you say this, and she says, "That's essentially the plan, but we're just going to need bigger and better ones because this is all the ammunition I could find, and it's not net. It's actually just made of shipping net weights. But they're iron, and that's kind of all we need. What we need to do is shape them into something that's actually going to be able to be fired by the trebuchet and hopefully hit the thing. So we need to get them round, and we need to get them spelled. So, what we're going to do is we are going to cast a heat metal. I'll direct the spell. I just need your power. And then I'm going to get Wayne to reshape them for me. Hopefully we get enough of them done in time. And she's going to teach you guys, she's basically just going to direct you guys into sort of like forcing your power into the spell that she's casting. As you watch this cartload full of like net weight start to glow and smoke. As these like blobs of iron start to heat up and get red hot. And as this happens, you see Wayne sort of, as he furrows his brow and flexes his hands, pulls back his shoulders, and he says, "Right. One at a time then. Diana will use your mage hand. Ellerith, we can probably use yours as well. Lift them up and I'll shape them. And Diana, Ellerith, I need you to cast a mage hand for me.
Yep.
Right? So
Cast that.
Yep, so Diana's mage hand and your mage hand are going to work together to lift these weights up in the air, and you're going to watch Wayne as he basically coerces the metal into a rounder shape and puts them back down. And you guys are going to continue doing this, shaping and spelling the ammunition for the trebuchet for as long as you can until you are burnt and chapped from spending hours next to a hot pile of metal while we are going to go back to Zane. I'm just going to pause the stream quickly, guys. I'm just going to put a map together. We'll be back in just a second. Thank you for your patience. We'll be right back. Hey, Gumstitch, welcome back, buddy. Right. So, yeah, poking your head around the corner of this mother of pearl stalagmite, you see what looks like some sort of tunnel. And you see a flash of movement at the end as well. And you walk down the tunnel and you come across what looks like this glowing bridge leading out over an abyss of darkness on either side of you. But the light in this cavern seems to have dimmed slightly as you move through into this open space.
Do I still feel underwater, or am I surrounded by air?
So it feels like you're surrounded by air.
So I can't float up or down anymore.
No, so you're just walking now at this point.
All right. Can I try walking across this bridge?
Yes, of course you can.
Careful, just in case it's not actually physically there.
Yep. So you actually make it across this bridge without any issues whatsoever. The ground feels firm and solid underneath your feet.
All right. I'm just going to call out. I can't. Oh, there we go. Now I have control. I'm just going to call out and say, hello, is anyone there?
You hear your voice echo off the hard surfaces in this huge room. But you don't hear anything that's not your own voice. Like, the echoes take a while to die away. But after a couple of minutes, like, what are you doing in this meantime while you're waiting to hear if something responds to you?
Walking around, like, imagine if I've been playing like hide and seek with like a toddler kind of thing, and I know where the toddler's hidden, but I'm like going to all these different places and going, oh, are you there? Kind of thing. I'm kind of doing the same thing, but obviously I don't know where.
Little bit more carefully than you would be if you were playing hide and seek with a toddler.
I'm just like rushing into a place that I think someone might be hiding, seeing if anyone's there, going off and just exploring this room.
Yep, that's fine. So you managed to do that like for a little while, and you don't really hear or see anything. And every time you sort of like you think you see something moving, you go and investigate it. There's nothing there. And after a while of this, you hear what sounds like something smooth sliding against stone. A very susurrant sort of whispering sound. And you hear a voice. And it says, I was wondering when you'd come back.
Come back. First and foremost, show yourself. I want to see who I'm speaking to. Secondly, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific about coming back. When was I last here?
Oh, you were here a long, long time ago. Everyone was. They all passed through my waters eventually. But your name is Zane. And you're one of mine. And as you hear this voice say this, Zane, you hear that whispering sound again. And as you turn to look around behind you... Oh, I didn't upload the token. Hold on. One second. Sorry. Oh no. Okay. Hold on.
I swear to God, if it's some sort of hentai tentacle porn monster, I swear to God, you're one of mine. Ha, no, I'm not. I'm skedaddling the fuck out of this.
I've seen this one too many times.
Yeah.
Oh, why has this one come up on my page again? Not very good. I don't like it very much. Okay. So, hold on. Did I upload it? I don't think I did.
If it's a hot woman calling me hers, then I'm 100% down and dirty.
Yeah, just give me 1
In
second.
this sea castle of gold and white.
Yeah. Maybe.
Come back with a fish.
Come back
and
with a
call it
fish
Fred.
wife. An
And be like,
actual
yeah, that's
fish
my son,
wife.
bitch. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, just give me 1 second, man. I'm just trying to make sure. Oh, I don't have the actual token. That's really annoying. But I'm just gonna put something in here to sort of then I'll explain what they look like.
Okay.
And then appearing in front of you is just for a second you can't quite see what it is. It's almost like the light and the reflections in this place sort of blind you in the eye for a second. And as you hear this voice, you see a woman standing in front of you.
Like human woman.
Yeah, but she's huge. She's like 8 or 9 feet tall, and she is in this dress that seems to be floating in water. It's this huge, voluminous white dress with ribbons and tendrils and multiple layers of her skirts moving gently in an unseen current, and her hair's doing the same thing. It's this crown of hair that's sort of like an indeterminate color because it seems to change color as different facets of the light hit it, but it's sort of drifting up from her head in this huge swirl that, again, like her dress, is swaying gently in a current that you can't see. Her skin's
while
very,
I've
very
got
pale.
Mismatched buttons, she's envisioned a goddamn majestic dress. All right.
Yeah, so she kind of just looks like she's wearing a giant jellyfish as a dress, but it's this beautifully, it's beautiful. You're struck by how ethereal she seems.
No
Her skin's
tentacles.
no tentacles. Her skin's very, very pale, and her fingers are long and slim, and her eyes are this incredible penetrating blue, like the same color that the sea goes when the sun hits it. She looks directly at you, Zane, and she says, "I knew you'd come back. I'm glad life on land hasn't twisted you too much. How's your father?"
Haven't seen him for a long time.
Neither have I.
Can you just explain how I got here? I felt
Like-
vomited from some weird animal or creature. What is that? What? Wasn't very helpful.
To try and put labels on a creature such as the wake is nigh on impossible.
But it has a belly.
All things need to eat, do they not? I see this is difficult for you.
How am I here? I stabbed a rock.
Well, she pauses and she sort of like puts her like her hands over her mouth like this. You're here to set me free.
I feel like I don't have enough information to determine if that's a good idea or not. I don't remember
Really
you.
think I would allow my home to be ravaged the way that it has? Do you really think I would let the people on my shores suffer the way that they have? I am the protector of this water. I am its mother. What mother leaves her children on purpose?
Either a bad mother or a mother that's been forcibly taken away.
I see you've got your father's brains.
How do you know my father?
I thought it'd be a bit obvious by now. My goodness, Ed, you really did get your father's brains, and his obtuseness as well. You see, Zane, when your father was a young man, he spent a lot of time on my surface. And as waters tend to be, they were treacherous, and he found himself in my arms. I nearly crushed the life out of him before I realized who he was.
Who was he?
He was the one who... Oh, you wouldn't understand. You're too young. But I recognized him from when he was a boy. When he would come and stand shin deep on the shore and speak to me like he could hear me speak back.
All right.
I never forget the ones who come into my waters. Especially when it's not their time. Thankfully, I got to him before the wake did.
My father, or are you talking about someone else?
Oh no, your father.
All right.
I imagine there's a reason he doesn't go out much on the ships anymore.
Well, that's just the thing. I haven't seen him for years. He's disappeared. I don't know where he's gone. I don't know. I've kind of just grown up on the streets.
Well, that's no good. I need you to go back, Zane.
I don't know where back is. I don't know where forward is. I don't know where the hell I am right now.
Well, to put it politely, son, you're inside my cage. The wake is
I'm
the only thing
inside a
free to move
cage.
around. Because the wake isn't of here. It's of here, but it's not of here. When they tried to wake up Krumkruach last time, they were very nearly successful.
Who is that?
My goodness, he really... Krumkruach is everything that's bad in Avalon, my dear Zane. Krumkruach is the fear you feel when you miss a step. Krumkruach is the fear you feel when you look into a hole and you can't see the bottom. Krumkruach is the pressure of the water crushing your ribs as you drown.
I'm assuming this isn't a riddle and this is like literal.
Oh, no. Good. I figured you're not very good with riddles, so I'm trying to be as blunt as I can, without breaking the gaius.
The what now?
I promise. It was one of the conditions for getting Krumkruach to go back to sleep. You're not allowed to speak of it in a way that might wake it up.
I see. With who?
Well, myself and Mab and the Green Man and the Cannon and the Hunter and all the rest of the old ones who watch over the land.
All right.
I believe last time this happened, I gave one of your father's friends a sword. I don't remember, it was a very long time ago. I've been trapped in here for so long, I don't quite know if I'm all still here.
All right. So how can I help you? What do you want me to do?
You
I
need to
feel
take a piece of
as-
me out there with you. It's the only thing that can break the prison. They put the key inside me, so otherwise I wouldn't be able to get out. It's not like I'm going to dig a hole in my chest. But thankfully, I've been down here long enough. I think I may have figured out a way, but it does involve going back inside the wake. Maybe unfortunate for you. But as long as I promise it a good meal afterwards, we should be fine. It's not a picky eater.
Cummies.
Well, I'm glad he didn't like me.
No, he's not a fan of things that are brimming, glowing, just effervescing, really, with the magic of the land itself. But you are, which is very good. Well, with that, I suppose must be strange to meet your mother again properly like this after all this time. And with that, we're going to go back to the rest.
Mamma mia.
Zane's been mind fucked.
All right.
There were no tentacles, but it was still a fucking.
Yeah.
That's fucking. Dude, you fat as fuck, boy. You fat as fuck, boy. Just-
Are you like Poe being the dragon warrior? Not knowing what the hell's going on. Yeah.
Skadoosh.
Skadoosh.
And how the
Oh my God, what a
Poe's
reveal.
dad just being a duck. Like-
Yep.
All right, so do you want to swap the music back for me, Zane?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So you guys have been helping prepare some of the townsfolk for the oncoming storm. As you guys have been doing so, you've been shaping these bullets for the trebuchet. The wizards and that sort of thing are getting it all put together. You're starting to see clouds gather on the horizon, and the wind starts to get cold.
I can't see the map.
Oh, that's right. God, sorry, I always forget I have to activate it.
Yeah,
That's
so
my bad. Sorry.
You're out, yeah.
we could.
Well, I'm fucking excited. Let's go.
All right. So the wind starts to blow and it's cold. It's like a knife cutting through your clothes as the rain starts to come down. It's roughly about 4 o'clock in the afternoon right now, but this oncoming storm is making the skies much darker, and some of the guards start to light up lanterns and that sort of thing around the docks. Diana is sitting, resting her hands on a tankard of some sort and sipping her water and talking quietly with Samara and Wayne, as the rest of you guys are loading some of the newly shaped artillery stuff into like the sort of like, it's a ratcheting chamber for the trebuchet. What would we like to do?
Am I able to step to the side under some cover?
Mhm.
I would like to bring out my book.
Oh, okay, all right.
Kind of place my hand on top of it, close my eyes, and just kind of whisper to it in a voice that only I and the book can hear. Just, Mab, I ask that you grant me protection. I vow that I return this journal to you otherwise.
All right. So as you you close your eyes and you whisper this prayer over the book, you feel it start to go a little. You feel it start to warm up a little bit in your hands. It's a comforting warmth. It's a reassuring one. It's not like it's getting hot enough to burn you, but you feel the book grow warm, and you feel the leather-like substance on the cover start to almost shift, like it's thinking about moving, and then it changes its mind. Kenyura,
Yes.
do you still have the locket?
I believe so. I didn't put it down at any point.
Oh yeah, I was just
I'm
wondering
pretty-
more
I'm
like,
pretty sure I gave it back to her, yeah.
Kinura, you feel a similar sort of warmth start to radiate from the locket. Are you wearing it around your neck at the moment?
I think that's where I mostly keep my rosary, so I think it's sort of just in a pocket deep in the folds of my clothing somewhere.
Okay, then no, you probably wouldn't feel it then. Nikki the Wisher, hello. Hello, Nikki the Wisher. Pleasure to have you in the chat, dude. Welcome to what is potentially a Siege of Helm's Deep style session of D&D today. There's lots being covered. Holy moly. All right, so yeah, no, sorry, Kendra, you won't feel that, but you do feel like almost like a tug in one of the pockets of your camise, as it's almost like the weight of the locket has suddenly gotten a little bit heavier, like it's reacting to something nearby.
I'm just gonna sort of take a bit of a wander and play hot and cold.
All right, okay. So if we're going to do that, I'm going to need you to make a Arcana check.
Indeed. Indubitably.
Yes.
I got an 8.
All right, with an 8, after you pull it out of the depths of your pocket, and you've sort of got it resting in the palm of your hand, you're feeling like it's like you feel the weight of it. In your hand. I'll respond to that in a second, Zane. You feel the weight of it in your hand sort of start to pull down, like it's getting heavier in your hand. But if you turn to face Aelorith, you feel it sort of like start to almost like you know when you like put a magnet, like you're trying to work out what the magnetic range is, like how strong a magnet is, and you feel it sort of start to jump in your hand a little bit as you point it towards Aelorith.
In that case, I will just head straight for Aelorith.
Alrighty, so as you're getting closer and closer to Aelorith, you're feeling like, because what happened last time we put these two together? Do you guys remember?
It repelled it, and the words on the page appeared that it needs to be where the ley lines are aligned. Hold up. Must fit the ley lines. Lining up in squiggles won't work. Talk to Grandma about it. She might know.
Who's Grandma?
That's what you told me. That's what you told me.
Oh, I need to stop doing so much story stuff because I can't keep it all straight in my own goddamn head. Okay, thank you for that, Yanis. So yeah, you guys approach each other, and Kinura, you can feel the locket jumping in your hand the closer you get to Aelorith.
Mm-hmm.
Aelorith, you feel do you spot Kinura approaching you? Do you try to put the book away? What do you do?
I don't hide it from her because she knows about the book.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of have it down at my side.
All right. So, Kinura and Aelorith, I need you both to make an Arcana check for me, please.
Can do. That what?
I got a 3.
I got a 16.
All right. Unfortunately, that's not enough to get it over the combined DC. But we'll come back to this. Juggle, what are you doing here, brother?
I'd like to go and speak to Wayne again.
Okay.
I'd like to ask him, hey Wayne, you know those boomsticks that you've come up with? Very shy on the you created this, by the way. Well done, mate. And I tap him on the shoulder.
Well, it wasn't just me. Remember, it was my is this Roll20, by the way, Nikki? No, this is Foundry VTT that we're using. He says, no, well, it wasn't just me, it was Joffrey as well. I miss him.
Well, this is your chance and our chance to get him back, mate.
I really...
How many more of those you got stashed away?
2.
2?
We only made 4. And the first one we used was the best one. So we didn't think we were going to need them. And the other ones are not as good as that one. These were the prototypes.
How long will it take you to make more?
I can't. I don't have any of my gear here. They took a lot of time synthesizing, so. And I had Joffrey to help me do it then. I don't think I could do it by myself.
I don't have the smarts that Joffrey has. I kind of like turn my head down like fucking idiot. You have my power though. Let's make some more. Can we, please?
I mean, I can maybe make 1 or 2 more, but I don't know if I can do that. I don't know how long we have. I can try. I know
What-
Diana's heat metal spell. Maybe I can. What if I? And you see the gears in his brain start to tick over faster and faster as he's suddenly thinking about how this is going to work. And he says, "What if I take big stuff from those two and then put it? And then what I have to do is re-sanctify it, and then I have to set the runes up in such a way." I don't know how this is going to go, but I think I can do it in and put it in one of the ball things because they're iron. So it's not going to come over here with me, and he's going to grab you by the hand and pull you over to the stockpile of ammunition that's next to the trebuchet. And he's going to pick one up, and he says, "Now look at this. This is an iron ball, correct? It's a heavy iron ball. But what we can do is I can try to copy the runes and inscriptions that I have on the boomstick and put it on this so it activates on this ball instead of on the stick."
Okay, I'm obviously confused as fuck, but I just
It
said,
just means we take the
tell me
enchantment
what you need
because
me to
the
do.
boomsticks are nothing more without the enchantments. They are nothing more than pieces of wood. But if we take the enchantments, we'd have to do it exactly, otherwise it would literally blow up in our faces. But if we can get them across, it's going to take time because these are metal, and it's much harder to inscribe into metal than it is into wood, and it's a lot easier to make mistakes. But if we take it carefully, I can make maybe 5 instead of 1 boomstick.
Okay, would it be different if they were made of wood? Just asking.
Given the space and the amount of time we have to work in, I don't think I have enough time to shape wood to get it to what we need it to do, because I can't do what I did with the metal on the wood. That would just have to be done using standard tools like sanding it down and all that sort of thing. We don't have time for that.
We
So
have
what-
people. We have people.
No, we don't, because we don't have time. So what we're going to do is I need you to go and grab Diana and Samara, and they are going to help us put some of these inscriptions on these balls. Because I need to teach Diana the activation code for them as well, and doing that at the best time. We're just go get her, please.
Oi, I run over, and then I run over.
Okay,
And
give
I
me a
say,
sec. I'm
"Come
just
on."
going to go to the bathroom. 1 second. Hold on.
Too easy, too easy. I'm making bombs.
Out there trying to make a fucking 105mm howitzer. Just.
I mean, there's like hundreds of people here.
But they're not all they're not magical. They're not carpenters. They're fighters.
They're fighters, barely. Some of them are kids, man.
And they're
This is-
exactly.
Yeah.
That's a subtle. That was a subtle push in the "this is how it's going to be done" direction.
Yeah, no, I realize, yeah. That's why I didn't push that point too much. But yeah, I mean, explosive cannonballs must be better than non-explosive ones, right? So
Whoever has DM inspiration is definitely the ones firing these explosive number
Ding, ding, ding,
like
ding, ding.
5
yeah, that's that's-
only cannonballs.
I've got
So you can make use
3
of the
points of
most.
inspiration at the moment.
Yeah.
Plus, I could technically tack on bardic inspiration on top of that,
Hmm.
but I'll save those for rainy days.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. So, Juggle, what are you going to say to Diana?
We need your help to make some bombs. And a big smile on my face. Come on, let's go.
She sort of looks at you and she says, "Explosives. I see you've been talking to Wayne." Yes. Yes. All right. We can do that. I will be there in a moment. I need to get in touch with Master Erlot to see how he's coming along, because I think he's doing something similar himself. But that's fine. We can do that. I don't think we've got too much longer now that those clouds are coming down, and I don't know how any of this is going to go. We are literally doing this with spit and wishes, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Yes, I'll be there in a moment. And she's going to sort of direct Samara over towards where you guys are, Jugs. And I'm going to need you, please, Juggle, if you're going to be helping them, I need you to make a set of Arcana checks for me, please. I need you to do 5 Arcana checks.
Okay. Plus 3. Just quickly. Arcana. Plus 3. Let's go. Plus 3. Copy. Oh god. Copy. What do you mean? Unsolved resolution. 1d20 plus 3. I like that, I see. So first one is a 17. Second one is an 11. Third one is a 12. 22.
All right.
And another 22.
Okay. So you successfully managed to make 4 of these bombs.
Cool. I look over at Wayne. I say, good job, mate. I knew you could do it. I never doubted you once for a second.
He's currently wiping blood from his nose, and he says, "Well, considering I thought you were a bit of a dunce, you've done all right so far. So thank you for your help."
Joff would be proud, mate.
Thank you. I hope so. I need to eat something before I fall over. I don't think I've ever cast that much or done that much inscription so quickly before, unless I was coming for exams.
I pull out my last jar of Dagda's hot sauce.
Mm-hmm.
I give it to him and just drink this. It's the same as food, kind of. And then just kind of sit back with a smile.
He looks at it and he opens it. Oh! This is Dagda's hot sauce.
You know Mom Dagda?
She gives the alchemy classes. Oh, that's strong. Is it fermented? How long have you had this? It smells like it's fermented some more. Ooh. No, I need to eat actual food, like a piece of bread or something. But I'll take this. Thank you. Alright, so. You guys are prepared for battle. As best as you can be. I just want to check in with everybody. We've been playing for about 3 hours. How are we feeling?
Double thumbs up.
I'm feeling pretty good.
Hell yeah, let's keep going.
We're doing this tonight.
Oh,
Alright, buckle up,
No more
chat. The shit's
cliffhangers.
about to get bumpy.
No more cliffhanger, please. I don't think I could go another fucking week with.
But it's
this.
so rewarding hearing you guys go, no! Alright, sweet. Okay, so we are going to go back to Zane now.
bloop, bloop, bloop.
Blip, 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 blip. So this big lady has just dropped a fucking bomb on you, Zane.
Yep.
How do you respond to this?
I cannot find words to speak. I've forgotten how to speak. But all I know is I want to get back to my friends. I want to figure out what piece of inside her I am taking outside.
Yes, Juggle, you do have time
ask
for
her.
smoke. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks.
She sort of looks at you and she smiles, and it's a kind of a sad smile. It's a soft smile, and she goes, "It's a part of me I should have given you when you were a baby. I had to leave you with your father. I had to come back home under the waves. I can't stay away from it for too long. But I suppose there's no other way to do it. But just look. You're just going here, and she's going to pick you up very gently, Zane, and she's going to place you on She sort of waves her hand in the air, and a seat forms out of the coral, and she places you gently in it. And she sort of sits down next to you. So because you're sitting in a chair, you're essentially at eye level now with her. She's sitting on the floor, you're sitting in the chair, you're sort of sitting up, and she's at eye level with you sitting on the floor. She looks you in the face and she says, "There's no unblunt way to put this, my son, but you're going to have to eat part of me so you can take it out there with you." It's the only way that's going to work.
I have to eat you.
Just a small part. I hope. This is magic that is very unfamiliar to me.
All right. Now, maybe this is because I was too young to remember, but what exactly is your name? I don't remember your name. I don't remember you.
Hold on 1 second. I wrote this down.
Oh, shit.
Everything all good? What happened?
It's just my note taking. Adobe Acrobat has somehow stopped responding. So I'm
Adobe
just gonna
Acrobat
note
sucks.
It
in there,
does.
right?
Yeah, we are
It-
Acrobat haters in this chat.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow, by the way, Nikki the Wisher. Much appreciated. She sort of looks at you, and she sort of runs her hand like that along the side of your face, and she says, "My name is Nimue.
Just for my note taking, how do I spell that?
That's N-I-M,
Yep.
U with an umlaut and an E.
Okay.
I think that's the right way around. I can't remember if the umlaut's over the E or over the U.
I can't do that character, so
You
I
look
will-
up the code,
I'm just gonna have it as a normal U.
if you hold Alt and do 0252 on your numpad, I believe.
I ain't got no numpad. Lol.
All right, numbers will be fine.
Hang on, Laura, I'm just going to copy paste it and send it to you.
Yup. Oh. All right.
Right, what's next, then?
Just type question.
I'll explain that after this bit goes down.
All right. Before I go in with the eating,
Mm-hmm.
what will happen after I eat? Will I go away? Will that be the last time I see you and I'm back to where I used to be? Or
I hope so.
so before I be doing the eating, would you know where Dad has gone?
No. I haven't been able to find him since he took himself off the water.
Can you explain why he took himself off the water and why you had to separate from him?
Well, when you are the caregiver of a place, when you are responsible for its well-being, I couldn't stay away from it as much as I wanted to. It was the hardest thing I've ever done was leaving you behind. I didn't want to, but I'd started to change too much. And there was a time where I forgot who I was, and I found myself standing waist deep in the water holding you, and I don't remember how I got there. And you were screaming and crying, and I thought I was horrified that I might have drowned you or hurt you because you're human. So I had to leave. The water was calling me back anyway, and the last thing I wanted to do was drown you along with it.
And Dad didn't take it well and decided to not come back to the ocean, or did Dad?
I don't know, Zane. He would come and talk to me when you were a child, and he would bring you out to the shore, and you would play, and I would look and laugh. As much as it hurt knowing I couldn't be with you the way I wanted to be. But he disappeared, and he's not set foot in a water that I can talk to for nigh on 10 years now. I don't know where he is. And I can't exactly go out looking for him in this condition, can I?
After I eat a bit of you, will I be able to talk to you through the water?
Yes. I'll be with you always.
So I don't need water to speak to you?
I think you will. It's hard to tell. I don't know how well the part of me that goes with you will be able to return to talk to me, if that makes sense. It's almost like when you take a water away in a bowl and put it in
Okay.
another place where there's water. Sorry, cat, you are like right in the way.
If I can't speak to you and I need to get back to you for some reason, I just go back to that rock and stab it again.
Well, hopefully when you come back out, you'll be able to break them, and then I can return to my rightful place as Lady
And
of
then
the
I'll
Lake.
be able to visit you all the time?
I hope so, yes.
All right. To eat you, do I just bite you?
Oh, no, I've thought about this. You might want to close your eyes, as this is going to be difficult and painful for me, and you might not want to see that.
I would like to keep my eyes open.
Alright. I'm gonna warn you guys right now, shit's about to get gross. As she sort of smiles gently at you, Zane, as your resolute eyes sort of stay fixed on hers. And you see the sort of the current that's been moving her hair around her head sort of moves some of her hair just across half of her face, and you see her hand move up to one side of her face. And you hear a sharp intake of breath as she digs her fingers into her eye socket. And you hear a slurping noise and a wet ripping. You can't quite see what's going on, but you see a rivulet of something dripping down the opposite side of her face in full affection. As you hear another wet squelch and a rip as she pulls her hand away from her face. And sitting in her palm is one of her eyes.
As a jellyfish spiritual being, does she regain an eye, or now she has an empty socket where her eye used to be?
You can't quite see that as her hair is still sort of covering her face. But she places her other hand over that eyeball. And you see a warm pulse of light come out between her hands. She lifts her hands away, and the thing that remains on her palm is a perfectly shaped black pearl. And she offers it out to you. And as she does so, you see the hair move away from her face. And there is just a hole in her face where her eye was. A hole that is the same color as the abyss you swam down earlier.
So there's no fleshy stuff, there's nothing, it's just darkness.
And there is a
Alright.
dark blue rivulet of something running down from the hole and dripping off of her chin.
Alright.
I told you it'd be painful.
Can I go in for a hug?
You can. As she's sort of
Alright.
offering this thing out to you.
I go for a hug first.
Alright, so the first thing you feel is like the tendrils of her dress and her hair and everything touch you first as you go in to reach around her. And you feel like she feels like she's cold. But you feel her arm tighten behind your back, and you feel her take a breath and relax. And you feel a hand rest on the back of your head, cradling it like you were a child as she pulls you into her chest and squeezes you. And you feel a sob rack her body, but she doesn't make a sound. And you hear her voice choked with tears say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there.
Forget the past, we'll look to the future, yeah? I'll get you out of here, and then,
Hmm.
we can be together again.
I'm
Maybe we
very
can
proud
find
of
Dad.
you. Big brave boy, Zane. All right. Now or never. Then she's going to take the pearl out of the palm of her hand and offer it to you like this. It had to be something of enough value to me to give it the power that it needs to get you out. I don't know if the smell of the blood, the wake's already coming. So you need to eat this now. And the wake will take you back.
Alright,
And then you can
thanks.
get me out of this fucking cage, please, Zane. I've been down here in the cold and dark alone for too long.
Alright, Mum. I'll get you out of here.
That's my
And
boy.
witty Zane joke. Do I chew or swallow? Like, if I chew, is that disrespect? Not disrespectful, like.
I mean, you can try to bite a pearl, but I think it would probably just break your teeth.
Alright, so I'm swallowing it then.
Yeah. As you place this pearl on your tongue, it feels warm, like the heat of a body as it goes down, like is placed on your tongue and you swallow it, and you feel this ball slide down your throat, and something happens.
Heimlich maneuver time.
I get a +10 to perception now. Oh,
Yeah.
got an eye in me,
And with
bitch.
that, we're going back to the rest of the team.
It's ironic that this is how he gains his eyes.
Yeah. See?
You are what you eat. Just needed to
That
eat a
was
third
fucking
eyeball to be able to
lovely.
see.
That was so nice. What a great moment.
Oh, thanks, Jogs.
That's great, guys. Do you want to take a photo?
Let me take a selfie. Bam. Also, to those of you who are watching the stream and might be new, we are all riddled with neurodivergence of some way. So it's ADHD, my guys. Apologies. Right, so we return to the rest of the crew. Zane, I'm gonna need you to swap the music back over, dude.
Alrighty. I was waiting for the map to switch, but that's
Oh,
alright.
yeah,
We can do it now.
Play it, DJ.
Play that funkin' music, Zane. Boy.
Put on Bad Bunny.
Funny.
Tell me you all seen the memes for that.
Negative, Chief.
Bad Bunny is really, really popular in clubs right now,
Oh.
and DJs hate putting it on because it's all just Bad Bunny. It's like, we don't want to put on Bad Bunny. We don't want to put it on. And everybody always has, like, on Snapchat in big, like, text so that they can show the DJ, put on Bad Bunny. And they get pissed off about it.
I bet the song doesn't even slap that hard.
I mean, when it
It's still
starts
devolved.
slapping so much, it starts hurting, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mhm. All right, guys. So, the storm is encroaching as you guys are gathered around, basically waiting in the rain for something to happen. And before long, you hear a line of shouts start up from the coast as the scouts have seen movement in the water. The calls coming up from the guard post on the sandbar. And you guys see the movement of people start to get into their battle positions. You see people manning like any sort of weapon that they can get their hands on. You see the wizards brace themselves. You see a rack of archers along the top of this building. Ready their bows. Check the tautness of the string. As a wave of foul-smelling air rushes off the surface of the lake. And the creature breaches. I need you guys to roll initiative.
There it is. That's
The music timing is so good, man. Zane, can you turn it up a little bit?
11.
14 for Ayla.
9 for me.
9.
hold on 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to get goddamn want. You on my list. Alright, hold on 1 second. I just have to go back to another map because apparently the monsters didn't pull across from there, which is fucking stupid. Right.
We defeated the dragon.
Alright. Sorry, stream. We're just gonna go on a quick pause while I get this stuff sorted, and we'll be back in just a moment. Hold on to your butts.
All right, I need to pee.
Go pee. Shit's about to get wild, guys.
Also, they're going to be going for Aelorith as well.
Alrighty.
I think I got a fucking problem with that bitch.
Okay, we're back. Nikki the Wisher just chanting epic fight, epic fight, epic fight, epic fight. Okay, hopefully we deliver. Hopefully we deliver. Fingers crossed. Okay.
Let me know once the stream's starting.
Yes, we are back on live scene now. God, I love this music. It's so good. Alrighty, so can I get everyone to re-roll their initiative, please? Because I completely forgot what they were before. So
I got a 3.
I got a
okay.
13.
Oh, fuck. I got a 5.
All right.
You got the same as me, but plus 2.
Okay. So can I get 10 and above?
Hello. 13 for Aelorith.
Between 5 and 10.
I got a 5.
And you're a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, is there any way you can get that audio a little bit clearer? It's
Clearer?
sounding a little bit muddy.
It sounds like it's being played over a hold line on a call center.
Yep.
Is
That
my
300 to
voice
3.3
video,
kilohertz.
Your voice is crystal
Your voice
clear.
is fine. It sounds like it's missing a lot of the bass notes and a fair bit of the higher notes as well. It's sort of just mid.
Need to scoop the mids.
Scoop the mid, man. Scoop the mid.
Gotta scoop the mids, bro.
Does it get clearer the louder I put it? Or does it become worse?
Kind of worse. Oh, so just so you guys know, chat, we had Probot and YouTube have just YouTube's basically just been like, you can't use our stuff for anything fun anymore. So, yeah.
Oh no.
I could get a sock Discord account and just have it stream YouTube on my second computer.
There's nothing from my side that would be causing that. Apparently, it's meant to be routing the audio to you exactly how I hear it, and the way that I hear it is to be clear. So I don't understand. It's either Discord trying to cut some of my voicial stuff. Maybe
Yeah, I
can
think
turn off
it's probably that.
load up.
That's why, like,
Turn
guitar
off
and the
this.
sax and everything just sounds shit over Discord.
I'll get noise suppression.
There we go.
There it is.
Yeah? Yeah,
There it
it
is.
was the
Yep.
noise suppression in Discord being idiotic. But you might just get more of my background sounds.
That's okay.
But my mic is still pretty. It's meant to be good.
Nikki says, is it D&D
Stop it.
combat or? Because if so, I can help in D&D. Only rest is kind of on the mess spectrum. It do be D&D. We're playing 5e, bud. 5e. So if you've got any tips to help these guys get through this, then by all means, please tell them. All right, so are we ready?
Ready?
Yep, let's
Okay.
go.
Ready?
Let's go.
All right, so what you guys see is the first thing you see Olafeist's head breach the water, and then next you see his shoulders and his wings, and he is looking remarkably less dead than he did when you saw him first. He's got stuff like some sort of skin covering now. He looks like a lot more vital than he did when you saw him last. And as he breaches the surface, so do the heads of some other shambling dragon-shaped figures as they start to rise up out of the surface. It's kind of like that scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where you know the crew like come up out of the water. It's pretty much like that, but instead of being zombie humans, it's zombie dragons. Our dragonborn Nikki is a cleric.
But my backstory is pretty crazy.
Yeah, her backstory is fucking wild. And yeah, so you guys see that, and the weather is just suddenly getting really, really intense. There's wind swirling around everywhere. It's kind of getting wild as Olafeist and his vanguard start to approach the docks of Skellig. You hear Diana call out, "Hold! Hold!" As you see everyone else tighten their hands around their weapon and gird their shoulders and their loins for the fight, quite potentially not just for their lives, but for the entire town of Skellig as well. as the first one to make a strike is Olafeist himself, as he is going to climb up onto the docks, rear up onto his back, and flap his wings, and this fetid stench of whatever he is comes rushing over all of you. And I need everybody to make, please, it's a dexterity check, please.
Equal saving throw.
I fucking.
Dexterity save.
I got that. I got nat 20 plus 2.
22 for
Yeah.
me.
That's a 5 for me.
Okay. Kenura, you are going to take. Oh, I've got a lot of dice to roll here.
Oh.
Not for you guys, just for the NPCs. Right, so.
Yeah.
Well, you take 52 points of damage. It's acidic, so it'll do the same damage next round as well.
I don't think I'm that bad, dude. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I turned into a puddle and
You guys are weak on attack, bard and cleric,
Dragon
most of
turned
support and
into
druid is
slime.
more specified enemy control and battlefield control. That's not too good. I don't know, man. Aelurith can pump out a lot of damage, like a lot.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Kenura, you are going to take 11 points of damage. But you don't get knocked back because you're against everything here. Juggle, you pass, so you're fine. The wizards and stuff around you, the first two don't pass, but the back sort of 4 do. So they are both going to take 11 damage as well.
Because I got a nat 20 on the dex, can I possibly pull one of them out of the way?
Yes, I will allow you that one for a nat 20.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so only one takes damage, and he is going to go flying back and smack squarely his back onto this sort of like rack here. That's not actually a cannon. It's not a cannon in this game, but it's just like a block of stuff, and he's going to smack his back there, and you hear him cry out in pain as the archers release a volley of arrows that are going to fire towards Feist. Let's see. Pithith.
Which one's Wayne, by the way, as well?
Once again, I will actually just name.
Thanks. Have a special spot for the boy.
Yeah, special spot for the boy. Ooh, assassin subclass for rogue. So that's so you pulled Wayne out of the way there, Jugs. And
Thanks.
he is I figured he'd be the one that you'd be looking for there. And this volley of arrows, a couple of them are going to hit. So he's going to take. I think. Hold on, let me roll his dice. 3 points of damage. Okay.
yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Well, considering the weather conditions and how far away he is, I think 3 points of damage is probably not that bad.
Should have been an assassin rogue. Yeah, sneak attack with a bow and arrow. Yeah.
I grabbed Wayne by the shirt. Get your head in the game, mate. This is
Yeah.
it.
This is it. As you guys are sort of like getting yourselves back up, you see another volley of arrows go over, but they're kind of like just bogged down by the rain and the wind. As the rest of the things start to advance on you. So moving forward, Polyfeist. So it is. Oh yes, excellent. So they've gone. Okay, so the rest of the wizards around you, Juggle, are going to start picking themselves up and start arming the trebuchet. It is going to take one turn to load that and fire at those. They're going to have to pick that up on the next one. Moving on, it is your turn, Alarith. What would you like to do?
Alright, as a free action, I'd like to ask Nura to, if I could have the locket.
Absolutely, take it out of my hands. You know what you're doing.
And I'm gonna sling that over my neck. And I would like to, as a first bonus action, cast Hex on this dragon,
Okay.
the big man. Does he counter it like he did last time?
No.
No, okay. He has disadvantage against wisdom saving throws, or wisdom checks, and also an extra 1d6. I'm just gonna hit him with the fucking hypnotic pattern.
Okay, all right. And what save is that?
It's a wisdom saving throw.
You Janice, good shit.
Yeah, very good shit. Okay, so
I mean, Arrow.
How long does that hex last?
Hex lasts like an hour, I believe.
yeah, basically until it dies.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And if like, when it dies, I can use a bonus action to move it onto another creature.
Ooh.
yeah, it's kind of a wild spell. Okay. So Olafly's act here is actually going to use a legendary action, and he is going to choose to succeed on this roll, so he does not get affected by the hypnotic pattern. However, oh no, not close enough yet. It's the turn. Yeah, that's okay. Moving on. What would you like to do, buddy?
Okay. I'm gonna stay where I am, and I'm just gonna clasp the locker in my left hand and just kind of think the same kind of prayer that I said before, and then that'll be the end of my turn.
Fantastic. Moving on. Okay. It's these guys' turn next. Do I measure again? Is it just like...
Yep, there you go.
Like that. There's a ruler.
Yeah. We've just got things encroaching.
If only we had a rogue.
Yeah, if only we had a rogue.
Rather, I wrote a jab of black pillar.
Yeah.
Turn into a jellyfish.
Turn into a
Technically
jellyfish, man. That was
speaking,
fucking
I am
wild.
currently with you. I am water. I am puddle.
You are
You
Puddle.
surrounded by water.
Okay, so they've made their movements. Okay. Alright. Moving on, it is the next round of melee NPCs, but they aren't able to do very much right now, so they're just going to prepare themselves and gird their loins, essentially, for the next part of the fight. Moving on, it is now your turn, Juggy.
Uh-huh.
What would you like to do here, buddy?
I'd like to, as a free action, yell to, or cry first, and then
Yeah, cry
yell,
mostly.
and then yell to the magic division to get back.
Yep.
And,
one of them turns around and looks at you. They've got this feral look in their face, and the wind's whipping their hair, and it's all wet, and like they've just got this look in their eyes of like, we're not backing down this time. We have to get it loaded.
I say to them, yes, you're absolutely right. Okay, what do you need? And I summon Glizzy as well.
Oh, yep. Do you want me to... Where is Gliz?
Oh,
We're at Glizzy the...
oh god, I dragged
12
him
or
onto the
13?
board.
It's 11 or 12 now, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 11 or 12 now.
Yeah.
It is number 12.
Holy shit,
Where's
there's a
Dog
lot
the
of
12?
Glizzies.
Lizzie XI.
XIX 12. Yeah, it is 12. XII?
Can't wait until we get
Yeah.
Glizzy XXX, you know what I'm
Oh,
Oh.
saying?
That tongue action.
Glizzy.
So-
Would you please give Glizzy vision? Because I can't see
Again,
anything. and
Glizzy
everything's black for me.
comes in and can't fucking see anything.
Yeah, it's all black. Okay, and he is now full HP as well.
Yeah, excellent.
I tell Glizzy to go grab some of the cannonballs, the imbued ones.
Okay. He can
And
only he can only carry one, and it's going to have to be because remember he's a frog, so he can only carry one in his mouth.
Yep.
Yep, but that is going to use up both your action and his action to get it over to them.
Okay, hold on. My bonus action, I would like to take a step back as well.
Okay.
I can move as a bonus action. Oh
No,
god,
you can move independently of everything else. Like, so remember when we're going
Yeah.
through our like our action economy, you've got actions, bonus actions, free actions like yelling, and movement.
okay. So I guess yeah. I've got both of them highlighted. How do I unhighlight the other one?
I can't see what you've got highlighted here.
They both have like a box around them, and I don't. Well,
Just
maybe
hit escape.
like this.
Hit the escape key.
May I just ask something quickly?
Yes.
What is the challenge rating of Big Boy?
That's for me to know and for you to find out when you get the experience.
Oh,
'Cause-
dang.
One of my things, Destroy Undead, uses challenge rating to judge something.
I think you attempt to do it, and then like it tells you if it works or not.
No. This is a separate hold. This is a separate thing. This is the second step of if it fails its throw.
Oh.
If it's below a certain threshold, it gets destroyed.
I
Something tells
think
me
it'll
this big
be.
ass
I think it'll
dragon
be
ain't
over
gonna
that
be-
threshold. To be quite
Yeah,
honest with
yeah.
you, but
Yeah.
you never know. You never know.
I've drawn things on the map and I don't know how to get rid of it.
Like
Don't worry too much about that right now.
Sorry.
Just
Yeah,
tell me what you
my
want to do,
apologies.
and then that's okay. Don't worry about it. Tell me what you want to do, and we can hopefully work it out from there.
Also, if there's are there any cannonballs that have not yet been imbued?
No, you've done as many as you can.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I just take my movement back, and then Glizzy's gonna do some of the hard work.
Okay, sweet. So you're gonna get Glizzy to pick up a cannonball.
Yep. And like bounce over.
So Nikki's saying, but your players are also heavily on RP. They turn the campaign I run now from a one-shot that I wanted to do to see if you'd be a good DM. Like you. I'm sure they'll like you, Nikki. You sound like you've got a good grasp on things. Pleasure to have you at my table. I'll tell you that. All right, so Glizzy's gonna go pick up a cannonball and bring it over.
Yep.
Okay, fantastic.
That's his duty.
Yep, that's his job. Okay, moving on. It is. So you've done all the stuff you want to do there, buddy.
Yes. Next.
Fantastic. Moving on. Next. Ooh. Oh, I forgot. Oh, hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, moving on now. It is your turn, Kinyura. What would you like to do here, buddy?
Right. Let's see here. So how distant is... Let me just measure. No, not move. Measure. Alright, it says this one is 50 feet, so as an action, I'd like to cast Toll the Dead. Oh, yeah, Toll the Dead.
Yep.
On this one. Does it tell you which one I'm targeting when I target it?
No, but what I'll do...
If you hold down click and like thing like that.
Oh, my game's bugged.
Long press.
Yeah, I can see you pinging it, so you're going to target that one, cast Toll the Dead. Sweet, so I have to do a
Yep.
wisdom save.
I believe so.
Okay. This thing dumb as rocks. Sentient fire. Oh, it's a nat one. Oh,
That baby takes 8 points of damage.
hell yeah! Hell yeah! Very good.
And
Very
as
nice.
a bonus action,
Ooh.
I will cast my spiritual weapon.
Alrighty, what does your spiritual weapon look like this time?
You know what? I'm thinking, ooh, I want a scythe. I'm bringing death to these boys,
You're
man.
gonna
I want a
rape these
scythe.
babies.
I'm
alright.
gonna rape
Fuck
these
yeah,
babies.
Very
Oh,
cool.
dude.
So where's that place measure? Template, yes. I'm going to, that was 55 feet touching this guy, so I'm gonna cast it right next to him.
Okay, very cool.
And I believe, on this turn that I cast it, that also includes attack and movement.
Yes,
doesn't
when
it?
you cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack against a creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Well, I'm practically on top of this boy.
All
So I'm
right.
gonna
Yep, you're within its range.
Roll to hit. Does a 13 hit?
I'm afraid a 13 does not hit, but you're in a great position.
That's all right. I'm happy with that.
Okay, fantastic. I think if we go back to combat. Okay, I think we're back to the top of combat where we've got our big boy here. He's going to act first because he rolled really high on that one. Okay, so. Oh, my game is actually just shut the bed.
Refresh page.
Yeah, I'm going to have to. God damn it. Sorry, chat. It's just been one of those days where things either work all the time. Where's the rogue in reality IRL issues? No, it was story extrapolation.
I'm not seeing any errors from
No, it's
Boundary
fine. No,
side.
it's not your fault. It was just my my Google Chrome is just a giant piece of shit and just decides to like not load things half the time. So right. So hey, who's how the fuck do I draw a measure again?
I wonder if there's a.
Rule that like that.
What do I click? Is it... I can't draw a line. It's sort of like showing me something. But I think... Oh yeah, you guys are in range. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
I got you.
Me?
It's you.
I've got a 9.
Okay. I'm going to tell you guys what happens in a second. Alright, so. Kinura and Aelirith, did you guys roll a wisdom save for me?
Oh, are we in range of that as well?
Yes, you are.
Oh, shit.
I got a 13.
Okay.
I got a 16.
Okay. Aelirith, you pass. Kinura, I'm afraid you don't, as this thing's just going to... It's already up on its hind legs, wings sweeping, and it's going to lift up its head and unleash this unholy sound from deep within its body. That combined with the sheer presence of this thing and its stench, everybody who failed the save, you are now frightened.
Maybe I'm double frightened now because I was frightened to start with.
I was scared as shit to start with, and now I'm more scared. Let me just double check the wording.
You have peed and pooped your
You have
pants.
shitted and farted your
No
pants.
achievement gotten.
I turn to the soldiers and say, well, which one of you can't shit in my pants?
Alright, so, rules as written. Frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight. The creature cannot willingly move closer to the source of its fear. So, y'all have those who failed the save. You guys have disadvantage. Aelirith, I think you're okay. However, quite a lot of the townsfolk are very shooketh by this, and that you see people start to shake, and you see a couple of the like the regular like fisher wives and that sort of thing drop their knives, and they are going to run away to cover. Moving on, it is action, and you see Olafeist start to he lowers himself down and starts to stalk towards you, very slowly, moving with intent and purpose. Right, moving on. Okay, moving on. It is your turn now, Aelirith, I believe.
Alright, I'm gonna cast a wee thing. Where is it? Do I have it on here? I do not. Dissonant Whispers on
Ooh, okay,
this
yep.
Holy Fist. Wisdom saving throw again.
Yep, and I've got disadvantages on those, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, does a 12 pass?
No, it does
No,
not.
okay. Alrighty.
So I'm gonna whip out my flute and recreate this just horrific eldritch sound that he's made at me, and I'm just gonna
Ooh.
toot it right back at him.
Toot toot, motherfucker, honk.
So that is 21 points of damage, and he has to use his entire movement away from me.
Yep.
So what's the range on it?
On distance, oh shit, no, sorry, I would have had to move closer, so I'm
Yeah.
not feared.
Yeah.
But 60 feet is about 20 feet there. So I will move up to there and
Okay.
cast it.
Yeah, because you passed the fear. Let's go, dude.
Yep.
Hell
Yep.
yes.
And he has to use his movement to get the fuck away from me.
All right, does he take damage?
Yeah, 21 points.
21.
3d6 plus an extra d6 on the
Hell yeah.
hex. Yeah.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. Let me just get my little calculator up. Okay.
And then I will take the rest of my movements back to towards where I came from.
Alrighty. Sweet. So Olifeis does take that damage and he snarls as he hears the sound bat straight towards like he just sort of like goes like this, and then he sort of stumbles back a couple of steps and one of his feet plunges into the water behind the dock. And yes, thank you, Nikki. I'm glad you're in our chat, Duke. You seem very onto it in a very well, clearly you've got good taste because you're here. So hopefully you continue to enjoy it. Okay, so that's Olifeis done, that's Aelirith done. Okay, moving on. It is now Diana
Can I
and
yell
Samara's
out?
turn.
Can I yell out? Here's a taste of your own medicine as I do that. After I do that.
Yeah, there's a
Cool
shriek
works.
in response. And then it is now moving on to Diana and Samara as these two both advance in step. They take one look at each other and then they both do this thing with their hands where they're sort of like twisting and unlocking something, and as you do so you see two white hot balls start to form in their hands as they both unleash a magic missile at Olifeis. So okay, there's no save or anything there. Yes, saying you will. You will. 100% you
Alright.
will. Don't worry, we're getting there, I promise. Okay, so that's going to be 60. Okay, 19 total points of damage for all these bolts. Okay, excellent, very nice. Moving on, it is now the got. Okay, so as you guys are busy firing insults and bolts at Olifeis the Dreamer, there is a shriek going up from the townspeople around you as two of these sort of reddish worm-looking wyvern creatures come barreling up over the surface of the water. They shoot up the side of the dock and they unleash torrents of fire along the townspeople on the front here. So these ones here, both hit there. Fire breath. Okay. Oh no. Okay. That's not good. Alright, so that's not very good either. Okay. Oh no. Okay. All right. That's very much not good. Not very cash money. As you guys hear the shriek go up and wailing as some of these people are literally set on fire and start to topple like flies. Kinura, you're under half cover here, so you don't get hit by it. But these two things are just like laying waste to the villagers right now. Yanis, I will clarify that with you shortly.
Wait.
All right, so moving on, it is now
Oh, these cunts again, yeah.
Yep.
We got them. We got this.
Okay, hold on. I need to work out how to use the astral. Sorry, the. Right. Alright, so there's going to be another volley of arrows from the archers on the roof, but this time they are going to be taking fire at these two motherfuckers here, so I'm just going to close those. Both volleys fail to hit. Moving on, it is now your turn, Joogie Woogie.
Okay. I scream at the mages, fire the fucking trebuchet at the old mate in the middle there, still.
And the one who talked to you before was like, we're fucking trying!
Try harder!
Fuck you! Go kill him yourself then! What would you like to do here, Jokes?
I really wanted them to fire the fucking trebuchet, but...
It's not their turn yet, man.
Okay. Is the trebuchet loaded and ready to go?
It is, but it'll get fired on their turn.
Okay, no worries. What I'm going to do is I'm going to shout at these people over here as well to get ready, because these guys, they're wind demon. They're made of wind. If anyone's got magic that can counter their wind, maybe you can cancel them. I don't really know. And then I'm going to move over to this side. My movement. Oh god, hold on.
You gotta switch off the ruler.
How do I switch off the ruler?
So you see the little person icon on the top left, like that, and
Yeah.
then the box thing, and then you're able to drag.
That in the box thing. Alright, thanks, sir.
There you go.
Oh shit, there's two of them here. Okay. Yep. Okay, and now I'm going to use Primal Savagery on this bloke.
Okay. Sweet. So roll to hit, buddy.
Yep. 15.
15 does not hit, I'm afraid. I'm sorry.
Oh wow. Okay, it was that. Oh, yeah, okay. It's my fault. Next time, I'll get it.
I'm just gonna go pee quickly, but Kanura, you're up next, buddy.
Cute.
How are we gonna attack this?
Wait.
Do we want to keep the NPCs attacking Oli first while we take out all the smaller ones, or do we want to be helping out take out this big boy?
Well, honestly, I feel like if we take out the big boy, then maybe the control over the little ones drops as well. Maybe we should just focus the big boy. I can't move towards him though because I'm scared.
Personally, I think more mouths is more dangerous. We lessen the mouths, we concentrate the danger to one area.
That's what I thought. I've got good AoE.
Yeah. More dice rolled, more hits taken. Whereas if there's only 2 dice rolls and one of them misses, that's a lot less. More
We have
damage
to share our
taken.
dice rolls
Right.
between all of these enemies.
Agreed.
Plus,
Also,
so far, sorry, he's kind of just doing like area things where we either get knocked over or a little bit of damage. There's nothing huge going on yet, whereas biting mouths and scratching paws is not a good thing.
No,
Mhm.
I completely agree.
they're also born of him as well. So if we drop him, maybe they drop as well.
I think that's a risk that we can't take. We don't actually. We've fought these before, whereas we actually haven't fought and defeated him, so we don't know the scope of what we're up against.
Okay. Fair. Also, Ish, did Glizzy pass his fear or not?
Oh, yes, he did.
He did. Can I, just before we go into Nura, can I make a movement for Glizzy?
Oh,
He's
yep,
supposed
sure.
to come up.
Also, Nikki says, I agree with the people who say to clear out the smaller guys.
Yeah, easy.
So, yep, you want to move Glizzy? Done it?
Yeah,
Alright, sweet.
he's got his movement, yeah.
Okay, sweet. So, is there anything else you want to do before we head on to Kanura?
No.
Sweet. You're up
Oh,
next,
wait.
Kanura. Let's go.
Righto, I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
I'm the closest little dragon to me here,
Yep, copy that.
and I'll just cast it at first level because I've got more slots. Rolling for attack.
Yep.
My attack is 22. Does that hit?
22 do be hitting.
That's 15.
15, very nice.
That's 15. As my bonus action,
Yep.
my sword will move just a tiny bit, just so that we can be on par with this
Yep.
wind
sure.
dragon, whatever it is here. And I will roll attack. Hang on. So many buttons. Ah! I'm just gonna recast spiritual weapon.
Mhm.
Just so I can roll attack. That is a natty 20.
Natty 20.
But it's
Fuck
a 25, but
yes.
it's natty 20.
Hit the natty 20 emote in the chat, first of all. Second of all,
Hang on.
do you want to...
Whoa.
Double dice or
I don't know. It just said critical hit.
Yep, do you want to double dice or roll twice?
Well, that double dice for me, but I didn't realize. Would you allow me to, or are you going to take that?
No, I will let you roll again.
All right, I'm just going to, and then again. So that's
Okay, so
an
it'll be
11 in
11
total.
points total. Okay. Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Well, nice indeed. Kinura, that was fucking clean. Alrighty.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Alrighty, moving on. It is now the trebuchet. And those guys are going to load this bitch up and they are going to fire a shot directly at the beast. Ooh. Fuck, that's so close. Okay, so what happens is they fire this solid iron ball out of this trebuchet, but a gust of wind from one of the air elementals catches it and diverts it slightly off, so it bounces off his shoulder, doesn't do much damage at all, and just goes sploosh right into the water. But he does shriek, and another gust of fetid air comes washing out over you guys and over the rest of the battlefield. Moving on, it is now. Right. Move.
visualize the fighting?
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
Right,
you
we
think
are,
you
my
really think that they were gonna let this
Right.
big stinky guy take over their
Fuck
fucking
no.
dock? I think the fuck not. Okay, moving on. Top of combat, it is Olafai's turn. He is going to flap his wings and launch himself into the air. As he does so, he is going to he's going to lift himself up into the air and come a little bit towards you guys, and as he opens his mouth, a hissing, sparking, stinking line of some purulent fluid is going to come flying out of him as he does an acid breath attack. So, I need Oh no, they all
That's a lot of dice.
That's a lot of dice.
A lot of people though.
Mm-hmm.
Always just gets me scared seeing a fuck ton of dice rolls at once.
Okay.
He's one more for good measure. Fuck.
Okay. Unfortunately, Juggle, you are going to have to say goodbye to this blizzard. As this acid rains down on him, his skin starts to bubble. The rest of the wizards standing around the trebuchet start to panic as the drops of acid come on them too.
It did over 30 damage, by the way, just saying. Fuck.
Every single person.
You do.
This one,
Oh my god. Oh Jesus.
unfortunately, there are shrieks and an awful smell of burning as some of the wizards who are operating the trebuchet. Yeah, Nikki saw the number. That's a scary number you don't want to see when it's damage from enemies. Yeah, you're right. There is a shriek and a wail and a sticky burning smoke going up from these people as their flesh is literally melted away from their bones. As unfortunately they dissolve into a puddle of something. Samara and Diana watch on in horror. Okay, moving on. It is now your turn, Aelorith.
Do. Let me just see. Oh. 15 feet. Something like that. 15 or 10? I'm going to cast Shatter on these two dragons.
Ooh, good idea. Okay.
Hit that big boy Shatter. Right there. Catches both of their eardrums. Con saving throw.
Okay. What do I have to roll for Shatter again?
Con. 8.
All right. The first is a 19,
That one passes.
and the second is a dirty 20.
They both still take 7 points of damage.
Okay. Awesome.
And I'm going to use a little bit more of my movement to kind of keep in the back lines where I can.
Did we acknowledge that one of those dragons has advantage against it on attack rolls? Oh wait, no, that was saving throws. Never mind.
Yeah, saving throws are different to attack rolls.
Yep. My brain farted.
That's okay. Don't stress about it. It happens. They are level 5, I believe. Nikki?
Yeah.
Level 5?
Fuck.
All right.
And yeah, that's me as well.
Good. And then immediately after you, it is going to be...
Oh, actually, sorry. I forgot to do this earlier. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Map of Inspiration as I just do earlier. So, how much is that? Hold on.
Level 5 is interesting. I know, but this is kind of like their first real interaction with one of the big bads of the story, so it had to be like wild.
So, I'm going to pull out my glimmering white cloak and wrap it around myself in all my glory again.
Awesome.
And myself, Nura, Jugal, and Diana will get 6 points of temp HP. And they can
Excellent.
also use their movement.
Thank you,
if they
sir.
wish.
Okay. Fantastic. Very nice. So, right after you've done that, Aelorith, Diana and Samara get over their immediate fright. from watching their colleagues be dissolved in front of them, and they're going to turn around and they are both going to advance with steely resignation. And they are both going to cast Ray of Frost at this fucking guy. So these two are acting in sync pretty much because it's easier for me in my smooth ADHD brain. Yep, don't worry, Nikki. She's just done it. It's all good. Thank you for keeping on top of it, though. That's fucking clean. Right. Actually, no, I don't think they're going to go for that. I don't think they're going to go for him. I think they're going to go for this air elemental that's on the boat because it's slowly starting to advance on them and rip up the boards on the boat. So it's going to be... Neither of them hit, unfortunately. However, guys, 1 minute, please. Sorry about that. They're just going to use their movement to fall back a little bit. And that she's going to motion for the other wizards who are manning the trebuchet to fall back a little bit as well. Wayne sort of grabs his colleagues by the sheets, like by the cloak, and just sort of yanks them back towards you. That's all good, Nikki. The VOD's always going to be here for you afterwards anyway. Moving on, it is now these two guys here facing this dragon, so they're both going to turn around and wail on this fucking thing. Because it's kind of That one's gonna hit though. Yeah, so one of the guys who was attacked pretty viciously by this thing's just fire breath. He's like all scorched up one side, but he's wielding this big two-handed axe as he screams and brings it crashing towards this thing's head. So it's going to be for 9 points of damage as he thunks it into the base of its skull. Alright, moving on. It is now the Fisher Wives. They are going to move up and hustle and sort of push the wizards out of the way. I don't think you guys are close enough to hear, but one of them says to the wizards, "You get out of the way, my love, I'll take care of this. We're a lot more sturdy than you lot are." As they go up and they start manning the trebuchet and loading it up with another... They load multiple ones into the bucket, so this is going to be more of a buckshot sort of situation. However, moving on from the Fisher Wives, it is now these guys up here releasing another volley of arrows towards the air elemental boat. So they're going to attack.
Oh, I didn't even see those archers up there. They did really well.
Fortunately, they don't hit as some of the arrows are blasted away by the wind from this thing. Moving on, it is... yeah. Up. Okay. It has returned to... Alright, moving on. It is now back to Olafeist, as he is going to stay hovering in the air watching his minions battle you guys. Because he likes the taste of the meat after it's been scared quite a lot. Moving on. Aelorith, your turn, baby.
Alright, just gotta double check the range on this one. And gonna move up closer to Mr. Man. I need to do one more spear. There. And I'm gonna cast a vicious mockery at this boy. Wisdom saving throw. At disadvantage.
He does succeed.
He does?
Yep.
Dang, okay. No, there's no effect if I fail it. That's all good. I'm going to use my rest of my movement to shrink back.
That's all good. And Nikki's asking what spells do you guys have, trying to look at something that they could be used for.
Lots.
Lots.
of
Yeah,
spells.
lots and lots of spells. Alrighty,
You
moving
want to send
on.
him a link to the sheets? Because we have the character sheets.
Oh yeah,
here,
yeah. So
have
if
the
you
homepage.
jump down to my about on my Twitch page, there should be a link there for liquorwitch.com, and that's the vault where we're keeping all of our stuff. They might not have been updated for a while though, so I don't know how accurate they are, but it'll give you a good idea of what we're working with. All right, it is now. All right. Now it's these two motherfuckers' turn. The one getting the fucking beat down from the guard currently can't do much, but the other one's going to turn around and it's going to bite the other one. Bite the other guard. Okay. Yeah. Drops. This one is going to take a chunk out of you, Jugs.
Yeah.
Try to anyway. Does 14 hit you? I don't think it does. I think your AC is higher than
No,
that.
it doesn't. It is.
Oh, thank you, Nikki. I did the art for that one. Thanks, man. Appreciate the feedback. It's very, very cool. Yeah, so Joggy, that's not going to hit you. So it's going to basically just trying to wheel around and bite you, but it did take a crushing head wound. So it's not feeling too flash. Right
Can I
now,
make a counter action or anything, or is that not how it works?
you can only do that as a reaction.
Yeah, but
So do you
I
have a
do
reaction at the moment?
I don't know. I don't think so. But
I don't think you do yet, but I think you're not far away from getting one.
oh, okay, yeah, no. In that case, yeah, no, I don't.
Okay, moving on. Okay, the Fisher Wives have armed the trebuchet, and they are going to. Remarkably, one of them is buff enough to turn it around and fire a set of buckshot at these four. Hits. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. All three of them hit, which is excellent. Fucking excellent. Okay. So a 21, a 24, and a 20 to hit, which is just fucking great.
Just visualize something else.
Yeah, Fisher, these fucking buff ladies.
I love him.
Your eyes, darling.
Yep.
Please.
Four of them hit and one critical. Okay, so the first one's taken 15. Second one's taken 14. 14 again. 7. One more. Fuck. Okay. So. Fuck, that was huge. Fisher Wives, baby. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make that one a crit. I'm just gonna double this.
Oh. You can prioritize targets. That's cool.
8 points of damage. Okay. However, that's going to be their turn. That's all they can do there. Moving on. Where my combat tracking is. Fucking shit. Those guys there. All right, moving on. I believe it is you now, Joogie Woogie.
Yee. Okay. Again, primal savagery on this bloke.
All right, buddy, roll to hit.
Fuck. All right. Cool.
Refresh your page, dude. You're getting too many bad rolls.
I always get too many bad rolls. I literally, against these people, I have like a 25% chance to hit. So, yeah. Because they're 15, right?
What's 15? They're AC?
AC, yeah.
It's 17.
17. Okay, I'm just not going to hit them. I'm going to stop trying.
I mean,
I'll do other things.
Like what?
you have Bardic Inspiration on you, yeah?
No. That's
Not
just
yet.
the Council of Inspiration, which gives them.
That's alright, don't forget,
Efficiency.
still use your movement?
Yeah, I'll use. I will use my movement to get closer towards where Wayne is.
Alright, just bear in mind that is attack of opportunity territory you're stepping into there, buddy.
Yeah, is still.
I mean, you're moving away from the creature to go towards Wayne.
Oh yeah, no, I've given up on the creature.
Yeah,
So
but
I don't want to.
the thing I'm trying to say is, are you sure you want to move? Because if you move, it's going to try and attack you.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess not.
It's entirely up to you, buddy. Don't forget, you've still got, you can wild shape bonus action here too as well. If you want to.
I know I don't want to use that just yet
Okay.
because I can only use it once, and I'm going to perhaps use that later. Okay, what I'll do. Well, I've already rolled to attack, so I can't use entangle
what?
now, can I?
You know what?
Either.
I'll come back to you in a second. Don't worry. That's okay. We'll just leave it as it is, and we're going to move on to Kinura now.
Can I brace myself?
Yes, you can. You can 100% do that. You can 100%.
Okay, yeah, I brace myself
Yep.
because.
Yep, that's fine. You can 100% do that. All right, moving on. Kinura, baby, your turn. Let's go.
All right, this dragon that I've been beating the heck out of, I am
You're beating
going
the
to
ever-loving
use...
fuck out of it, actually.
I'm gonna use Toll the Dead, and that is a Wisdom saving throw.
Fucking excellent.
Um,
Good. This thing's dumb, dumb as rocks, too.
and I'm gonna have to roll that custom because my thing is Toll the Dead is not an official thing.
Yeah, and it's not on this one, not yet.
So and that'll be 2d12 because it's taken damage.
Yep, that's correct.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it does pass.
That's fine. I'm going to instead use my bonus action to again attempt to attack this boy.
Yep, roll the hit, baby.
All right. So I'm just gonna do an 18 be hitting.
18 do be hitting.
Excellent. Do a 7 be hurting.
7 be fucking smarting, my dude.
Oh, baby. Alright, I'm gonna remain here because, I don't know, I'm just chilling.
Yeah, that's all good, Nikki. Thanks for having a look, man. Really appreciate you checking out our stuff. Alright, so, moving on, the NPCs are all gonna do their attacks. I'm just gonna do a couple of collective rolls to see how we get on. Okay, that. Got one decent hit in there, and that's going to be this. 8 points of damage. He's just in a bloodlust right now. He's just watched his friend get set on fire and fucking die. So he's not super stoked with this little dragon fella at the moment. Okay. Moving on. Top of combat. Olafeist. He's hovering in the air right now, watching down. Witnessing the carnage that is spreading across this dock right now. There are puddles of acid, burning smoke, blood, screaming. The rain is coming down. The wind is picking up. Things aren't looking good. There is a low rumble of thunder in the background. And you all hear in your heads as Olafeist takes a moment. And you hear him say, "You are vermin. And you will be destroyed like vermin." As he's going to do another... Actually, no. He's going to hold that one for the moment. But you can tell he's readying up for something. Thunder booms in the background again, and the sounds of vicious fighting continue as the set of wizards that were pushed off the trebuchet have re-rolled their initiative and now are able to be in the fight as the Fisher Wives and their glorious forearms have taken over from them. And you see Wayne direct his three fellows as they stand in a line and fire off another volley of magic missiles towards this air elemental here. So that is going to be... three of them. What's that? 29 points of damage. Thudding into this air elemental. Start to rip holes. So, it's nice. It's very good. My medication's so... My brain is just not working right now, guys. I'm so sorry. Thank you for bearing with me.
I believe in you guys. Jugo, you got this.
Is that jellyfish?
Sorry, the puddle's speaking.
The puddle-
I don't know.
the puddle's-
I don't know what the puddle.
The puddle's talking.
The ocean moves.
I need to talk to Wayne because I also have a hair sample of yours.
Of who?
Yours.
Oh.
That's right. You were being fucking weird while he was sleeping.
Oh, how
You
imagine it
kinky
paying off.
fucker.
You've been sniffing every last scent atom out of that hair,
Alright.
huh?
While it's fucking
And if that doesn't
tree.
work,
Moving
I'm
on,
sure there's some
Aelirith.
DNA on the probe left over in the back.
Aelirith, it is your turn, baby.
Alright. I'm casting Dissonant Whispers on this bad boy right
On
here.
the biggin.
So wisdom save.
Save. Alright, so he fails actually, he gets an 8.
So that is 6, 3, 2, 11 points of damage, and he must use his movement. So Juggle and that Guardsman get opportunity attacks.
I'm sorry, which one are you casting it on?
At
Oh, not at Olafeist. Right, okay.
no.
Sorry. Yep.
I pinged this one.
Yep, so it's going to... Sorry, how much damage was it in total?
11 points of damage, and it also has to use its movement. So Juggle and the
Yep.
Guardsman should get opportunities.
1, 2, 3, 4... Juggle, roll to hit, bud.
Yep. 13.
Hey,
That is fucking useless.
you should be adding more than a +3 here, buddy.
My roll to attack is a +3.
No, but remember, your attacks get magical
So I should
when you
be
use,
what,
when you
+3
use
then?
Primal Savagery.
Oh, I thought the roll to hit was different, though. to my primal savagery actual attack.
No. So
Isn't that
the
what we-
primal savagery is like, remember how we used to hit shillelagh on a stick and then it would become a magic stick?
Yeah.
You are now the magic stick.
Yeah. So you get to use your
My wisdom
spell casting.
modifier?
Yes.
Which is wisdom. Oh, okay. 16 then.
All right. It still doesn't
I
hit,
need
but now
to-
we know for next time.
Yeah, hold on, I need to edit the macro then. Oh, wait, what the fuck? It's already...
You got it. It's a +6 for you, buddy, because you're proficient in wisdom.
It says it +6 in the fucking macro. I don't know why it's not...
It's because I've just changed it.
Oh, I had 2 lines. Okay,
Yeah. So you get a +6.
okay.
Do you want to roll again? I'll let you roll again.
Well, rule of cool, would you mind?
I'll give you rule of
Because,
cool, buddy,
like-
because we didn't know. So you go for gold.
This has been for like the last few sessions, by the way.
Yes, that's okay. We've got it fixed up now.
So-
That I was wondering why you were getting consistently shit rolls.
Oh
so.
my god!
There we go.
I did it for the first
There we
time.
go. There we
Fucking
fucking go.
Thank you.
Yes, that
Okay.
fucking hits.
All right.
So what does your primal savagery do? It's like a spell melee attack, right?
Yes. It
Let me find the
is.
spell.
It is 1d20 +2 +1.
One.
Nope,
Not for
that's not
damage.
it.
That doesn't
No,
sound right.
sorry, hold on. I clicked on the wrong thing. Oh, Jesus.
One
Christ.
d20. Holy shit. Okay,
Oh,
it's
that's a lot
it's
of damage.
on a hit. A target takes 1d10 acid damage.
Yes,
1d10.
that's why, because I had my 1d20 +6 in that fucking primal savagery.
Yeah, it's 1d20,
instead
baby.
of- Jesus Christ! All right, let's go.
No.
It's still.
Oh wait, no,
Hey,
sorry, no, it's not a 1d20. It's a 1d10. It's a d10. I don't know why I was saying d20. Sorry, it's a d10.
Why the fuck is my macro doesn't work? Dude, yeah, I need to get.
That's
someone to
okay.
look at
Don't worry about it. I'll still
We
take.
can
It'll
sort this
still
out,
take the
yeah.
5.
Wait,
It's
no,
still
no,
take 5
it's-
damage.
2d10, no? 2d10.
Yes, so it's
and
2d10.
plus
2d10.
to hit?
Which means potentially
Why
you could
the
get a
fuck is
higher
it-
roll.
2d10's better than 1d20.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. 12.
Boom. 12
Yeah,
just with the
I don't know.
2d10.
Where the fuck is all this shit coming from then?
For those of you watching the stream, yeah, 1d20 for damage dice. Nikki says, oh, God damn, I want a weapon like that too. Yeah, same, we all do. And I'm actually going to roll an attack for our little soldier boy as well.
Yeah, sorry, I don't
That's a
really
10.
know what's going on
That's
with my
honestly,
macros.
Joel,
I'm just
don't
going
worry about it,
I'm
man.
just going to
Like,
start rolling manually.
it's okay.
again.
He doesn't hit, but comes very close. Right. Aelorith, is there anything else you want to do here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm screaming at this dragon. Did your mother drop you in the egg?
Got him. Got him.
Got
Good.
him.
And yeah, we good.
All right, moving on. It is now. The archers on the roof are gonna fire at this little fucking guy down here. So that's. Okay, so first. Ooh, that hits. That hits. That does not hit. Five. Okay, so we got 3 hits. "23 points of damage as the archers up here release a volley of arrows towards
Oh.
us.
I wonder if you put dragon on a kebab stick. Does it
delicious
taste like
kebab.
chicken?
Currently collecting for that name generator. Hell yeah, baby, let's go! Out here, out here. Okay, so that's that group of NPCs. Then we've got these. Diana and Samara are going to be firing another set of Ray of Frosts at this air elemental. So that's going to be 6 for them. 9. Man, these fucking wizard bitches ain't doing very much right now. Right, so these guys here are going to use their movement to come over towards y'all. These two here are readying to start swinging on this fucking thing when he comes up. It is the Fisherwives' turn. They're going to load another round of buckshot with the trebuchet. But that is going to take their turn. but they might be able to deliver another set of devastating rounds the next time they come up. Wizards ain't rolling too high, sad days. I know, and they've got a +6 too, man. Thank you for the hostage, Giannis. Moving on, it is now your turn, I believe. It's either Kinura or Juggle. You, Juggy Wuggy.
Yes. Okay. I'm not going to do that then. So what I'm going to do, Yanis, that's what I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go step behind this guy. Oh, look at me. Do I get a bonus if I'm standing behind him?
I don't think so, but you can still roll to hit anyway, because remember now you got a +6.
Okay, can I try and mount him? And like jump on his back?
Too cool.
What's
I didn't
that
know you
called?
that way.
What
Yes, you
do
can.
when the dragon pounced you and like pinned you down? It's called something. It's called
Love.
Yeah, it's
not
called.
not entangling. It's called, what was it called? You know how there are maneuvers that you can do, so you can grapple someone, or you could.
Oh yeah. So are you trying to grapple it here, Jugs, to bring it down to the ground?
No, I'm gonna try and jump on it and just. Actually, yeah, kind of like a grapple, but like if it happens to fly away, then I suppose.
All right, I'm gonna need you to make a strength check for me, please.
Oh, don't do that.
You're
You're
telling
gonna
me
do
you want to
20.
grapple it, man.
Sorry, I
Like,
think somebody's letting off fireworks.
okay, that's all good, buddy. You got time. Go check it if you need to. Nikki says, "What name do I choose? What name, or is it random name? What your name?" So the naming thing is you get to pick the name of the next big NPC. Is that where you come across?
Oh.
Since he's magical currently, does he get to add anything to that?
My strength is a +0. A weak boy.
Well, because you have Primal Savagery on, it technically counts as a magical
Boom.
melee attack, so you do get a +6.
Okay, I
However,
got a
that
12.
only puts you at a 12, and it's not gonna. Unfortunately, that doesn't come close to its
I'm gonna stop fighting and just try and do.
No,
other
but that's
things
the
now.
thing. You're not actually fighting it here, dude. What you said was you wanted to grapple it. However, if you were like, I want to jump on it and rip the fucking shit out of it and attack it, you know.
So grapple has an additional effect. If you successfully grapple it, it cannot. What? It can't attack. It can't move.
Yeah, so if you just cling onto it,
So-
it can't do shit.
You could have just like bear hugged it and just it wouldn't be able to go anywhere or do anything. And then you would have advantage on attacking it, I'm pretty sure, because it's
Because it's grappled.
Yeah.
And everyone else would have advantage on attacking.
that way, yeah. So you could just run around, grapple something, hold it down, hit it, right? And you get to roll double to hit.
Okay, but the
like
grapple
2
is a
times
strength check. Yeah.
Correct. But
Okay,
I don't know,
so
maybe
I've
you might
failed my
be able to
strength check.
use.
Do you have
Something.
entangle or something though, right, Jugs?
Yeah, you have
It's a spell?
entangle or vines or something.
I do have entangle.
Do you want to
But
retcon this and do that instead?
Yeah.
No, it's alright. I'll die.
I'll
good
die.
because I'm saving that for next as well.
Oh yeah.
I do have a plan. It's
You
just
got a plan?
this is just not what I want to do here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. We'll swing it anyway. Hold on, I'm just making sure I get the. I'm fixing up the tracking.
Also, I have to go to the bathroom.
That's
Do you
okay.
mind?
Go to the bathroom.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Roll a
Take care of it.
d20 to see if you hit the ball.
Yeah.
I
Was
just
it a magical
saving throw.
baby? You might get to add that +6.
I'll be a beast. That's my turn over though. Yeah.
Yep, you're fine. Carry on.
Cool. Thanks.
All right, you're very welcome. Moving on, Kinura, your turn, baby.
Wonderful. In that case, I would like to use Toll the Dead on the dragon again that I was previously attacking, which again
So the one that's just over the
is-
water.
Yeah, which is a wisdom
save?
save of.
Do I have disadvantage on saves because of your guiding bolt?
I think
That's the
it's. The next attack roll made against this target before the
Okay.
end of your advantage. So it's only advantage on attack against it.
Okay. It's a 13.
Ooh, the DC is 13.
So it hits. It's meet or beat, remember?
Hell yeah! So that is 2 d12s.
Yeah, baby.
Man's gonna be hurt.
That's a 19.
No.
Does that be hurting?
How do you want to do this, babe?
Ooh, right. I think I really want to stay with the hock the loogie sort of a thing.
Ooh, yeah. All right.
So
fuck
I am
yeah.
going to, from where my acid is produced
Yep.
in where my trachea or whatever it is, I'm going to try and hock from there. I'm going to exactly, and I'm going to, with the most force I possibly can, launch it at that. Now, because it's so viscous, it's going to coat it from head to toe, and before it can even hit the water, the acid is going to make its skin, muscles, sinew, everything deteriorate until it's just bones plopping into the water, and it is reduced to nothingness.
Literally. Fuck yes. That's dope. Well done. Good shit. Moving on. Top of combat. Unless there's anything else you wanted to do, you've still got your
I still got my bonus.
Yep.
I'm gonna try and thwack that whirly
Gonna
boy.
smack it. Gonna smack the windy boy. Nikki says that's the best description of a kill I've ever heard. Yeah, we get real visceral when we're describing deaths of things in this game. It's just so much fun to let my players just, how gross do you want to get?
Do
I
a
love how
23 be
creative everyone
hitting?
is.
Does a what hit? Sorry?
Do a 23 be hitting?
23 do be hit.
Baby. Let me just double
Mamma
check
mia, that's a
something.
spicy snot ball.
Mamma mia. All right. That is a 4 damage for the whirly boy.
Look, you're whittling it down. Because
Like
it's just
a wonderful carver.
yeah, because it's a fucking air elemental and it's dumb as rocks. It doesn't really understand what it's fighting, so it's trying to fight your magic weapon. It's not moving up. All right, moving on. Top combat. Olafeist is still hovering in the air, and he begins to flap his wings slowly. You guys are feeling this gust of fetid air come swirling towards you. The stench is overwhelming, combined with the smell of the purulent acid that's eating through the stones of the dock, the smell of the burning bodies, the fire, the stench of death and grief, and everything is overcoming you. And I need you guys to all please make wisdom saving throws.
Can do. 21 from me.
Okay.
I got a 20.
All right. Yep.
Jumble's not back yet. The saving throws.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
These guys here are terrified. These two here are terrified. Diana and Samara are unfortunately terrified as well. But these two guardsmen here and the fishwife stand resolute in the face of death and destruction. They've seen it before. There is another crack of thunder, and the rain starts to pour down even harder. It's not even going anywhere close towards putting out the fires, though. But there is another low, throbbing, rumbling sound coming up from the water. It sounds like something traveling very, very fast. And as the thing traveling underneath the surface of the water breaches and goes up, spiraling straight towards Olafeist, rocketing out of the water with a purpose that no one has ever seen before. Zane, I'm going to need you to roll initiative for me, please.
Heh.
Daddy's back.
With your new stats.
Oh.
Oh.
I rolled a 13. 14. 14 is my initiative.
Okay. Hey Zane, I'm gonna need you to roll to hit with your mace, bud. Because this thing has just pulled you out of the water and gone striking this fucking flying dragon, which is hovering about 40 feet off the surface of the water, but you've come rocketing out of it with just
Does a 21 be hitting?
21. It does hit. Roll your damage.
8 damage.
8.
Now, was that an action that happened?
No,
or-
that was your arrival onto the battlefield.
Oh, that's
so
my
you still,
arrival.
Yeah, you
What
still
up,
get
bitches?
you still get stuff here. But Zane, do you want me to describe what you look like, or do you want to do it here? I want to give you the floor.
You can describe. You're much better with creative words.
I'll get you to give the dudes the bones, and then I'll flesh it out.
All right. Oh, they made me nervous. Now I'm forgetful. All right.
I'm sorry, but this is so cool. Zane and I were working on this for a little while.
So as you see me launch out of the water, for some reason Zane seems a little bit bigger than, as in like bulkier, like wider than he was before. And he's not in leathers for some reason. For some reason it looks like he's got some metal, but it's frosted and it looks like it may be somewhat frozen or icy metal on him. And his eyes are kind of glowing blue. And if you were to pay quite a bit of attention to him specifically, you'd see that his scars, which he has many of, are somewhat bluish in color. And it looks like all other skin that is normal looking is kind of peeling away as if it was like a sunburn, and underneath is kind of grayer, more cool toned color skin. Would you like to add on that, Liquor?
Well, so
About
you
maybe the
guys don't
weapons?
really see what happens, as it happens way too quickly. All you see is a gout of water spray up behind Olafeist, and this fucking dragon turns around to look what's behind him, and you see his head snap back as he gets hit squarely between the shoulder blades, and his wings stop for a second and he drops before he can recover himself. And then sliding on his knees after smacking this thing on his way through and coming skidding to a stop on the surface of the wood of the stone docks, Zane gets to his feet. He shakes his head to clear the water from his ears. And you see him, his shoulders look broader. His armor's different, but you can still recognize the haircut, the smirk, the aquiline nose, and the expression of joy and violence that you guys know so very well as he looks back over his shoulder. And clutched in his hand is something that looks like a mace made of broken glass. As he turns around to look at you and he says,
Sneak attack.
"Sorry I'm late, guys. Had to go meet my mum for lunch. Take this guy out, eh?"
I'm gonna look at this fucking dragon. I'm gonna shout, "You want to see a vermin? You're the vermin, motherfucker. You dirty, flying fucking rat. You're the vermin, you." Pointing a mace directly at it. Yeah. Shit's about to get real. Get really real.
Yeah, sorry I'm late, guys. Had to meet my mum for lunch. It's the best entrance line ever, but it's true. It's true.
What was for lunch? Hooray.
I'm sure you can explain that to the rest of the team, but in the meantime, it is Olafeist's turn, and he is just going to bear down on you, Zane. He dives coming straight towards you. He's going to hit you with a multi-attack here, buddy. So,
Oh no.
yeah, oh no, Mr. Newstats ain't even worried.
Ain't even worried.
Ain't even worried. All right, so he's going to come bearing down straight towards you, Zane, and he's going to try and rake his claws across the top of you. So that's going to be, oh god. Does a 20 hit you?
It does.
Okay.
Where is Zane?
Okay,
I can't see me
so
either.
that's okay. You're not there yet. That's why I put you in there.
New token? Question mark.
Not yet. I'm only about halfway
Not
through the character art, but I'll show you what I've got after session. So
Zane
you are
has
going to
his-
take, sir, 18 points of piercing damage
Yep.
and 1 point of acid damage as this thing comes shrieking by you with claws out.
Make that 0 points of acid damage.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Yeah. All right, and then it's going to come back for another sweep with the other hand. So that's going to be. $17 hit ya?
Nope. Guess what? I'm gonna laugh and hit it with my mace.
Yeah. Yeah. Roll your damage, champ.
That's a nat 20, so that's a critical.
Yep. Do you want to roll twice or double your dice?
I will double the dice.
What's your new full HP, by the way?
That'd be 60.
What the fuck?
You what?
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, and I get to actually roll more damage, actually.
Yeah, you do.
Hold up.
So just roll to hit your reaction first, though.
I already rolled to hit.
What did you get? Sorry.
20, yeah. No,
20?
20.
Yeah, 20 does hit. 20 hits.
Pretty cool. I get to double the dice.
Of course, yeah.
where-
Sorry.
Let me just clarify this again, right? Double dice means when it says 1d6 plus 2, I have 2d6s plus 2.
No. So what we'd do if you wanted
Yep.
to double the dice?
Yep.
So you roll your 1d6 plus 2, and then you
Yep.
do that number, like whatever that number is,
Yep.
like that. You do that, like, so you have the first number, then you add it again to itself. So if you rolled a 14, you add another 14, it becomes 28.
All right. Okay.
But if you
So
want
I
it, so
get-
double the dice does that, but roll twice is you roll the 1d6 plus 2. Whatever it is.
So I want to do the first one. I forget what that is. What is that, sorry?
Double dice.
Double dice.
So you just roll once, but you take that number and carry it on.
Yeah. What happens if I add a superiority dice to it? Does that dice also get rolled twice?
No, that only gets rolled once.
Okay. So I rolled a 3 plus 2. That's a 5. Double that. That's a 10.
Yep.
Plus a superiority dice. That's another 4. So that's
14
14
points
points
total?
damage. As a reaction.
Just casually as a reaction.
Yep. He
Yep.
missed. I go, ha, donk.
Yeah, donk.
This shit thought.
I'm laughing as he's attacking me, by the way. I just want to make
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
All right.
Does he have another attack? Part of his multi attack? Oh, no,
He does. So you took that.
16 points of damage.
Yeah, 16
I
points,
have
but
it
no
on my
acid damage.
sheet, but no acid damage, yeah.
So he's gonna hit you again.
Yeah.
Does 19 hit?
Yes, it does.
It's gonna be 18 further points of damage for his second auto attack.
Oh
For his
no.
second attack. Oh, ow.
Hold on, let me just get a calculator just because my brain is fried.
That's
Alright,
one. So the first one was 16,
minus 16, minus
minus
Another-
18.
18.
Yeah, that was max damage on that second one.
Because
All right.
That shit hurted.
That shit hurted. He went to lunch with his mum and came back.
And now I'm whooping a fucking dragon.
Fine.
Come here, you little cunt. You're flying.
Alrighty,
right. Get
moving
over
on.
here, you vermin.
You fucking, yeah. Zane didn't like that very much. It is now Diana and Samara. They both look at you, Zane, in shock and kind of like damn. But they are also, they're going to continue, they're going to do some firebolts at the encroaching air elementals. Ooh. Okay, they both hit. So for each there, that's going to be 10 points. Alright, so first one takes 10. Right. On. It is. The archers are going to take another volley of shots at this red dragon wormling. Hits. So hits. Okay. Wizards to start gearing up for something. Moving on. It is Zane. Your turn, bud. What would you like to do here?
All right. So for the first thing that I will do, I will take a deep breath in, breathe out, but as I breathe out, it's all frosty and icy breath. And I will have a certain effect going on. I'm not going to name it because I prefer not to name it because Zane doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. It's just happening. So it's just happening. And then I want to point at Ellerith. And I want to command that she attacks this big ass dragon sitting in front of me. And as I do that, I will be yelling at the dragon, saying, "You rat, you look more like a vermin than we do." So Ellerith, you can take an action to do any sort of attack. Could be
Free of my actual turn.
Yeah, so pretend
Well, I'm
it's
going to do what I
actually
planned
done.
anyways. I'm casting Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level. You can see
Ooh.
the disadvantage for that.
All right. So I gotta
So
roll.
Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh shit, there's fireworks here as well, Jordy.
16.
16 does pass, but I'm going to roll my 5d. That's 5d6 for this. So
Holy
I'm rolling it in
fuck.
chat here because of the hex as well. So it's 4d6 because it's 2nd level plus hex.
Yeah.
So that still takes 10 points of damage.
All right.
Macaroni.
Big ol' smacky smack. Is there anything else you want to do there, Zane?
Just one sec, I'm just reading something real
Yep.
quick, just because I wanted
That's
to
cool.
clarify.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I just told you to attack. Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Where is it? There it is. Oh yeah. It adds a superiority die to the damage, but I'm pretty sure I've already used my superiority die.
You have,
I only get
yeah.
one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything.
Oh, that's
All
okay.
right.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Moving on. It is your turn, Aelirith.
Again. I'm going to do the same thing.
Doing the same thing? All right.
This, yeah, 7th level Dissonant Whispers.
Okay. He is going to use a legendary reaction to choose to succeed on those rolls.
Bastard.
Rat bastard. Is there anything else you'd like to do here, Aelirith? Because do you still have any bardic inspiration dice?
I got lots. I was going to actually throw one over to Gisnira.
All right.
Yeah, place it in her hand and say use this wisely. So,
I
Nira,
so
you
forward.
are allowed to add 1d8s to your attack rolls.
Hell yes.
Question with that as well, Looker. My
Yes.
magical inspiration, where actually no, that explains itself. You can also add it to your damage or healing as well, Jordan.
To my damage or heal. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
So
I'll allow
1d8
that. I'll
can be
allow
used.
that.
Because I have magical inspiration as my which allows the bardic inspiration die recipient to use it when casting a damaging or healing spell. They can expend the die and add it to healing or damage dealt to one target of the spell.
Mm.
Dope.
Sick. That is moi.
Right, fantastic.
Oh, actually, no, sorry. The dragon still takes damage because it failed its save. It just takes half as much.
No, it succeeded the save. It was 10 damage, wasn't it? Or how much damage for this one?
No, this is a separate attack.
Oh, yeah, yep.
Because that was the one that Zane commanded it. So that's another slash 5d6. Another 8 points of damage.
Okay, awesome.
And I'm gonna scream at it. I've seen more fearsome scales from kids with eczema.
Okay, I gotta go pee. What the fuck? Christ.
Oh, I have a whole list.
Oh my god.
8 more insults to drop to go.
Hell yeah.
I'll be wailing on this boy.
If you wouldn't mind, could I have some bardic inspiration as well when you get a chance?
When it comes around next mayhaps.
Jiggy,
Because
are you
I'm,
also
I'm about
currently
to kill myself.
are you
Yeah, what?
currently grappling this dragon?
Nope, I found that. I'm just kind of standing behind him.
Ah, okay. Hey man, hang on.
I'm just checking his clockmaker for bugs.
Yeah, just poke it up, poke a finger up his bum. He won't like that.
Well, the
No
person
damage,
holds
but he
it.
won't like it. He'll look at you like, huh?
Can I take an action to violate?
Can I take an action to
to
violate this
cast
dragon?
Emotional damage.
I pull my dick out and do the helicopter.
Dragon is
But you can't
charmed.
do that, bitch.
Dragon
Dragon's like,
these
oh, shit.
nuts
On your forehead.
on your
Ah!
face. Okay, moving on. It is now the general's turn. So this one here is going to turn around and try to fucking bite you, Joogie Woogie. So I'm going to roll to hit here.
Hit me, bitch. I dare you.
Hit me, bitch. Do you? I'm going to fucking try. Right?
Kind of wanted to succeed as well.
Oh, no.
Hit me, bitch. What?
Does a 22 hit?
Only just.
Just? Only just.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Go on, hit me. I need blood.
I need to feel something. Alright, so it's going to be 8 points of piercing plus 2 points of fire damage as this thing locks its teeth around one of your arms and starts to shake its head like a dog. Moving on. This one here is going to leap up off the surface of the water and come flying forward for another cone of fire breath. Okay. So these 5 need to make dex saves.
Oh shit. Alright.
Okay, so
Dice.
dice. Okay, so then that is going to be alright, so okay. As this thing comes rocketing up over the edge of the dock and unleashes its fire breath on some of the fisherwives manning the trebuchet, it is going to set fire to 3 of them, unfortunately claiming their lives in the process. However, Mother Tilly and one of her other fisherwives still are standing there looking very pissed off as you hear the clanking sounds of a couple more guards in plate armor sprinting over. Moving on, it is... Okay. These guys. Up. Whoosh. These 2 air elementals here are going to rotate up towards you guys and lay out attacks. Going to lay out an attack here on this guardsman. Yeah, okay, 4. blasted backwards. Slams into Do at this point, goddamn, that's one hell of an insult. And yes, it is. That's why we were. That's just fucking hectic. Here, also going to start moving as well. Moving up through the water, bringing it fetid, stinking dock water onto the paved stones and slowly starting to encroach on the wizards. Moving on. Bum, 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 bum. Juggle, it is your turn, buddy.
Okay. I'm going to pull the Acorn of Undeath out of my bag
Okay.
and soak it in my blood.
Okay.
I'm also going to yell, "Kids, come here!" Like, obviously there's kids around here. As part of this battle. One of the 100 people that were here.
I think there's maybe like 1 or 2 kids sort of like cowering under the edge of a doorway. They flick their heads over to you as you say that, and they look fucking terrified. One of them's all scorched up one side of his head. The other one's got a really nasty cut on her forehead, and it's just dripping down with blood. They both look very pale and very frightened.
Scream at them, "I need you to do something important. Go bury this outside the gates." And I throw this blood-covered acorn at the kids.
The girl catches it out of the air, and she sort of nods and she grabs her brother by the hand, and you see them start to sprint down the alleyway. So that was a free action there, Joggle. What would you like to do here from now?
Yep. So now I would like to. I can't see Wayne from where I am.
No. But remember, you're currently like wrestling with this dragon, trying to stop it from taking a chunk out of your face. So.
Yeah. Okay. So in that case, I would like to Misty Step 30 feet.
Ooh. Okay. Which direction?
Well, it's that direct. I have to go into a free spot.
Unoccupied space, yeah.
Yeah. 31 foot rule of cool.
Yep, that's fine. I'll give you that. That's an unoccupied space.
Thank you. Okay, great. So I'm going to Misty Step here. And
Yep.
then as my actual action,
Yep.
because Misty Step is a bonus action. Yep, I'm going to, again, move. Can I do that?
Yes, you still have me.
Yeah, up to... could you ping where the thing of cannonballs are?
Oh, I'll actually just draw on that. Just say for quality's sake that this box here is the like the thing full of cannibals.
Okay, great. I'm going to move next to the cannonballs. There?
Yep.
And I would like-
Okay, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Yep. Dash 1d20 plus 2.
Oh,
I'm hold on. I'm going to reload my shit.
Yep, just reload your shit, bud.
Yeah. I stroke the size of the cannonballs. Ooh, round and smooth. Wait, that's not still like a thing, right?
is.
The green?
Yeah.
It is?
It is.
that's why.
Oh, well.
That's why it's still there.
I'm fucking retarded. Okay. Never mind.
That's fine, man. Just roll your dex save.
18, I got a 4. It was acid rain though, right?
Oh, acid breath.
So he's
Left
still
it-
breathing?
No, it's just he's left the acid on the stones.
Oh, okay. Well,
Like slob.
that's my fucking
Yeah.
bad then, I
Yep,
suppose.
puddle
My
of
bad.
vomit. I'm just waiting for those in the chat to see this number.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Okay, you don't need to say it. You don't need to say it.
Okay.
Glizzy died from it as well. I know it was 30. I'm dead.
Juggle, my
that's
friend. In your haste to get over to your friends to help, you slip remnants of this acid. And before you know it, you have gone down with the entire length of your body. Stinking puddle. Last thing you smell before your mind goes black is your own skin and hair burning. You take 56 points of acid damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
That's literally 12. It's 12 d8s.
What?
In my dying breath, I say, guys, careful of the green and just
careful of the
fucking melt.
Oh no, you're not dead. You're unconscious. You're not dead. But, dude, you gave the acorn to the kids.
No, I did for a reason. This was my suicide attempt, but like,
Dude!
I was meant to go blow myself up on the other dragon. I just didn't make it that far. So, good thing I prepared.
Alright. So, Juggle, you are unconscious, my man.
Leave me to die. Don't waste anything on me.
And I need you to make a death saving throw. Straight d20. Don't say what the result is, just message it to me. So just, do you want me to, unless
Could you roll?
do you want me
Could
to
you
roll?
roll? Could you roll for me?
I can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. Kinyora, it is your turn.
Moving on. He's in the past.
Can you tell me what the result was?
I'm gonna keep that to myself.
What the fuck? That's not fair.
Just for the moment.
I'll roll the next couple by myself then.
No, I'll roll them. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. You'll be fine.
56 points.
Right. In that case, I will cast Guiding Bolt, and I will cast it against. Am I sufficiently around cover enough to be able to see this other wormling or whatever it is?
Yes, you can see it. You can see it.
Cool. All right, I'd like to cast Guiding Bolt. So I will cast it at first level. Rolling attack.
Don't forget, y'all have DM inspirations as well. You, if you want to use them, or if one of your loving party members would like to give you one of theirs.
I will donate one of mine.
You will donate
Without hesitation.
a DM inspiration?
Correct.
I will happily take a reroll because it's not mine I'm spending. Does a 24 be hitting?
24 do be hitting.
Oh.
Excellent. Our damage is 12.
Ooh!
Not bad. Good choice.
Not bad, good size.
Not bad, good size.
Oh.
Actually,
Alright.
it's radiant damage, isn't it?
It is.
As you fire out this guiding bolt, there's just something inside you that you feel go out with this bolt that feels a little bit more powerful
Got more zest
than
to
it
it.
did before. It's got more zest, it's got more flavor. And as you see it sink into its chest, it starts to smoke and burn from the inside as it takes a further d6, 6 points of damage. Because I forgot that these were like zombies, and you do a radiant damage, which does extra damage.
I do a chicken bit of radiant damage.
I'm
I'll
a
do
terrible,
chicken bit.
I'm a very bad DM, and I forgot the rules. So I am sorry to those of you watching the stream. I'm an idiot.
It's okay.
I got carried away with doing story extrapolation today. My apologies. Okay.
It's okay. I got the voice.
It's more important.
And as a bonus action, I will again smackety smack
Yeah.
the poor boy over there who keeps on getting chopped up, but he don't know what the heck be happening, poor man.
So confused.
He's so confused, the poor man. Do a
Just-
15 be hitting?
15. Do be hitting.
Excellent.
Is 15.
It take it to 5 points of a damage.
Take a 5
It take a
point damage.
slice.
It
Take
do
a
be
slice.
hitting it mad smack.
Mad tap, baby.
Good shit. Good shit. Also, Nikki, the Acorn of Undeath is a magic homebrew item. So, it does. Hopefully, it will work as intended.
You hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you won't find the Acorn of Undeath anywhere. But I hope it works. I hope it works.
Special item.
All right, returning to the top of combat is Olafeist. He is going to look down his nose at you, Zane, and just fucking wail on you.
And I'm a smile and laugh.
Yeah. So first things first. I need
Mhm.
you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Sure thing. Oh, I love my new stats.
I know, aren't they good?
Oh, I want to find out about you. It sounds so cool.
So if I have proficiency, what does that add to my wisdom save?
It'll be your proficiency bonus.
I see. So I rolled an 18 plus 3, that's a 21.
Yeah, that's a pass. However,
Fuck
he is
yeah.
now going to hit
Oh no.
Oh no.
you. Oh no!
No.
Oh no! Right. So. Oh, do you want to do the music again for us, please, Papa Zane?
Oh yes, sorry, I didn't even realize it fucking ended.
It only just ended, I think.
Yeah, just.
How long this battle's been going?
Yeah,
So,
sorry, this battle's been going for a
Dougal-
long time. Okay, first
Dougal doesn't want to get revived? Question mark.
first strike.
Yeah,
Does a 30 hit you?
it does. Do be hitting.
Second strike, 21.
Do be hitting.
$18.
Nope.
Okay, so first one. 6 points of. Oh, hang on. That never mind. That's ignore that. I didn't roll properly because again, idiot. Alright, so 12 points of damage for the first.
Yeah, let me just do that now before I have to do multiple
Yep. And you
calculations.
don't
Yep.
take acid damage.
Nope.
And the second attack's going to be 13 points of slashing.
All right.
And the third one missed you.
And I get to attack for that.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna roll to hit. 11 plus 6, that's a 17. Does a 17
Fortunately, a
hit?
17 does not hit.
Oof. Unfortunate.
That's all good. Moving on. It is Diana and Samara. They witness you go down, Juggle, and the look of horror on Samara's face is just heartbreaking. As she yells out one word, and it sort of comes out a little bit garbled, and you can't quite understand what it is. But the fact that you're awake to understand it is a good thing, as she casts Healing Word on you. 4. Whoa! 19 points of healing.
What the fuck? Wait, what? You can go that high? How the fuck?
She casted it like 3rd level.
I roll over this side. Can I please?
Yeah. So you have 19 points of HP.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And as Samara casts this, Diane turns around and unleashes another magic missile, but she's going to cast this at 3rd level on the 3 air elementals. So, Hi.
I just realized something.
She's going to
I like
direct
that.
all of this damage towards the one that's closest to her for 19 points. All right, moving on. It is archers. They are going to unleash a volley on the wormling. Hit. One's a net 20. So long bow. Fires towards the red dragon. And as he fires, this bolt flies true. Sinks into the breastbone of this thing. Decided to do double dice.
Ooh. To make it nice.
Double dice. So no, roll twice to make it nice, and ended with a 7 and a 16. As this bolt sinks into this thing's chest and knocks it off the edge of the dock and kills it. Moving on, it is now Wizard's turn. These wizards here are going to start wailing on this air elemental. There's going to be 3 rounds of firebolts. From Wayne and his 2 buddies. That is a nat 20. Okay, then that 20 is going to be from Wayne because I said so and I'm the DM. So, firebolt. Level 5. It's 2d10. Spellcasting. It's an 18 for the first. 16 for the second for Wayne as he fires this. He's just seen his buddy Jugs get absolutely fucked on by a puddle. Sorry, Juggle, there's no other way I can describe it. It's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
As these firebolts go searing into this thing. The others. Oh, and another set. The math do be method. Excellent. Moving on. Zane, you're up, homie.
All right. So, I want to look at the sky and feel the water touching my face. And then I just want to kind of just puff my chest so that the water just gets shaken off me. All my cuts and bruises seem to have ice form to seal and cauterize the bleeding. And I am back up to 26. No. 36, sorry.
What did you
36
cast on yourself?
I'm not going to say it in the chat, but I'll message you.
Thank you.
This is...
Cool things.
You have the same reading face of my mum. She always opens her mouth and like puts her top lip up. Yes,
Oh, yep.
Juggle, exactly that.
No, because I realized I had to.
Alright, sweet. Thank you, Zane.
That's just
Appreciate
my
it.
action.
Yep. So now you got your bonus.
Now for my bonus action, I want to tell Elrith again to
Alright.
smack this dragon for me. I'm gonna be
Alright.
like, you're so much of a vermin. I'm not even gonna attack you. I'm gonna tell my buddy to attack you.
Bloody oath you are.
Yep.
That's within 60 feet, so I don't have to move anyways. Yeah, he's getting another first level Dissonant Whispers. Whispers
Okay.
have advantage.
Alright, he fails.
Right, so he takes 14, and I'm chucking in an extra Bardic Inspiration dice. Slash 1. My spacebar's not working. 1d8. So, oh, fuck me. That's
Fuck
22
me.
points of damage.
How much in total?
22 points of damage. Tell me
In a
to take
bonus
more.
action. How good is
Holy
that?
shit.
Slow.
I'm still
Command,
not done.
man, command. Although I think that is your last charge of command. It's not for free,
No, no.
remember?
No, the commands. So for a bonus action,
Mhm.
it's a maneuver that I have, and I can maneuver as many times as I want.
Okay, sweet.
So after that, I'm just look at the dragon and start walking away. I'm gonna walk towards Jugal. I don't know how many squares.
Alright, he
One,
is gonna get an attack of
2,
opportunity
3.
against you.
That's
No,
fine.
sorry. Because the
6.
dragon failed its Dissonant Whispers, it has to use its movement speed away from Zane before he does his movement back.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry, I
okay.
forgot to mention that.
So that means I get an attack of opportunity, right?
Correct.
All right.
Sorry, late night brain.
This dragon's getting smacked.
Wait, take that Uno reverse card,
Yeah,
homie.
fucking
Jesus Christ.
literally
man.
hitting it with the
16.
no you.
16
Yeah.
plus
Not even-
6. That is a 21. Do a
21,
21
do
be
be hitting.
hitting?
One do be
Lovely.
hitting.
Jordan.
I was
Now,
going to say,
there
that's not
was-
even just a reverse card. It's reverse with his head under the wheels and then going under every other wheel and ka-dunk,
where is
ka-dunk,
it?
ka-dunk.
Yeah.
I can actually add damage to this. Sweet. Alright, so I roll a d6.
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm just new to this. I don't know exactly what I'm rolling. That's a 6. Plus 2, that's an 8. 8 plus... Let me just write this down. Alright, so 8.
Yep.
And then I need to roll 2 d8s. Once I find the goddamn d8. What does a d8 look like?
It's like a 2d4 stuck together.
It's got 8 sides.
Oh, thanks, Jugal.
Yep.
This is the d8. All right. It's like a diamond. All right.
Yep.
So that's a 7. 8 plus 7, that's 15. Plus another 7. That's a 5. So that's 20. Let me just make sure I'm right. Yep. Let me just mark the slot to be disappearing. All right. So that's a total of 20 radiant damage. But
Add
obviously
another
it looks
D6.
like frosty.
Add
Oh,
another
add
d6
another
because it's
D6.
radiant, yep.
That's another 6.
So 20... How much?
6.
In total,
No,
26?
yeah, 26. 26 in total. From walking away from me.
Don't you walk away from me.
Don't you look at me with that face on your face.
Fucking love
As you say
Dissonant
that,
Whispers with melee attacks.
Ice shards just form from the air and just smack into the dragon. Yeah, just bang. Done.
Alrighty, so that's your action all done? You're all done for movement action
So that
economy
means
there,
I can
Zane?
walk away without having to get an attack of opportunity against me because Hit's already running away from me. Sweet. Lovely. So I'm staying right beside Jugal now.
Yep, excellent. Jugal, you are up. You're feeling a bit sunburnt, but you're alive.
You are here? Yeah. That's alright.
Okay, moving on. Next one in the order of combat is you, Aelorith. Straight after. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am.
I'm gonna be casting some dank. I need to take a couple steps forward because he ran away from me. I'm gonna be casting some dank vicious mockery on this boy. Another wisdom saving throw, please. At disadvantage.
Is there a way to track spell slots on I haven't looked at spell slots because I've never needed.
Yeah, it tracks.
Okay.
It does on.
It does pass the save.
Dang. So nothing happens there.
Okay, that's all good. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm gonna save my last inspiration die for a rainy day.
No problem.
So
That's all good. Moving on. It is now
Wait,
this guy's turn. He's going to take to the air and come over for another swoop. He's in the air right above you guys here, so I need Juggle. I need you to make a dex save.
Here we go, kid. What the fuck?
Don't forget, Juggle, you have DM Inspiration. You can use it to re-roll a dice
Okay.
if you'd like.
Please.
Yep, re-roll it, buddy.
Boys, just a prayer in the chat.
Prayer in the chat for Juggle
Oh,
Boogie.
there we
You
go.
pass. You pass.
there you go.
So you take half damage.
Have you been
Full damage.
manually doing your rolls, Juggle?
Yeah.
If you go into your character sheet and then click on dexterity, it will come up with ability
Okay.
check and saving throw.
Jug, you take
So you
10
don't have to
points of
manually do
damage. 10
Okay.
points.
Yep.
So these fishwives and Wayne succeeded.
Oh,
Save,
that's
so
fine.
up to 10. And the other two also succeeded. Fishwives they are looking very, very unwell, and the trebuchet has kind of fallen to pieces. That's what
Fuck the
been
trebuchet.
killed
Who needs
wood.
So
Shit.
Juggle, when
It's not
you
looking good.
like, you can wild shape, right? Like your big like fuck you ability where you get to mob shit up is you turn into a bear or something, right? Oh, what do you
I
actually do?
can't do a bear yet. I have a seahorse. I have a frog.
And a regular horse.
I can
Alright.
probably do a yak.
Does that add to your AC at all or no?
Yak would.
Would it
Yak.
add to his
Yeah,
damage?
yak
though?
would, but the thing is, it's dexterity that he's having.
Ah,
It's I don't need to. I'm going to blow myself up in a second.
Sir,
Oh my God.
please.
My main goal is to blow up.
For India. I mean, for Pakistan.
Highlight.
My favorite. I would like to give
Babe.
poor people humps. Oh, I mean homes.
Okay, moving on. It is now these air elementals' turn, and they are going to actually rock up towards you guys here. Kinura, one of them is going to swing at you with a
Garbage!
Yep. So you need to make a strength save for me, please.
With pleasure. I got a 7.
That is a fail, unfortunately. Hold on. Alright. You're going to take 20 points of damage, and you get yeeted away as this rolling whirlwind comes flying towards you. You're going to get hit, and it's going to fling you over here. This one here is going to come up, and it's going to take Diana and that guardsman need to make saves here as well. Them. Pass. Diana fails. This way. Manages to brace himself against the and here needs to be as well. Okay, never mind. Right, moving on. These stop moving without me telling you to move. These air elementals are going to move up towards these gentlemen as well. They need to make saves. Hey. Okay. And Joggle, as this air elemental approaches you and Wayne, the edge of one of its spinning arms reaches out to clip him directly in the chest, and he goes flying back towards you and hits you. But you are standing in such a way, because you've been watching him, that you manage to catch him and you manage to fall back down against the edge of the cart carrying the cannonballs without taking any further damage. Moving on, it is now your turn, Joggle. What would you like to do? You're currently cradling Wayne, who's nearly unconscious in your arms. He is not looking good. He's just taken a fat fucking 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Sorry, 19 points of bludgeoning damage, so he is not having a good day.
Okay, I say to him, how many boomsticks have you got left? Talking's free action.
He just sort of coughs and he says, "None, you fucking idiot. Remember we put the cannonballs."
I undo my cloak.
Yep.
And put it on the ground to make it like a carry-in, or just like to lay it out.
Yep.
I say, load it up now. All the ones with your runes on it, please load them up now. And I'm going to need you to pull the trigger.
I'm trying. And you see him sort of like roll over onto his side and cough, and then sort of slowly try to get up, but his arm shakes too much and he falls back down again before trying to.
I grab his the shirt on his chest and I say, it's for Joffrey, mate. We've got this. Come on.
All right. So is your action going to be? Because he can't really do much right now. He is very, very beaten up. So he can point them out to you and you can load them up, but that's going to take both your action, your bonus action, and your movement. So if you want to do this is going to.
I yell out to nope, I don't want to do my entire turn on that. I yell out to the my speech is free action, no?
Yep. Speech is free.
I yell out to the lady, the strongest girl.
Mother Tilly.
Yeah, Mother Tilly. And I say, load them up, and then I say to Wayne, just whichever one. Tell her which ones.
And Wayne starts to point, and Mother Tilly sort of like picks up on and goes, "Right, your army love," and starts loading them into your cloak that you put down on the ground. Joel, is there anything else you'd like to do here?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, as my bonus action, I'm going to say, Wayne, you're going to need to light these. Can you do it from a distance?
I can try.
All right. And then I look at Mother Tilly and I say, right you are, me love. I bundle up my cloak with these bombs in it, and I misty step onto the dragon.
Oh, Juggle!
60
Holy
feet,
fuck.
there we are.
Okay.
I can misty step 30 feet, but I also have a movement action.
But no, the thing is with Misty Step, dude, it has to be an unoccupied space.
It has to be in front of the dragon.
Okay, that's okay. Hold on. Yeah, that works as well because I haven't taken an action. I will cast jump. I'll slap myself. I will move 30 feet. Okay, before I cast jump, which is my actual action, because I have a movement action as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm encumbered. Does that matter?
Yeah, your movement's going to be cut in half.
In half? That's all right.
Yeah, 15 feet.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to Misty Step first.
Okay.
To there, yep.
You were a tile ahead, by the way. You were next to Wayne. You weren't
You're
behind
right.
him.
I was.
Yeah, that's where you would be.
All right, thanks. I'm not in acid bullshit anymore, no? Yep. Okay, and then I'm going to cast Jump on myself and Misty Step as a bonus action.
You've already used Misty Step.
You've already used Misty Step.
That was just my normal movement, though.
So your movement is
Oh,
encumbered
okay, yeah,
currently,
okay.
so you
Okay,
Misty
now I'm
Step
going
from
to
there.
use my movement action with Jump, and I'm going to jump.
You're going to jump on the back of this thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to yell out to Wayne.
Okay, champ. I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity, no, an acrobatics check for me, actually, to see if you can make it, and then we're gonna resolve this at the end of your next turn.
Okay. Do I roll it privately to you?
Yeah.
Private GM roll. Oh, that's not. Hold on. Let me do that one more time. It surprised me too. 20, lovely. Okay. Cool.
Alright.
Instead of rolling 1d20, can I roll 20 d1s?
It's the same.
Do we account for variable change because it should be higher?
Okay. Jugs, I see where you're going with this, and I really want it to happen for you, but there's a couple of things that have to line up first. Right, moving on. Kanura, your turn, baby.
Lovely. All right. I'm going to. Are we still in fear? Am I allowed to move closer to the dragon?
Make a wisdom save for me.
I got an 11.
Okay, you can roll that one again.
17.
It'll pass because you're dragonborn. So.
Right, so I'm going to move here because that's definitely within my movement range.
Mhm.
I will cast Aid at 3rd level,
Okay.
which replenishes. Sorry, that gives 10 hit points to both your maximum and your current.
Okay, awesome.
So I choose to give that to Zane, Wayne, and Aelorith.
Okay.
So 10 points to the current hit points.
And
Yep, so
your
you-
max.
And your max. So your
18
max,
to
your
both.
max
And my
goes from
max.
60 to 70, and you gain 10 current hit points too.
So
Killer.
I'm only actually gaining 10 hit points, but my health can go further
Your
up. if I get
capacity
healed.
increases and your current hit points goes up. Yes.
But nice, I like it. Like
Yes,
that.
of course
you do like it,
Such a huge ability. God damn.
All right.
damn.
That doesn't mean anything right then and there because I'm not that level.
Ooh, a fat boy now.
Big
Okay.
chungus.
Yeah, big chungus.
I'm going to use my movement to. Let me measure it out. Let me measure this.
Let me just measure it quickly. While you're doing that, I'm gonna go pee.
Yep.
Like,
I can move to there.
Oh, I could schlong all three. Oh, is that so Jordan?
Oh, do you agree?
Thanks, honestly. It's like working with you.
Stop! Don't encourage it. Otherwise,
Oh,
I'll get
stop
yucky.
it.
Oh,
Stop! What are you doing? So we're gonna go get our nails painted? Are we gonna get French tips?
I
Alright!
prefer cotton tabs, 1.5, you know.
I sent a support ticket to Secret Lab because I ordered my chair last week. It still hasn't got any tracking updates, and apparently it's currently at an international carrier, which is La Poste, which is a French carrier, except I ordered on the AU website, and she's from Sydney. And also, I ordered the upholstered mint green one, which was in stock at the time. So they'd want to pull their heads out because I ordered it and it was confirmed and processed on the
Right then.
29th of last month.
Ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
Grounds for a violation.
Yeah, and they say it ships within 1 to 4 days with exceptions for serious distances. And while, yes, I am a serious distance from Sydney, I get things from Melbourne within a week.
Yeah.
And you haven't even gotten any tracking.
There's no tracking updates whatsoever. None.
Lovely. Are we waiting for Jugal?
Yes.
Yeah. I can't actually see Jugal on the map.
He's underneath Dragon Man.
So I'm going to use my bonus action to attack this dragon here.
Mm-hmm.
If it
Little
doesn't-
wormy
okay, there
guy.
you go. Little worming, eh? Da-da-da-da. Roll to attack.
I'm about to fuck you up.
Do an 8-bit hitting.
8 do not be hitting, I'm afraid.
That's alright. Still moved it. I'm happy. I just had a swing at it, so it'd want to be scaled.
Oh, okay, just because dragon.
All right. Thank you for that, Kinura. Moving on. It is now back to top of combat for Olafeist.
Is he still affected by the fear against me? How long does that dissonant whispers thingy?
It ends at the end of the.
moment.
Yeah, so he's not
Okay.
affected by this anymore. He doesn't notice the NPC, Nikki. Probably a swashbuckler. Swashbuckler is the class we're going for the NPC. He doesn't.
That's what I used to be.
Yeah. So Olafeist doesn't notice this current situation, but he's going to encroach on the rest of you. And there's going to be another juddering eldritch roar as a further acid breath is going to come rocketing towards you guys. I need Zane, Kinura. Sorry, a dex saving throw.
What was that?
I need Zane and Kinura to make a dex saving throw, please.
I used to love those. Let's see if
You
I
have a
still love them.
D8, Nura.
I do.
I think Zane, do you
I
have one as
rolled
well?
a what?
I think even if I roll a fully successful D8, I don't know if that's going to save me.
Yeah.
I rolled a 19 and I have a. You said dexterity, so +1. That's a 20.
Okay, you pass.
Yay.
Take half damage. Kinura, I'm going to give the rest of the team an opportunity to give you one of their DM inspirations to re-roll your dice here.
One more from me. Take it.
Take
If
it.
you need
Sweet
another.
baby,
Oh
if
wait,
this
you
doesn't
said
turn
one.
out well, I'm going to kill someone. 14.
Plus your...
And I'm going to... My dex doesn't have any additions.
No, don't you have a D8 to add as well for the save?
That's what I'm adding right now. I got a 5.
That's
So that
a
is
pass.
19.
That's a pass, Kinura. So you're going to take half damage from this.
Which is...
Half damage
Still a
of.
loss.
About to tell you.
A
Mhm.
lot. Resistance.
And what type of damage is this?
Is it acid damage?
It's acid damage.
I have resistance
So I
to acid
half the
damage.
half.
Okay, so you half the half. So you guys would have taken... the total is 63.
Uh-huh.
Halved is 31.
33. Yeah.
Then halved again is 16.
I laugh.
So you guys take 16 points of acid damage.
It's only flesh wound.
'Tis but a flesh wound. And that's all that Olafeist can do at the moment.
This green shit on the floor now is
Is
present,
acid.
right?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to redraw that, so I'm just going to...
just
Yes,
so you know
so
where
it's-
to move out.
So that's the
Oh,
first
it's
line.
ridiculous.
Free action to speak, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna shout, you need a breath, man.
Nikki says the name of the personally favourite rogue is the one he's put in the chat. And 63 on 12 it's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. Could have been worse. Been worse.
Could have been pretty better.
Been pretty bad. Pretty fucking bad, actually. Right, so moving on. Next in the rounds of combat is Diana and Samara. So, ma'am. these two are actually just going to use their movement to miss a step away. So they're going to.
Did that dragon take damage from the
It's not.
acid breath?
No, it's not. It's not on the ground.
Oh.
It's flying, so it was able to dodge quite easily.
Oh, yeah.
Max is 96, so yeah, it wasn't too bad. That's true. That's true. Okay, moving on. It's those two. They've just missed a step. They're going to pick up Wayne on their way through. Moving on, it is boom, 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 boom. Archers. All right, these archers are going to unleash another volley of arrows against air elementals up here. That's okay. Okay. Whoops. Let me just, sorry, I'm gonna re-roll those because that's not the dice. No, they all miss, unfortunately, as they're changing targets. Bum, 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 bum. Wizards. They are going to just try to recover themselves and fire out some more firebolts. Ooh. Alright. Zane, you buddy.
Sweet. I just am trying to read through the things that I
Alright
can
guys,
do.
we're nearly done, I promise. We've been playing for nearly 6 hours. We're so nearly there. You so nearly got him.
Just a question, are these acid things straight lines like so?
Yes, pretty much.
So it shouldn't technically be on that square? Because you can draw straight
Oh,
lines.
they're not
like-
straight lines. They're kind of just like, there's a line on
Okay.
the diagonal.
Oh, so it's not like that.
No.
Okay.
Alright. So, walking in this sludge incurs more damage, right?
Yes.
So if I were to step out to the left, I'd be out it, so I won't take damage.
You succeeded your save earlier, so you're not going to take damage if you leave it.
Yep.
It's if you re-enter it.
Re-end through it. Okay. So that is that. Just correct me if I'm wrong. There's no slime on this square. I'm still unaffected,
No.
or have I entered the slime?
No, you're unaffected.
What
It's 5
what
feet
about-
wide.
Yeah. I just
Oh,
want to
you
get
can,
right
dude,
beside
you
Kinnear.
can actually see this little thing that Aelirith is standing on. You can actually walk over that. It's not like a building. It's just a mark on the floor.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about like avoiding that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So I can be here and not be in the sludge or slime.
Yeah.
All right. Can I use my turn to move someone, like grab someone and pick them up and move them out of something?
Yes, but that'll use all of your action, bonus action, everything to do that.
All right. I won't do that. I've only moved 3 squares, so I still got another 3 squares of movement, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I will be spitting in my hand, rubbing it together, and grabbing Kisnura on the hand quickly. Kisnura will feel a frosty, kind of snowy, dry feeling on her arm, and she will recover. Let's see. Find the D8. 3 plus 3, 6 plus. When it says spellcasting ability modifier, is that the plus attack modifier?
Yes.
That's on. Okay.
Yeah, that's your spell casting.
So that's 3, 6 plus 5 is 11 points of HP.
Very good.
Danke, Chancellor.
And then I will use my movement to come. Oh, wrong. thing. Go this way. That's 1, 2, 3. And then I'll use my bonus action to tell Elrith to hit whatever she wants.
Fucking oath. Right. With command, does that allow me to move to get in range for my attack?
Let me read.
I don't think so. I think it's purely.
I
Really
forgo
understand.
one of my attacks.
Just curious, if he is in range, it's
To
just
use a
4
bonus
feet.
action. To make an attack. Yeah, it's just to make an attack.
Okay,
So
so
it's-
he's within 60 feet anyway, so I'm going to cast a vicious mockery on Mr. Ollie Faith, or however you say his name. Sorry.
Were you unconscious, Kisnira?
She
I was at 0
she was
health.
knocked
Oh wow. Okay, I thought you were still alive, but that's alright.
down. So I'm going to cast vicious mockery at Mr. Sleeper over here. Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Yeah, just one second. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Zane, I'm sending you the exact wording of the spell. So we're gonna have to fix this up for next time we play. But I'll let us get away with it tonight because I'm pretending that like this is see no evil, hear no evil situation. But now that I know officially,
Oh no,
we'll activate
it's
these
not.
rules next time.
That's a spell. That's not what I'm talking about. So if you look at my character sheet, it's called Commander's Strike, and that's a maneuver that we.
Oh
agreed
right,
on.
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought
Yeah.
it was command the spell.
No.
Okay.
If you don't like that maneuver,
No.
I can select another
It's
one.
fine. It's fine. Because the way that this works is the only reason it works on Ayla is because she has Warcaster and can use her reaction like it's the same as
Yeah.
like opportunity attack.
Yeah. So the ally can use a reaction to make an attack, adding the superiority die to damage if I have a superiority die.
Yeah.
I've already expended that, so unfortunately I cannot give you another dice. But that's alright.
That's all good.
Yeah. If Elrith didn't have Warcaster, then she would only either be able to smack something or shoot an arrow. Or something.
Okay, so this is a combat maneuver, right? The command thing, combat maneuver.
No, it's just a maneuver.
No, but that's what. So it is. The wording is it is a maneuver.
Yes. So I learned
Okay.
2 maneuvers of my choice.
Entry combat.
Okay, so the way that this works is you use the die to fuel your maneuvers.
It
So
Kind
you
of like how I use my inspiration
Yeah.
die. Yeah.
you can't just
What?
you can't use it like forever all the time, everything. So it's
So
got like a set limit.
mm,
So
it
because yours is a D6,
doesn't- though, because the superiority refreshes once per short rest, but the actual attack can still be done.
but no,
So
what I'm
the
saying is your superiority dice.
Yeah.
You can't use this command maneuver on every single turn forever going forward. You have 6 casts because it's a D6. It's the same as Ayla's Bardic Inspiration. She only gets a certain amount per long or short rest. But
Yeah,
because
if you
yours is a D, I've
you-
just sent you the link to where I'm getting this from. If yours is a D6, you get 6 casts. Superiority dice.
but it says add superiority dice to damage. It doesn't mention utilizing or using a superiority
Just-
dice
yeah.
for the actual strike.
So the combat maneuver is not a homebrew thing. It's an official subclass thing. It's like a feat you can take. Anyway, this is we'll talk about it later because we're mid combat right now, and I don't want to bog us down any longer because we've been fighting this thing for fucking like 3 hours now. All I'll say is I'll allow it this session, and then we've got to find a way of balancing it out. I feel like we should do it the same way. However many casts of Bardic Inspiration that Aelorith has, we'll work that out for you to have the same thing for your casts of your superiority die.
Mine's based off my charisma modifier, so it could
Yeah.
be done similar. Yeah.
Yep. So it'll be his charisma modifier too. that's just in the link I've sent you anyway. Anyway, Aelorith, how much damage do I take from this?
You take. So it failed.
No, I
It was
no.
saving throw.
No, I succeeded. Hold on.
You succeeded.
Yeah. It's 22.
Okay. Sweet. With a disadvantage. Sweet. No damage then.
Alright,
This
that's
thing is
fine.
My insults.
It's all good. Don't worry about it. It happens.
I got this.
Oh no, I just.
Sorry,
wanna insult this more.
sorry for derailing the conversation. I just wanted to, because like that comic maneuver thing is awesome, but they wouldn't have put it in the game if it was going to be able to be cast every single turn in perpetuity forever without having a certain limit on it.
But it's
So?
instead of me attacking as a bonus action.
Yes.
It's meant to be an entirely a support thing.
Yep.
So that I wouldn't have taken it if I can't buff.
No, you can.
Ally.
You can. No, you, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you have a limited amount of casts of it. You have a
That's what I'm
limited
saying.
pool.
The limited amount of casts for everything else has actually a counter beside it, and it's part of my limited features, and it tells me how many times I can use it. Whereas if you look at my Commander Strike, it comes up as a bonus action. So everything else has a charge beside it. So if I go to my Channel Divinity, right, it says I can only use one Channel Divinity
Yeah.
for long rest. For Divine Sense, like for every other feature I have, there's a certain amount of charges to it, and it's listed under limited features where Commander Strike is not.
Sorry, did you just say channel divinity?
No.
It's all right. So don't worry about it. I'll let you keep using it as it is. But yeah. Well, what we'll do is we'll set it so you have like a certain amount to cast per time. So the same way that Aelor's
Then I'll
Bardic
just
Inspiration.
change it. I'll just change it to something else.
Yep, that's fine. We can do that too.
Yeah.
It's all good. Like having limits on what you can cast just means you have to be a little bit more careful about how and when you cast them. Exactly the same as Bardic Inspiration and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's all good. If you want to change it over, you can. But for this, because it's your grand entrance, you can do this however the fuck you want, pretty much.
Fired up.
It's all yours, man. You were late. You were late because you were at lunch with your mum. All right. What's who? That was just your turn, Zane. Is there anything else you want to do here, bud?
No.
Is that your
that's
full
it
action
now.
economy? Okay,
Yeah.
sweet. Moving on. Aelorith, it's your turn, baby.
Wait, so I can, just for clarification, I can move up to here and not be in the acid, or is that in the acid where I am
That you're on the
currently?
edge.
On the edge there. Okay. I'd like to reach over and cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level on Kuzera. Touch her on the shoulder and say, "Arise, steadfast shield. We've still got a battle to fight." And she is going to heal. 15 HP plus 4, 19 HP.
Incredible.
Sweet. Fuck yes. Good shit.
And then I'm going to step away from the acid, so I don't want to be anywhere near
Stay in your pit of pity.
that. Sweet, that is my turn. Nothing else.
Okay. Okay. I found the exact wording. I'm just going to flick it over to you and then we'll leave it for debrief at the end of the session. Okay. Moving on. Aelorith, that's your turn, that's your turn, that's your turn. It's all the NPCs. They're just going to start wailing on these fucking guys. So that's the archers. Okay. Okay, so they're both going to fire at the same one for 24. Okay. Wizard's roll. Two hits. All right, moving on. It is now after all the NPCs have gone, rotated through. It's your turn here now, Jugs. You're going to resolve this successful jump onto the back of this thing, carrying a load of bombs.
I use my free action to say, Wayne, now! Now! I'm like yelling at him, now, Wayne, now!
He hesitates for a second and he says, but if I do that, you're going to go down with it too.
I don't care, now! Trust me! And I said, trust me has a depth. Trust me.
Okay.
The same way I spoke to him about every time that we've been in combat, he's been unsure about himself. I say it in the same voice.
All right. You see his face contort in a mask of grief as his hands draw the sigil in the air to ignite the charges that you're holding.
Give him a
Juggle.
thumbs up.
Can I please get you to roll 10d8s?
Jesus Christ. Do I roll them individually or just
You can just do
roll?
it all at once if you want, or you can roll them individually. It's entirely up to you.
It would be... nah, fuck it, I'll just do it all at once. 47.
47.
Dang.
The rest of you guys watch Wayne form the symbol in the air, and you hear a sudden compacted thump. And the back half of this dragon explodes. Juggle, you are going to take 47 points of damage.
Like, I mean,
Just a few.
yeah,
Oh, a bit of a
I
scratch.
straight out just fucking die.
How much current HP did you have there, by the way?
Oh, not enough. 9.
No. Alright.
Yeah.
I need you to make a death save for me, buddy.
Oh god, I can't do that much bonus. Alright. It's like just a d20?
Just a d20.
Yeah. Good night.
Kinura, it's your turn.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
You guys witness the back half of this dragon explode in a cacophony of bright light and shrapnel. A juddering eldritch screech goes out from this thing as its body seems to be in half.
So, just to confirm, he dead?
Not quite.
Is he incapacitated in some way?
Not quite. His top half is still raging. His bottom half has fallen off the top.
So he's holding on with his forelimbs. All right. I'm going to first move out of this acid because even though I have resistance, I am not a strong lady as I would like to think I am. Okay. Right. I will take. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'll cast Guiding Bolt at second level. My roll for attack is an 11.
I'm afraid an 11 doesn't hit.
That's okay. Instead, I will move. I'll use my swordy sword.
Mhm.
Not my sword, my scythe.
Mhm.
And I will attack dragon nearest to it. Does a 17 be hitting?
17 do be hitting.
Excellent. I roll my damage. That is a 9.
Okay.
And I will use... If I were to move again, see, I'm in melee range of this whirly thingy, but because I haven't completed my turn yet, is moving away going to give it an attack of an opportunity?
No.
In that case, I will move back, because I think I only moved a couple squares. I'll
Yep.
just move back 2 beside Zane,
Yep.
so that I can be out of the way. And I believe that's all I can do for my turn.
Okay. Right, back to the top of combat. Off ice is dragging the top half of its corpse towards you, sliding through its own vomit. Its black guts leaking ichor onto the stones of the dock that comes screeching towards you. You hear in your head over and over, "No, no, I cannot be bested. I cannot be bested, not by the likes of you. You worm, you rattling, you small, puerile, whining," as another eruption of acid comes out of its gullet. However, it doesn't look like Oliphis has the strength to direct it correctly, as it just kind of like fountains up out of his mouth and splashes down around him, and he's dragging himself towards you guys right now. Moving on, it is now...
Mom, I spewed on myself.
I followed up. These guys are going to skip for the moment. I'm just going to keep it to the party only. Zane, it's your turn.
Does the dragon look bloody at all?
Oh, dude, it's been blown in half. It does not look good.
All right. Jugle's back there.
You fucking dead.
I can't
man.
see if anything's under the dragon. Do we have any friendlies under the dragon?
Not living ones.
All right. So right smack bang on top of that area in a 5-foot radius, 40-foot high. A blizzard starts appearing, and in the air it kind of forms like a tornado in that little spot.
Okay, yeah, yep.
And it looks like ice infused with light starts ricocheting and swirling in that wind.
Hell yeah, dude.
And whatever in it takes 2d10 radiant damage.
Make that 2d10
on-
plus a d6.
Yes. 2d10. What does the d10 look like?
It looks like a slightly different D8.
Yep, with the 0 and the 0 is the 10?
Yep.
The first one's 4.
Yep.
Second one's 9.
Yep.
That's 13 plus a d6. That's a 6. So what was it before? Sorry, 13 plus 6? No. Fuck. What did I roll?
Yeah, so it's a 19.
19.
Yep.
Yes, and when a creature enters a spell's area for the first time, or starts its turn there, it is in yada yada. It must make Constitution saving throw. It needs to make
Okay.
a Constitution
All right, so the wording for rules as read for that one is means you've established an environmental condition above this thing, but because he's already there and he's already taken his turn, this next bit doesn't affect him. It's the same as his acid. Like you hit him once the first time, but because he's still there, and hasn't moved, he doesn't take damage. However, if he was to leave or start his turn in there or come into this area of environmental effect, he would take further damage from that. Because you've just cast it and just dumped it down on him, he's not going to take any further than the initial damage.
Okay. And then when it says or starts its turn there.
Yep.
So if next turn comes
And he's
it's
still alive and he
there.
starts his turn there, he's going to take that damage again.
Again. All right. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot.
It's great for big crowd control, that one.
Does that hit the dragon that's above him as well?
Yes,
red
it
one on the
does.
fence.
It does. Yep.
Sweet.
Hold on,
So
let me
they
just
both
get this fucking guy out of the way.
took, I forget how much damage.
19.
19 points of damage, both of them. I like it very much. Very good.
Very good, very good.
Good, very nice. Good shit, Zane. Is there anything else you'd like to do here, buddy? You still got your bonus action, I think?
So, yes, I do have my bonus action. But, I don't need to use that to command someone. I'll just, schmack this thing in front of me.
Okay, roll to hit.
I rolled a 10 plus 6, that's a 16.
16 do be hitting.
I rolled a 1, but I can re-roll one more time. That's a 4 plus 2, so 6.
6. Awesome. Good shit. Moving on. Aelorith, your turn, baby. What would you like to do here?
Alright. Smack him with a dissonant whispers.
All right, the big boy?
The big boy.
The big boy? Okay.
Wisdom saving. My last second level slot as well.
Okay. It fails to save.
Okay, so that is 5d6.
Okay.
That's my last spell slot that I've got. Bam. 20.
20.
Yep.
How do you want to do this, babe?
So, in retrospect, I'm going to walk right up his face. I'm staring him directly in the eyes.
Can you drag me with you? Is that
Yes, please.
Rule of
Actually,
cool?
yes. Come
I
with
would
me.
like to be dragged with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Own him.
What is his name? Sorry, how do you correctly
Olafeist.
pronounce it?
First.
Olafeist.
Pronounced rat.
Rat,
Yep.
fucking rat.
Offline
Yeah,
German.
actually though.
Olafeist spelled R-A-T.
Yeah.
Alright, Olafeist. Heir of the dragon who bested you. There once was a dragonborn, mighty and feared. Her killing skills made known and revered. With her razor-sharp claws and a will of steel, all that stood in her way, only pain they would feel. However, on one fateful night, her lust for violence would end, and Nura would transcend. After a hearty battle and close to death, not a second before her final breath, an angel saved her. Give up your convulsive ways, and I'll make sure you see to the end of days. Follow the path of the Lord, and he shall act as your ward. Steadfast shield, mighty and strong. Go forth and undo your wrong. And I'm just gonna boop him.
Boop.
Let it go!
Fuck,
The wishy finger
Dude, that
holds
was
Skadoosh.
so cool. Skadoosh.
What the fuck?
Douche.
And you hear this awful juddering cry as the final vestiges of magic that kept this arcane and eldritch creature alive leave its body.
I'm
It
going to give you a
reaches
kiss
out-
of death, baby.
It reaches out a claw towards you, Kinyora, and says, in Draconic, the heads are yours. For now. And then the voice goes silent. Upon the death of this eldritch creature, the vicious, angry, swirling winds that made up these elementals dissipate. The rain and thunder and lightning of the storm raging overhead still continue their cacophony. A clap of thunder rolls over, and the rain starts to get heavy again. But it feels like a cleansing rain. As the torrents of water start to wash away the acid that's been eating through the stones, the soot, and the blood of the people of Skellig, who fought tooth and nail to keep their homes safe, is washed into the ocean. You are out of initiative.
And with that being said,
Oh,
I'm a run over to Jugal and grab the motherfucker.
Since it has been less than so how many rounds had passed since he had been felled?
By the way, I told you cunts as well. I just fucking straight up told you.
That was only 2 rounds that had passed, right?
is it?
Pretty sure it was.
Did
Because
take
Blown
he
up,
was
and then
felled.
I casted,
Yep.
which was the start of the next round.
Yep.
So he would only be at 2 rolls.
if he's failed both?
Hang on, but how long is a round? Did you say 6 seconds?
I don't know.
Rounds are 6
60
seconds.
Yeah, but
minutes,
isn't it
right?
until he gets his turn again? It's every time he gets his turn.
Yep.
Just let me die, please, cunts. Just let me
Okay.
fucking die.
I'm just going to tell you what happened.
All right.
You guys vault over the edge of this thing's body, careful to avoid the pools of acid cooling on the stones. And you see a tangle of green hair with a streak of lavender attached to a bundle of bloody and ragged clothing. It seems too small to be a person. When Juggle leapt onto the back of the dragon carrying his wondrous payload, he had 9 points of HP. He took more than 4 times that when it exploded. Which means he immediately has 2 failed death saves. And he failed his last one on his check. There is nothing you can do.
Can I make it to him within a minute of his death?
There is nothing you can do.
Can I say any final words, or is that I'm just fucking straight
You can say some final words, Juggle.
I look up, I see Aelorith first. I say, well, I guess. Could you play me out?
Of course.
He coughs and a clot of blood lands on what's left of his chest.
Don't play me out, cut or what?
But I can't really. It's 3 in the morning. I can't play you anything. But I play you a somber, sad melody to recognize a friend past.
How many more words do I have left?
As many as you need, bud.
I look to Wayne as well, and I say, fucking Perry.
Smiles through his tears and picks up what he thinks maybe used to be one of your hands, Dribble, and cradles it against his face.
I also say that's fucked up. Then I look to Kissinura, and I say, this is how it was meant to be. Dragon. And then I look towards Sane, and I say, nothing, I just nod. And I fade to nothing.
And we're going to end the session there. Thank you for watching, everyone. We'll be back next week. Farewell. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.